Yakuza 0 is my favorite game from last year. As such, I plan to fully cover the game in its entirety, which will mean I will be spoiling major events in the story. If you haven't played it, I implore you to pick it up. It's one of the best games of this generation. You won't regret it. Let's begin. Yakuza 0 is an open-world RPG beat-em-up and serves as the prequel to the first Yakuza that was released on December 8th, 2005 in Japan and December 5th, 2006 in the US. As such, you do not need to know anything about the other games to jump into this one, except a few obscure references from the past titles that I will get into later. If the huge library of games in this series has made it hard for you to pick it up in the past, then this is the perfect place to start at. Now that we have that out of the way, on with the review. I'll start at Chapter 1. The game starts off with our protagonist Kazuma Kiryu just beating some poor dude up like a crazy beating. Completely one-sided match. Turns out the reason Kiryu here was beating up this poor lad was to collect on a debt for a loan shark, and after handing the money to the loan shark offers him a job, but Kiryu refuses and walks off. There are three types of cutscenes in this game. There are the really polished ones, which are movie tier, then there are the in-game ones, which while presented really well are just the in-game models, and then there are these ones, which are kinda in between both of them. Because while they aren't nearly as unpolished as the in-game ones, the cutscenes are presented in still image format and the characters don't really move their lips. But it is stylized with thick shading, so it does sell some moments really well. From there, we are introduced to the setting of Kamurocho while the intro track plays in the background. The setting of the Yakuza games have always been one of the series' greatest strengths. They're always very detailed and lively and kind of have like a spirit of their own. They're really fun to explore. They're not really very huge, like say in GTA, but they are densely packed to keep things entertaining. There's always something to do every, a couple walks away. We don't have cars in this game. All you do is walk, for a good reason. There's a reason why Kamurocho's in every single Yakuza game. One, to save money, but also because it is the best example of the team's design philosophy, to create a densely packed district instead of an empty world. An environment that's an inch wide but a mile deep, instead of an environment that's a mile wide but an inch deep. Before we move on, I want to tackle what has been censored in this game, or rather, replaced. The intro song that is playing during the setting of Kamurocho is actually a US original song for that track. In the Japanese version, it was actually a completely different track. But it didn't get brought over not because it was censored, but rather because Japan has some very strict copyright laws which don't let the US release of the game really have that song without paying a heavy price. And I guess Sega just really didn't want to hit that. But this is a rather small issue because both tracks are great. You're not doing yourself a disservice by picking up either version, unless you don't understand Japanese or English, which in that case you are doing yourself a disservice. Pick up the version which you actually understand. Kiryu's violent beating at the start of this game was a bang-up way to introduce his character as this brutal individual, but his conversation with the loan shark also paints him as a stoic figure, two major assets of his personality in this game. In the previous games, like in Yakuza 1, Kiryu had an even more stoic nature to him, but given that he's younger in this one, he's a bit more of a punk here, and this intro gets that across in a memorable fashion. Beating a dude up. Now Kiryu is waiting for a good friend to go hit the town with, but he's late, so he decides to walk around town until he comes across some thugs shaking down a poor civilian on his family's property, the Dojima family. So Kiryu goes over to educate them, but they start to get a bit aggressive, so it's time for a combat tutorial. The tutorial basically goes over what's the punch button, what's the kick button, a few combos, some grabs, but let me tell you what the brawler style's like. Brawler combat works with light attacks and heavy attacks. You can perform a string of 4 light attacks and put a heavy attack in between each one, giving you different results, like with square triangle or square square triangle. These different variations have their uses, like square triangle is good for knocking down enemies, while square square triangle is good for staggering them so you can grab them and throw them to the ground. You can grab, dodge, and block enemies, and a more efficient way to do that is through targeting. When you target someone, you don't have a big target symbol on them, you just face them for the entire time you're targeting them, so that your punches can be more efficient. You don't end up punching thin air, for example, or dodging right in front of the enemy. Other than that, the only other move you have is a taunt, which all good fighting games need. And by fighting games, I mean like 3D fighting games, not 2D fighting games, or just competitive fighting games, though taunts there are pretty cool too. I think you should add them in every fighting game. I don't think a fighting game should not have taunts. Every game should have taunts. Chess should have taunts. You will get other moves as you progress throughout the game, like this drop kick or this grab after a combo, but that's in the upgrade wheel and that will be coming up in the next tutorial, so I'll explain it there. Same with heat actions. To round off the combat, it feels great. Like you're slapping enemies across the face, you're like punching the air out of them, like it's just crazy. And every time you land a heavy attack on an enemy, money just comes bursting out of them. This is the bubble era in Japan where everyone was really rich. So everyone has like $1 million bills in their pockets, and when you punch them really hard, they just fly off. It's amazing. Like, it's not actually dollar bills, it's yen, 'cause it's Japan and all that, but money's money. It works, it works. Overall, Yakuza 0 has really good game feel. The only things I really have to complain about are grabs. Not because grabs don't feel good to do, because when you grab an enemy and you like punch them or super punch them or just grab them, it's more that when you miss a grab, you're stuck in this anime. Kiryu is just stuck in an animation of him like failing the grab, and you're just kind of stuck there. And enemies are very dodgy. And another thing about the game is that enemies are terrible people, just like in real life. So while some enemies will have build up to attack, some enemies will just attack you without any prompting, like real people. So it can get kind of annoying when you're grabbing someone and they'll just move out of the way. You're just kind of stuck in that animation, and it's just terrible. Overall, this isn't that terrible. It's not as bad as in Yakuza 1 when enemies sidestep you, because this time you're actually versatile enough to deal with it, because you have directional attacks, which, well, after 11 games? Yeah, that's a good addition to have, especially when it was introduced in the second game. So while some enemies do have annoying movesets, you can destroy them, so it is completely fine. I have zero problem with it. Besides your normal combat, you can also pick up stuff around the area to beat enemies up with. This is a street fight, you're not going to play fair, so you can pick up a cone and beat someone up with it, and it's great. Kiryu's brawler style is fun to play as for the great game feel and the involved mechanics with it, that while not too complicated, they aren't too simple to bore you. Let's move on with the story. After beating up those reckless thugs, Nishiki finally shows up, the good friend Kiryu's been waiting for this whole time.
おめえいつまで経っても来ねえから待ち合わせすっぽかされたかと思ったよ。
Nishiki's a bit of a polar opposite from Kiryu. He's a bit of a suave ladies man who likes to keep up appearances, while Kiryu couldn't really care about that and is a bit rough. So yeah, they would make great friends. Now that they're together, Kiryu and Nishiki go out to get some drinks and sing their heart outs, but before they can get to their bar, some drunks are blocking the way, so you know what to do. Put them all on lockdown. It's time for another combat tutorial. This is where the game introduces you to the concept of heat, one of the major pillars of Yakuza's combat system. What exactly is heat? Well, the way it works is that for every good thing you do in combat, like hitting your opponent, dodging at the right time, or taunting without getting hit, a heat gauge will fill up. In previous games, this would be a single gauge, but in Zero it has a unique variation with 3 gauges, so you better watch out. The gauges represent how fast you attack. On the first gauge, you're very slow, on the second gauge, you're medium, and on the third stage, you are super fast. It's not a stage, it's a gear. So you constantly want to be doing good in combat so you can be as fast and as powerful as possible. But then again, that's not all the heat gauge can do. Heat can also give you access to heat actions. Heat actions are contextual attacks that you can perform once you have your heat gauge filled up to the second or third gauge. Some examples of heat actions would be unleashing a brutal beatdown to some poor fool, or pouring salt in a poor soul's eyes. What a madman! There are a ton of different heat actions for any kind of situation, and they're all quick, brutal, and definitely out there. I love them and they keep combat engaging. Doing heat actions actually decreases your bar. So, will you perform a heat action that will cause major damage but will deplete your bar, which in the future will make your attack slower? That type of decision making keeps combat interesting and in the moment. That is the heat system in Yakuza. Now let's get back to the story. Once you convince the drunks to move out of the way, another drunk man comes up to tell you about the upgrade system. The upgrade system is a spear grid with nodes, and you buy nodes to gain new moves, but some of the spear grid is locked, and the only way to unlock it is by meeting certain conditions. One of my favorite things about the Yakuza series is the sense of progression with its upgrade system, because you start off as this small health bar boy who has a couple moves in his arsenal, to the end of the game where you're just throwing dudes off of buildings. Well, you don't need an upgrade for that, but you have a bunch of other moves that you acquire from the upgrade system, plus this huge health bar. It really shows how far you've come in the 60 hours you've played the game. So after that explanation of the upgrade system, Kiryu and Nishiki finally get to hit that karaoke bar and sing their heart outs. And here we are introduced to the karaoke minigame. These type of minigames aren't forced on you during the main story, but this one is, but you can skip it. But you shouldn't. The karaoke minigame is alright. It's a rhythm game, but it could use a bit more feedback on those button prompts. But none of that matters because what carries it is the great song selection and the phenomenal presentation. The only issue is that there isn't more of it. So after pouring their heart outs in karaoke, Kiryu and Nishiki decide to simmer back a bit, take a few drinks, and then just talk. And it's here where we get a bit of insight into their relationship. As it turns out, Kiryu and Nishiki are orphans. They've never met their parents, but they've always found a father figure in Fuma, their adoptive father who runs the Sunflower Orphanage. This location carries a bit more significance in Yakuza 1's story, but in this story it still holds a huge amount of importance given that this is the place where Kiryu and Nishiki develop their relationship along with their relationship to Fuma, plus it is a place that they care very deeply about. Another thing we learn here is guys being dudes, and Yakuza 0 delivers on that. With some great chemistry between Kiryu and Nishiki and just a lot of good writing that shows just how dudes they are. With a lot of small insults they'll throw at each other without really caring because, well, how can you be a friend to someone if you're not willing to talk crap about them? But beneath all this smack talk, there is heart and compassion between them. The type that if given the chance, they would die for their bro, just like any good bro would. After participating in open mic night, Nishiki is rather hungry, so the two dudes decide to hit up their favorite ramen shop and Kiryu sits there without eating any noodles.
おい、なんだよ。全然食ってねえじゃんか。
だからもう食えねえって言ったろ。大盛りなんか頼みやがって。
A full stomach isn't going to be Kiryu's worst problem because the dude he beat up at the beginning of the game shows up dead on the TV. So, what are you gonna do about that? Kiryu is immediately shook by this because the TV announcer says that the guy was shot with a gun. And as we saw at the beginning of the game, Kiryu didn't shoot the guy, he simply beat him up, so there's no way Kiryu could have killed this guy. Not long after, Kiryu's pager receives a beep, so he hits up the nearest payphone to see who it is, and it's the lieutenants of the Dojima family waiting for him at his office. Yikes. Keep in mind, Kiryu is still just a rookie in the Yakuza game, he's only been here for 2 to 3 years, so for him to mess up this bad, for the lieutenants to call him to have a talk with him, there's gonna be punishment. So Kiryu decides to show up to the office and the 3 lieutenants are standing, sitting before him. 3 pillars of the Dojima family before him ready to ridicule him. Kuze.
ずいぶん待たしてくれるじゃねえか。偉くなったもんだな。おう、キリ。
Shibusawa.
こんな昼間から、東島組の幹部がガン首揃えてお前を呼び出した理由。 わかるよな。
And Awano.
やっぱりてめえか。こりゃゴルどころじゃなくなっちまったな。なあ、クゼの兄貴。
Just from their introductions, we can tell what type of people they are. Kuze seems to be the head honcho of the lieutenants, while Awano is a bit more laid back. Shibusawa's a bit more straightforward and narrow, yet very calculating. And it's these people Kiryu has to answer to for his mistakes, whether it was his fault or not. The lieutenants are already caught up on the situation because the loan shark you were working for ratted you out. Ouch, man. Kiryu pleads with the lieutenants that he wasn't the one that killed the man because the man was shot and he didn't have a gun, but the lieutenants don't believe him, and they start discussing the politics of the murder and the location of the said murder, which Kiryu and the audience really have no idea what they're talking about. So Kuze tells the other lieutenants to leave the room so that he can have a private session with Kiryu, so he can fill him in on the importance of the murder and the location of said murder. The land where the man died is a land which Dojima himself, the big man of the family, told his lieutenants to acquire for him at any cost. And now that a man died there, the place is a bit problematic and they can't actually get to it that easily, so now Kiryu has to pay the price. By the end of the day, Kiryu needs to turn himself into the cops and cut off his own pinky finger and leave it at Kuze's office. Traditional Yakuza punishment. And to make matters worse, Dojima is offering the captain's spot of his family to whichever one of the lieutenants actually manages to acquire the land. Now the lieutenants are pretty high up on the family, but the captain's spot is even higher. It is the right-hand man of Dojima himself, and the person filling that spot at the very moment is Kazuma, but he's in jail. So the lieutenants actually have a chance to replace Kazuma, Kiryu's foster father, and become captain of the Dojima family. Kiryu is not going to let anyone do his own father dirty over a murder he didn't commit, yet he can't do anything about it because he's a low-ranking member of the Yakuza, and Yakuza etiquette does not allow him to fight a higher-ranking member of the Yakuza like the lieutenants. So all he can do now is hunt down the loan shark which ratted him out, and see if he has any answers on who framed him. So Kiryu leaves the Dojima office in order to go hunt down that loan shark and beat some answers out of him, but before he can get there, he is interrupted by a familiar face. By a familiar voice. Now the foreigner doesn't want to tell Kiryu how to invest in himself, but rather wants Kiryu's help in a dangerous pickle he and his friend, the fisting artist, have gotten themselves into. But through this pickle, Kiryu learns the rush style of combat. Everything about the rush style is geared towards speed. Your attacks are the fastest of all the styles, just very quick. It's a boxing style, and you have 3 dodges, so in case an enemy is actually about to attack, you can immediately get out of there quickly. Blocking is somewhat different in style because you don't actually block hits. Instead, when you press the block button, you instead bob and weave, so you can dodge attacks. When an enemy attacks you, you press the dodge button and you bob and weave. You bob, 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 bob. Given that Rush is the fastest of the combat styles, it is also the weakest in attack power. You might attack an enemy and they won't flinch, even if they flinch when you hit them with a brawler combo or a style I'll get into later. Some of the same rules with brawler combat also apply here with your square and triangle combos and finisher combos, so what you learn there, apply it here as well. Rush was a great addition to this game. The way you just slip around the battlefield like a slippery snake, and then you get behind someone, you start punishing them with really precise hits. Honestly, it's really great, but I do have somewhat of a weird issue with it, and it's somewhat in relationship to the whole game. In Rush combat, you can't grab enemies or objects around the battlefield to beat up enemies with, and this is a good thing because it actually forces you to use the brawler combat if you want to do things like that. The only problem is now that they don't really do anything with the circle button. Now there is an upgrade you can get in the Rush combat where you can just counter someone and they can show up behind you, so you can get behind them and you can hit them in the back. But if you don't have that upgrade, the only thing the O button does, the circle button, the O button, is that you just kind of deliver a weak kick. It's oh, I kicked.
Like, you really couldn't have done anything more interesting. So rush combat really isn't as well balanced as, say, the brawler combat, and this would be an issue if rush combat was the only style Kiryu has, but it isn't. It's one of the 3 styles he has. So in limiting this one style so that the other styles can have some relevance in certain areas is actually a great thing, because the rush style can't go nearly as fast or be nearly as precise and satisfying to use if they try to, I don't know, round it all off and like just limit some of these things so that it can be a well-balanced style. It'll kind of dilute what's so special about Rush. So overall, Rush is good. Now let's get back to the story. So after helping them out with their pickle, the foreigner introduces you to his friend, the fisting artist, and this here introduces us to one of the many concepts of the game, trainers. Now trainers are people that teaches you moves for your combat styles, like the fisting artist teaches you moves for Rush, while the foreigner teaches you moves for Brawler. Now I'll get more into specifics on how their training is, but basically you have to search them out and do their training to learn new moves for your styles, but you have to have those styles unlocked in the upgrade tree before you actually have the training available for them. So after that fiasco, you finally reach the building of the Loan Shark, and here you get your first taste of a beat 'em up level. You have to traverse 2 rooms full of enemies and objects and see how you can beat them all up. So Yakuza is split up between open world exploration, and usually in that section you beat up enemies through random encounters. But sometimes the game will pull you out into levels where you have to just beat up enemies to progress, and this is one of those levels. It's not a very long level, but that's fine because this serves just as a taster for what's to come and get you used to these type of situations. So after beating up goon after goon, you finally come face to face with the Loan Shark who framed you. The shark has a gun pointed at Kiryu, but after witnessing his confident stride, the Loan Shark is immediately disarmed. He informs Kiryu that he really doesn't know anything about a frame and he was only following orders from higher up. Now who are those higher ups? Well, they show up, it's Kuze. Kuze isn't too happy that you've disobeyed a direct order from him, but he's willing to let it slide as long as Kiryu does him one favor. Spy on Kazuma, his foster father, in order to get information about the empty lot, which could lead to Kuze becoming the next captain of the Dojima family. If Kiryu does right on this, Kuze promises him a high position in the Dojima family once he becomes captain, and the actual killer of the man in the empty lot. Kiryu flat out rejects his offer and vows to never align with him because it would go against his very nature as a Yakuza and would disrespect the people he actually looks up to. This action isn't without its repercussions because Kuze knows everything about Kiryu's past, from the orphanage to Kazuma. Despite this, Kiryu leaves Kuze and is immediately called up by Nishiki, who informs him that he should probably talk with Kashiwagi about this, Kazuma's right-hand man and a reliable figure in a time of need. Kiryu arrives at the Kazuma office and finds Kashiwagi, one of the members with the most experience in the Yakuza, a man who has earned the title of the right-hand man of Kazuma, slurping on some noodles.
すいません、柏木さん。お手間かけさせるような真似しちまって。
Kashiwagi is happy to see Kiryu safe and already knows that Kuze asked Kiryu to betray Kazuma just from his experience with him. But he isn't really familiar with everything else that's happened to Kiryu, so Kiryu fills everyone in. Given an understanding of Kiryu's situation, Kashiwagi decides to elaborate on why the empty lot is so important. Basically, Dojima has been buying up all of the properties in a certain pleasure district so he could bundle it all together and sell it to the highest bidder. The only problem with this plan is the empty lot because the owner of it is missing, so they can't actually buy the land off of him. So this would be fine if Kiryu didn't get framed for murdering a guy there, because now there's a bunch of attention on that lot, so if Dojima tried to sell all that land to the highest bidder, the owner might actually show up and sue them because there's actually attention on the lot, which complicates everything. The empty lot by itself really wouldn't be anything special, but the fact that it's connected to this exact pleasure district makes it an important piece of real estate that Dojima wants control of. It is also a possibility that if any of the lieutenants actually manage to get the empty lot for Dojima, that Kazuma might not just lose his captain position, but might straight up be kicked out of the family altogether. Despite this, they can't really do anything about their situation because a lower ranked member of the Yakuza can't do anything to a higher ranked member of the Yakuza. If they do so, there will be grave consequences. Given the situation that Kiryu is in, he decides that the only way to proceed forward is to quit the Yakuza so that he can hunt down Kuze without any repercussions. Nishiki is immediately against the plan, given the fact that even if he does go up to Dojima and ask to leave the Yakuza, they might just kill him on the spot, and Kiryu's like, maybe they will. Kashiwagi advises Kiryu to calm down and think of another way to solve this issue, but Kiryu is so wrapped up in his own foolishness that he denies even his advice.
おめえなめたこと言ってんじゃねえぞ。あ？俺の言うことが聞けねえのか？ああ、桐生!
But Kashiwagi isn't going to stand for it. Kiryu doesn't want to hurt or disappoint the people he cares about, but he just has a strong need to do what he has to do. He will do anything to protect Kazuma, his foster father, even give his life. Kiryu leaves with Nishiki to go to the Dojima office while Kashiwagi is left immensely disappointed by Kiryu's foolishness. While on the way to the Dojima office, Kiryu and Nishiki both reflect and reminisce on how they became Yakuza. A moment to relax and take comfort in one's company before it all goes to hell.
施設上がりの人間はなあ、今お前何考えてた？
何もぼーっとしてただけだ。
俺はよ、いつだったかおやっさんに殴られていた時のことを思い出してた。俺たちがこの道に入る前の晩だったよな、確か。てっきりお前も同じこと思い出してるもんだと思ってたよ。
やっぱりおめえにはかなわねえな、兄弟。
Kiryu arrives at the Dojima office and the worst possible scenario is there, Kuze and a bunch of thugs. Kuze has no intention of letting Kiryu visit Dojima and plans to kill him, but he does give him one last chance to join him and betray Kazuma, but Kiryu refuses. Kiryu's all like, you're just gonna kill a family member, and Kuze's all like, you ain't no family, and then Kiryu's like, okay then.
何？
Despite not being able to see Dojima, Kiryu still got exactly what he wanted. Kiryu isn't part of the Yakuza anymore, which gives him free reign to just rail on Kuze all he wants, but before he can do that, he has to beat up all the goons he brought with him, and thus begins the first beat 'em up level of Yakuza 0, and man, ooh boy, this is some good stuff.
いつでもいいぜ。
The hype in this level is immense. You start off in a room with like a million dudes and you just get to beat all of them up. You got vases, you got couches, and you got some rockin' music playing in the background. With the huge density of dudes that you're just beating up, like money is just flying everywhere. It is a spectacle to behold. It's actually pretty challenging your first time through, but my footage is in New Game Plus, so I am doing a bit better than most. My only issue with the level is that you don't have all of your fighting styles yet, which is, I don't know, kind of lame. You beat up everyone in the room and just slam a boy through the door. A few more guys are waiting to get beat up, but watch out. We have a couch master, a challenging adversary. If you have no heat. Now that slimy punk that kicked you in the face when you first entered the office will keep coming back to fight you, but you just have to keep knocking him down like a bunch of bowling pins, you know, like boom, boom, boom! It's through this punk that we are introduced to one of Yakuza's series staples, quick time events. a hated gaming icon, but to be honest, in Yakuza, they're not so bad. They're fair and the events are quick, brutal, and mix well into gameplay. Sometimes they might mess it up, but I'll get to that later. But you have to love those transitions though. As you ascend up the office, beating up worthless fools along the way, you reach the locked door. Dang, we came up here for nothing. What now? To Kiryu? The answer is simple. Jump! Now we out here beating up some dudes with pissy hands, but then that slimy punk returns but with a knife to mess up our boy Kiryu. Ooh, what a slimy eel. The slimy punk is actually somewhat difficult with a knife because you can't block that. So if you're not careful, this might just spell out game over for you. But if you manage to beat him, Kiryu makes sure that he does not get up again. So after running that gauntlet, you are finally face to face with Kuze. Kuze somewhat respects that Kiryu was actually able to make it to him and is coming to actually be somewhat impressed with the boy. But he ain't gonna let him leave alive because now it's his turn in the ring.
下にいた役立たずどものせいで勘違いさせてまったらしいが、堂島を甘く見るなよ、キリ。お前はもうこの手で直接やらねえと気が済まね
いつまで脳がきたるてんだ。さっさとかかってこい。
え。
かかってこねえならこっちから行くぜ。
Is a fantastic boss to start the game off with. His music theme is phenomenal. It is a straight up banger! He's got a distinct and challenging fighting style. He's got quite a few different combos. He has a jab to throw you off balance, and he's got a grab of sorts you really gotta watch out for. You have to play it careful with this guy. A real challenge as long as you're not a New Game Plus like I am, where you just demolish his life bar in like 30 seconds, leading up to his amazingly directed QT transition into heat mode. Just like Kiryu, boss fights also have their own sense of heat, but what exactly does that mean for the fight itself? It means that the boss now has a magnificent aura like you do when your heat gauge is full, and he's going to flinch less if you attack him from the front, but then again, this is somewhat inconsistent. A flaw with Yakuza's combat is that it's not exactly as precise as others in the genre. It's somewhat random, a bit like RNG if one of your attacks will make a boss flinch, so you should be a bit more careful so that you don't end up in a sticky situation. Also, their attacks track like crazy, so don't dodge their first punch in a combo because their second or third punch will just circle around to hit you in the face. Punching them in the back is the best way to go about it. But watch out, because they might turn around while punching, and boy, they ain't gonna flinch. Get out! So overall, this is easily the best first fight in any of the Yakuza games. Truly phenomenal. And boy, the game definitely gets its worth of the fight. Oh baby, you'll understand what I mean later. After beating up Kuze, the other lieutenants show up along with the big man himself, Dojima. Kiryu swears to Dojima that he did not kill anybody, but that he did bring unwanted attention to the family, so he's ready to be kicked out of said family. Kuze is pissed though, and he's still ready to fight Kiryu, and Dojima is all like, "What, you gonna murder a civilian?" Kuze tries to worm his way out of the situation by lying, but the other lieutenants snitch on him, so Kuze just ends up looking like a jackass in front of his own boss. For all the problems Kuze has caused, he has to pay the ultimate price, his own pinky finger.
く見とけや。
Kuze is now humiliated, and with one less finger, he looks like Kiryu with such an intense rage as he sees that he still has his fingers intact. The finger he told him to cut off, and now he is the one who actually pays the price, instead of the rookie. Despite Kuze kicking Kiryu out of the Yakuza without Dojima's permission, Dojima still needs to honor that order because Kuze is one of his lieutenants. So, Dojima expels Kiryu from his family. Kiryu is at first overjoyed that he managed to accomplish his goal, but as it soon turns out, he didn't really accomplish anything because now that he's out of the Yakuza, anything that he did wrong falls on Kazuma's shoulders. Kiryu has failed to protect his foster father, and so Kiryu's hopes and dreams are crushed right then and there.
どうすればいいんだ。じゃあ俺はどうすればいいんだ。
Kiryu returns to Kamurocho sad and depressed, and he lies there moping in the rain until a mysterious stranger named Tachibana comes by and invites him to his apartment. Strange. And so, chapter 1 ends here. The biggest flaw with this chapter is the immense amount of tutorials, which is kinda sucky, but the story is so engaging and well presented in this chapter that for first time playthroughs this isn't even going to be an issue. And the chapter ends on a banger of a beat 'em up level and an amazing boss fight. While they could have toned down the tutorials somewhat, I still say this is a good start to Yakuza 0. And now I will move on to chapter 2. The chapter begins with Kiryu taking a shower. Here we get to see Kiryu's incomplete tattoo and he's reflecting on the events that have transpired today. Once Kiryu is done bathing and comes out in his bathrobe, Tachibana invites him to eat with him, but Kiryu refuses because it is a stranger's food. After all, Kiryu doesn't know what's in the food. He could be poisoned. Tachibana is really doubling down on trying to make sure that Kiryu doesn't think he's a shady guy. He first tells him he has a real estate business and he has his best interests in mind, but Kiryu is still suspicious. Tachibana then tells Kiryu about his phantom pain, and Kiryu's rather disinterested. Tachibana then goes on to explain that he knows about Sunflower Orphanage, he knows Kiryu and Nishiki are orphan brothers, and he knows that Kazuma is in danger right now and needs help. Tachibana pretty much knows everything about Kiryu, and that's got Kiryu a bit spooked. And now Kiryu wants to know why Tachibana would have those things with him. Why would he want to have that type of information with him? What's his goal here? Tachibana wants the empty lot and he wants Kiryu's help in order to get it. If Kiryu accepts his offer, he is willing to use his information network to hunt down the actual killer of the man in the empty lot. Kiryu refuses, however, because while the offer is very good, it's too good, and in this town if something's too good, they're probably lying and it's bad business, so you better get out of there. So sadly, they do not team up. Despite both of them wanting to protect Kazuma, Kiryu leaves. However, before Kiryu completely leaves, he does take Tachibana's business card with him because business cards are key. Kiryu heads over to the Kazuma office, but does not enter because he's not Yakuza anymore. It would be improper for him to do so. Kashiwagi looks down upon him with a menacing and disappointed scowl. Nishiki comes out and is surprised that Kiryu's even alive and wants him to come in so he can actually explain the situation, but Kiryu is hell-bent on not entering so that he could at least pay the price for what he's done. Kiryu invites Nishiki to come over to his apartment so that he can actually fill him in on what's going on. Kiryu goes to meet up with Nishiki, but before he can do that, he is interrupted by a large man called Mr. Shakedown. It's time for an analysis explanation. One important change that Yakuza 0 brings to the table is that you make a lot of money. Ridiculous money. Stupid money. It's the bubble era, so money is everywhere. So like what might have taken a whole playthrough of a previous game to earn, you can earn in just a couple random encounters. But to balance this out, they made an individual that hunts you down, and that individual is Mr. Shakedown. These are huge dudes that will challenge you to a fight, and if they win, they will take all of your money, and I mean all of it, and the only way you can get it back is to fight them again and win. But if you win, you get to take all of their money. They're a very tough fight because despite their slow attack patterns, they deal huge damage if they hit you, and none of your attacks stagger them, so they will never flinch from one of your attacks, so you can't rely on them. This is a fight you have to be very patient with, because if you're not and you make a stupid mistake, you'll end up bankrupt. Also, every time you beat them, they'll come back even stronger than before, so the difficulty elevates as you go along the game. They're a great way of making money though, so I do recommend investing in them, but let's get back to the story. Kiryu finally arrives at his apartment and meets up with Nishiki and pretty much fills him in on everything that's happened so far. Nishiki, now knowing what the situation is, decides to inform Kiryu that the loan shark which could have framed him actually was shot dead hours ago. Yakuza is cutting down any loose ends which might lead Kiryu to the actual killer. Given this newfound quandary to solve, Kiryu mentions to Nishiki his encounter with Tachibana Real Estate, which Nishiki surprisingly actually knows quite a bit about. Nishiki informs us that Tachibana Real Estate actually has quite a horrifying reputation behind it. The real estate game in Kamurocho is packed super tight and most of the businesses are owned by Yakuza, but somehow this real estate company has managed to get properties on their own. No matter how successful or unsuccessful the property is, they'll have it in days. They've even fought Yakuza before, and they've done it easily. They're a dangerous group, so that even the Tojo clan is trying to shut them down because they're actually a threat. Tachibana has quite the reputation behind him, but there really isn't that much known about him, so Nishiki wants to go with Kiryu to figure out some information about him and see which side he's on. But Kiryu tells Nishiki that he'll just figure out the information alone, because if they work together, they'll attract way too much attention and they might actually be hunted down by Kuze. So Nishiki leaves and Kiryu goes to bed. Then he wakes up ready to gather up some information about Tachibana. This section of the game is a bit tricky because you don't have a giant pink marker telling you where to go. It's not that hard to figure out, but you just have to pay attention to the names of locations and whatnot in order to go there. As you're hunting down information, you're bound to come across a lady challenging a very fat man to a fight over a debt. Kiryu's about to step in to help her, but then the foreigner from before comes in and tells us to just wait and see what she does. And she just goes ham on the guy. Which inspires Kiryu's beast style of combat. The most defining aspect of Kiryu's beast style of combat is that it is very slow, like super slow, like just slow. Because Kiryu's beast mode is so slow, it in turn means that he hits like a bus going at 10 miles per hour, a very powerful force you don't want to mess with. The style mostly revolves around wide swings, which you can actually charge up to do even wider swings and sometimes twirl around, except it's a very dangerous and heavy twirling. And then you can just hit him with a bus, just a straight bus. Kiryu's beast mode is also one of the only styles when you grab an enemy, you actually throw them. Like just straight chuck them. He also doesn't block. He just straight up doesn't block. When he's in beast mode, he just puts his hands out and just takes all the punishment that comes at him like a straight banger. Despite all that, beast mode's most important attribute has not been discussed yet. Beast mode's most powerful move is to be able to grab things from the environment instantaneously once you hit the button if you're near them and just swing them, just go ooh! You can also pick up super heavy objects like motorcycles so that you can like tranquilize opponents unconscious them. Despite all these great things, I would say that Beast Combat is my least favorite out of Kiryu's styles. It's just a little bit too slow, and I just prefer the more speedy and balanced way of the other styles. But it's still tons of fun in a crowd, because when you're in a crowd, you hit like 7 dudes at once, and you could just take out 10 dudes on a shopping cart. That is your boss. That wraps up the mechanics and working of the Beast Combat. Now let's get back to the story. After the Beast Mode tutorial, the lady thanks you for your help. And after some negotiations with the foreigner, you actually manage to get her to agree to train you under the Beast Mode style so you can become an even bigger beast. And now that we have all of our combat trainers introduced, I believe it is time for me to delve more deeply into what they're all about. Starting with the Brawler trainer, the foreigner man, Bactus. Something to keep in mind about all the trainers is that in order to learn a move, you need to reach that move in the spear grid. So you need to unlock all the moves that come before that move so you actually have access to learn said move. Once you do this with the Brawler style, the training consists of helping Bactus with his debt by defeating his assassins using the moves he teaches you. Go out of your way to learn everything because every single move is useful. All of this training is optional, but don't treat it as such because if you want to be really good at the combat, these are some valuable moves you can't miss. And speaking of that, that moves on to the Rush trainer, the homeless fisting artist. The fisting artist training is a bit more complicated, but also simpler. Let me explain. So basically what a fisting artist is a guy who gets money from people who want to punch him. He pretty much goes out and says, I can't be punched. And then the guy's like, oh, I can punch you. And if he actually manages to punch the fisting artist, he'll get $100. But if the fisting artist dodges his attacks, he'll get $100. Now how this applies into the training is that now you get to do that. Before you can participate in the training though, you have to pay up because it is a bet. So both people are paying and the one who wins takes it all. So the prices keep going up and up as the training gets harder and harder. So you gotta have some fat stacks on you and you need to have those moves unlocked like I said before. All of the training sessions is just you dodging a guy's attack. And the trainer which you're training with usually will tell you a certain move you can do to dodge it better or improve your abilities. And now that I'm done talking about the fisting artist, I'm gonna move on into the Beast Mode lady, the debt collector. Beast! Now the training for Beast Mode is the one that requires the most hassle out of all of them. Like first off, the training takes place at the pier. Man, you gotta take a taxi to go to the pier, it's too far away to walk. Instead of just doing a single training session to learn a move like the other two, for Beast Mode, you need to do even more. First off, you need to do 2 sessions of a challenge where you beat up mannequins and have to get a certain amount of money in a time limit. These aren't too hard, but they're exhausting to do because you actually have to learn something. You need to do 2 of these to act as an actual learning session, which boils down to helping her beat up dudes with debt. Once you complete a learning session, you will actually learn a new move. It takes quite a bit of hassle to learn new moves in Beast Mode, but I understand it because, man, some of these moves are so overpowered, like wow, they did not think of balance when making these moves. But overall, no matter how you do it, no matter if you brawling, rushing, or beasting, train, because training is good. Now let's get back to the story. So a little bit up the block where you met Beast Lady, you'll find a store owner being hassled by a Yakuza about Tachibana real estate. The Yakuza threatens the store owner, but then Kiryu steps in and then the Yakuza just straight up loses and leaves. So Kiryu asks the store owner where Tachibana could be, and the store owner replies, he's actually kicking out some people over at a tenement nearby. You go over to that tenement and see that all of them have been bought out somehow, except for one, and that is where Kiryu searches for his answers. You go over to the last unbought tenement and you meet a man who is very scared and asks if you're part of the Jinsen family. Now, who is the Jinsen family? Well, they're a low-tier Yakuza group that Tachibana has just straight been kicking to the curve because now they can't actually get any of their properties because Tachibana is such a big boy that he's gonna get them from them. Kiryu, however, is not part of this group because Kiryu is actually strong. So after a while, the owner calms down a bit after seeing that Kiryu only means well and wants information, and then tells him about what exactly Tachibana's been up to. Now the owner of the bar has his whole family living there. We don't see them, but we actually do hear a baby crying in the background. So if they get kicked out of this tenement, they don't have anywhere else to go. They'll be out on the streets, a whole family. To make matters worse, there's a bunch of homeless people in the hallways of the hotels, which are just causing havoc, just screaming, peeing, just doing whatever to discomfort the people living there. And they're paid by Tachibana to do so they can actually buy those properties from them. While Kiryu and the store owner are discussing these issues, one of Tachibana's main agents shows up, Oda. While Tachibana did show up personally to Kiryu, this isn't how he normally does things. He works through agents because he's a secretive man, like using the homeless or using this fellow here named Oda. Now Oda remarks to the owner of the bar that Tachibana Real Estate has already bought the building. All things considered, they shouldn't be there because it's not their building. The owner doesn't budge though, so Oda decides, alright, here's some money. And then here's some money from the Yakuza group, which I forgot the name of. And then here's some more money just to be nice. The owner still doesn't budge. In fact, he's somewhat offended that he thinks that Oda can just slap money in his face and think that he'll be won over. So then Oda proceeds to literally slap money in his face and tell him off for being ungrateful.
見えすぎた芝居しやがって。金の問題じゃなかったら何の問題だ。こら！
Kiryu is obviously offended by what's taking place here because how can Oda act so brash towards a man living with his whole family here, and if he gets kicked out, where is he gonna go? But what Kiryu doesn't know is the slimy undercurrent of what's really happening here. Once Oda leaves, the store owner starts frantically picking up the money which Oda slapped in his face, and then he looks at Kiryu and remarks,
出てけと言われてさっさと出てった連中はバカだ。辛抱を重ねりゃこういうボーナスが出てくるってのによ。
Kiryu just stands there and watches the man drown in his greed as his baby wails in the background. Kiryu steps outside and sees that there's only one homeless man, so he asks him, "Where are the rest of your friends?" Which then the homeless man says, "Oh, they're on the other jobs which Tachibana gives." And then Kiryu's like, what is Tachibana? Who is Tachibana? What is this? The homeless man replies that Tachibana is quite a shadowy figure, something we already know. But then he tells us that Tachibana has actually managed to have a Yakuza's pinky cut off just by revealing information he knew. That's pretty scary. And then he leaves. Kiryu's goal is straight away. The two connections which Kiryu knows about Tachibana is the homeless men and Oda, and it's quite obvious which one's the correct choice. This objective will lead you to some homeless men who point you in the direction of other homeless men who, in order to get information from them, you're gonna have to endure a bit of a tedious fetch quest. So these homeless men you meet up with have all worked for Tachibana in the past before, and they're willing to give you information about him, but you need to buy them drinks first. They want some of that good alcohol, but here's the thing. Every different homeless man wants a different drink. From alcohol to sake to Burger King, I mean, they just gotta get it. The annoying thing with this objective is that you can't just buy all of these alcohols at one exact store. They're all over the map at different store chains, and it can be kind of confusing, and yeah, it's just gotta run around, man. The only real positive with this is that it'll give you time to interact with this game's many kooky side quests, which I'll get a little bit more in depth with later, but other than that, it's a bit tedious. Once you complete the alcohol quest for the homeless men, they'll tell you that they pretty much get paid to be a nuisance at certain places that Tachibana assigns them to, and that if he's looking to find any crew of Tachibana, to pretty much hit up the Champions District. So that's where we will go. So Kiryu heads over to the Champions District and enters an empty lot, no, not the one important to the story, and confronts some Yakuza-hating locals. And even though he's not Yakuza, he very much looks like a Yakuza, and they try to fight him. And of course, they end up losing. So once Kiryu has beaten up these locals, he tries to get some information about Tachibana out of them, but they won't budge because unlike the tenements which Tachibana has used his ages to force out, Tachibana is actually protecting the locals' properties here from the Yakuza. They have huge respect for Tachibana and they're not gonna sell him out. And they wouldn't really have a chance to sell him out because before they can say anything, Oda actually shows up. So Oda asks Kiryu why he's digging up all this information about Tachibana, and Kiryu pretty much tells him that his boss, Tachibana, pretty much asked him to work for him. And Oda's pretty confused by this, so he calls him up and yeah, it's true. Crazy, right? Oda tells Kiryu to go to the place where he last met Tachibana and also tells Kiryu the reason why they treat the Champions District so well. Basically, the people here in the Champions District are some of the first people in Kamurocho, so Tachibana sees it not fit to meddle in their affairs as newcomers. The reason they're so forceful with other places is because, well, they're kind of corrupt. I mean, you saw that man, he was pleading, but in reality he just wanted money. And think back, how did they get those houses? They probably did similar things as to what Oda did to him. Whoever Tachibana is, he is quite the interesting character. And Kiryu's about to find out exactly what type of man he is when he goes to meet him. Kiryu enters the building where he last met Tachibana, but what he sees there is a bunch of thugs waiting to beat him up. Kiryu doesn't know why he's receiving such an attentive crowd, but he has no way out of this. It's fight time. You're dealing with quite a huge group of enemies in a rather small room, so you gotta be quite careful or else you might die. And you get to beat up all these enemies while listening to a heavy track. Once you manage to beat up all those goons, you ascend to the top floor and see Oda. And Oda's whole excuse for this is, well, you see, I was just testing you. Despite having the boss's approval, Oda just didn't see you as working with him. And yeah, you did manage to beat up those goons, but now Oda wants a crack at you. So now, it's time for a boss fight.
だったらお互い手加減はいらねえな。そのつもりでかかってこい。
This is a pretty good fight with a menacing track in the background which sets the mood quite nicely. Oda's got a few neat combos with a few tricks up his sleeves and you can't just block all of them, you have to learn how to dodge. Oda also has a super move which has a nice build up to it so you have enough time to dodge, so if this super move hits you, you'll only have yourself to blame. An interesting thing about Oda's boss fight is that he has no QTE transition into his heat mode. He just kinda does. Once Oda's at half health, he's in heat mode and he's got a super cool aura like every other boss in this game. One annoying element about Oda's fight is that he uses a weapon to fight like a coward. This doesn't break the fight or make it annoying because you should be fine as long as you're attentive. The stage you're in has a nice mood to it. You know, you're in this nice penthouse and it has quite a bit of furniture, chair, vases, couches. It's a really great setting for a fight. In due time, you do manage to beat up Oda and he's just on the ground wondering how he lost. He's just kind of in a bit of shock. And Tachibana actually shows up and is like, well, is he good? The situation that's happening here is that Oda didn't consent to Tachibana's decision to hire Kiryu, so Tachibana allowed Oda to do this test so that he could have his approval because he actually respects Oda to such an extent that he would do such a thing. Kiryu doesn't take too lightly to being tested like this though, and asks Tachibana for some straight answers, and Tachibana responds by causing a district-wide blackout. But after causing this spectacle, Tachibana explains that he wants to get rid of the control the Yakuza have over this city, and a big helper in his plans is Kazuma, Kiryu's foster father. The big secret which Kuze wanted Kiryu to spy on Kazuma to figure out
is Tachibana, because he's the one who can actually locate the owner of the empty lot. That isn't the craziest reveal here though, because apparently everything that's happened so far has been part of Kazuma's big plan. Kazuma knew that Kiryu was going to get into trouble while he was in prison, so he appointed Tachibana as a help for Kiryu in times of need. So basically Kazuma is all-knowing and omnipotent and omnipresent and omniscient and is God. Given this information, Kiryu asked the question, well, if he's so all-knowing, why is he in jail? Tachibana responds that him being in jail is probably part of the plan as well. Given these outrageous claims, Kiryu wants some actual straight proof that Tachibana is actually working with Kazuma. But Kazuma is all-knowing, so he had something prepared for that. A watch containing a picture of Kiryu and Nishiki alongside Kazuma from their days in the orphanage, a valued possession. This proves to be enough to convince Kiryu to join Tachibana's side in this conflict. And there, the chapter ends. The first time I played through this chapter, it was rather engaging and the mystery was gripping, but on a second playthrough, it's a bit tedious. And that's mostly because of that certain homeless fetch quest in the middle. But other than that, not as strong as the start as the first chapter, but it does its job well. There is a great boss fight at the end, so all is excused. I recommend doing some of the side quests you come around town. That does help the experience quite a bit and will help you later on in the game. But now, this game has 2 protagonists. So how do they split it up? Well, after every 2 chapters, the game will switch protagonists, and wow, we've just gone through 2 chapters. Time to switch. The chapter begins by introducing an entirely new setting, Sotenbori in Osaka. The district is bustling with life and attractions, and the biggest one of all shows up, the Grand. This huge, flashy cabaret club with a live jazz band. Just look at them go. I'm not even sure if they're completely jazz, but they're doing it. All the customers are just living it up. They're just going out of their way to have a great time. It's a bunch of crazy people. Dudes just be throwing money. It's here where we're introduced to 2 characters, a boss and his employee. And the employee is just taking his boss out to have a great time. And it is a great time at first. You know, the company's good, but then someone starts groping the people and it's not good. You don't grope people, man. The staff comes over to stop this and the dude just straight up assaults the staff. The atmosphere in the room is just really quiet and uncomfortable. We got this crazy person here. No one wants to speak because he might assault them. But before things get any worse, the manager shows up. And the manager turns out to be no one else but Majima. Wait, Majima? Wait, hold up. Wait, Majima. As in this dude from the first game.
This is the part where you're supposed to laugh. Laugh, you stupid motherfucker!
How did a dude like that become a manager of a place like this? It's in times like these where you have to remember that Yakuza 0 is a prequel. Because it has a very big 0. Maybe Majima just isn't as crazy in his past life. But then again, that begs the question. What type of person is he in his past life? Majima politely asked this rude customer to calm down a bit and maybe leave the building. But the dude's still being super rude. But Majima doesn't like try to fight him because while this customer is being a nuisance, he is still a customer, and Majima appreciates that in an extreme degree, even to the fact that he won't fight back even if that customer, for say, just drowns him in some liquor, just grabs a liquor, just starts going like. In fact, Majima just takes this in stride. He's very happy that the customer drowned him in liquor because it's his favorite liquor. The customer's kind of getting a little bit annoyed at him though, so he tries to hit him with a wine bottle, but he misses. And then he misses, and then he misses again. The situation is getting somewhat dangerous, and Majima just can't stand around doing nothing, so he invites the customer to tango with him, and pretty much tells the band to drop a fat beat. And it's from here where we begin the most elaborately set up tutorial. You don't fight the customer, but rather the tutorial tells you how to dodge and how to use certain heat actions. But instead of doing what those certain heat actions do, you just mess with the customer, you know, just... This tutorial has no right being this good, and it's only this good because of the music. It's fantastic. After completing the tutorial, the customer is rather tired and tries to kill Majima, but then again he fails. The staff plan to take him to the police, but then Majima stops them for a quick second. Majima doesn't want the guy to just go to jail because he messed up this one night, and then he gives the dude an ultimatum. Either he leaves and goes to jail, or he can go scot-free, but he pays for everyone here. The dude accepts the deal, and then business just skyrockets. Not only has Majima, this dude, become a manager of a club. He's become a fantastic manager of a club, taking situations that might turn other clubs into a failure and turn it around into a huge success story. And it brings him more money. We get to see more of his expertise in the way that he handles his staff. He handles everything with a level of grace and diligence that is amazing to witness. Majima seems to be living the dream life, but soon enough we will come to know that all of this is just an illusion. As Majima learns of a customer who's ordering the most expensive things now that he knows he isn't paying for it. Majima goes over to see this customer and is immediately upset once he meets him. The customer is like this suave dude just taking in everything, and Majima invites him to come to his office and talk things over, to which the customer reluctantly accepts and they go on forward. However, Majima isn't bringing this dude over to scold him, but rather, as the body language gives away, this dude is actually Majima's boss, in a sense. This dude's name is Sagawa, and he's the blood brother of Shimano. Shimano in the first game was the chairman of the Shimano family, and Majima was the lieutenant of that family. So are things the same in this time period? Well, before I continue, I must let you know that this event will have spoilers for Yakuza 4. Not the whole game, but for a certain section of that game. It's a bit confusing because of the way people treat Yakuza 0 nowadays. It's been a year since the game's come out, and the game has kind of served as a jumping point for a lot of new fans. And this works for most respects. Like, yeah, they won't understand who these characters are, but the game does a good idea of like building them up and whatnot. Good idea, oh, that's a terrible way. It does a good job at building up these iconic characters in a memorable fashion. So for the most part, this can serve as a jumping on point, except for this certain plot point. To understand the full scope of this plot point, you need to actually play through Yakuza 4 to fully get it. Like, you can grasp it in this game, but there's a lot of like little things which you're not gonna get. So yeah, enough meandering around, I'll get right to it. Majima and his sworn blood brother Saejima were ordered by their previous Yakuza family to perform a hit. Saejima went ahead and did the hit, but Majima was warned beforehand not to go after him. Majima immediately disobeyed orders and suffered for it. The Shimano family kept torturing Majima for a straight 2 years in a cellar, but for some reason Majima never died during that. He kept surviving for one thing: to see his sworn brother, and that's when he gets a chance at actually being able to join the Yakuza again. Shimano sends Majima over to Sotenbori with his blood brother Sagawa, who's part of the Omi Alliance, to run a club which has kind of been going under a little bit, the Grand. If Majima manages to make back enough money to a satisfactory degree, they'll let him back into the family. At this current moment, that price is 100 million yen. Oh, I should probably mention that the Tojo clan and the Omni Alliance are two completely separate Yakuza families and are actually rivals, and Shimano is part of the Tojo clan. The Tojo clan controls things in Kamurocho in the Tokyo area, while the Omi Alliance controls things more in Sotenbori over in Osaka. And describing them as separate families is kind of a bad way to say it. It's more that they're separate organizations, because a Yakuza family is more a subset of a larger organization like the Tojo clan. Like the Dojima family and the Shimano family are subsets of the Tojo clan. The Omni Alliance is a completely different organization and has nothing to do with the Tojo clan. So yeah, I just had to clear that up. I'll get back to the 100 million yen. Sagawa hears that Majima's getting very close to getting to 100 million yen and then randomly decides to change the price to 500 million yen. This upsets Majima greatly, but he can't do anything about it, because if he does, he'll be sent back to that torture cellar that he was in for 2 years. Despite this, Majima is willing to go through with it. He'll go through with anything in order to get back into the Yakuza. That's why he's so good at his job. He's putting his 100% into this, even if he doesn't want to do it, just so he can finally have a chance to go back into his family. But to make matters worse, Sagawa also takes his #1 hostess here and transfers her to another club, pretty much ruining business in a sense, because he took away the #1 person here. But before leaving, he does leave Majima with a question. Is he really willing to do anything? Is he willing to perform a hit? This question kind of takes Majima back, because his last experience with the hit is the whole reason he's here, and it's the thing that separated him from his blood brother. But Sagawa kind of drops it and treats it as a joke and leaves. With his best worker here taken away from him, how is Majima going to recover from this? Majima's solution to the problem is to go to his #1 rival in the game and pretty much ask for their best worker. Now how is he going to do that? Well, you see, Majima, before we get to that, he is interrupted by a very powerful man on roller skates, looking to unlock our inner potential. And this here leads to a tutorial for his thug style of combat. The tutorial mostly goes over what could be arguably his worst combo chain in the game, and how to use a few certain heat moves. And it's here where I should discuss the entirety of Majima's thug style of combat. Majima's thug style is to him what Kiryu's brawler style is to himself. Well, Kiryu. Yeah, the main difference between Majima and Kiryu is that while Kiryu is somewhat unrefined, just kind of does long swings, Majima is super precise. He just does straight jabs and kicks. Well, that is until you go a little longer with your combo, which then you just start flailing around everywhere with your fists. And you just deliver like a straight spaghetti, you go boom. Majima also has 2 dodges, which makes him quite the slippery rat and gives him much more mobility than he could if he only had 1 dodge. And this combined with his precise nature make him a force to be reckoned with. One-on-one fights are Majima's thug combat may be my favorite combat style in the game. Like, it's got the mobility of Kiryu's rush style, but it has all the other moves of like Kiryu's normal style. He's got grabs, he's got good stomps, and it's just a lot. However, it's not exactly ideal for crowd control. Crowd control is possible, but due to the precise nature of his hits, he's more geared to one-on-one fights than, say, 1-on-20 fights. Now that's just a small issue, but what is a real issue is some of these recovery times after you finish some of your combos. Like, certain finishers are fine with recovery times. If you do it, you can get out of it quickly. But you remember that I mentioned that the game's tutorial teaches you the worst combo of the game? Well, the purpose of that combo is to make enemies back face towards you. And while this works with most enemies, there's also a bunch of enemies where like this straight up does not work, or they'll block and you'll be standing there with like your 2 fingers out and you're just like, they're gonna hit you because you're just there. You're not like recovering, but you're just lying around. Another cool thing about Majima's combat system is our heat moves. Wait, what? That's not how you say it. You say it like his heat moves. Yeah, he's got a ton of stylish moves filled with character, but my personal favorite is his knife one. He just straight up kicks a knife. It's smooth, it transitions well into gameplay. Cool, I like it. Oh yeah, Majima can block. Well, that about covers the entirety of Majima's thug style of combat. He's great against boss fights and against enemies, and he does alright in crowds. It does take a little bit more skill to manage crowds, and ain't nothing wrong with that. Being good at the game, that's what playing is for. Now let's get back to the story. So after you're done beating up on an old man, you now have the option of heading straight into the club to negotiate or get more information about said club so that you're better prepared. You don't have to do this unless you want all the achievements, so which I like. It stops things from getting a bit bogged down. But before we enter, we have to don a perfect disguise. Impeccable. So we get into the club, we're chatting up with one of the hostesses, we notice a being that might be stronger than death. Oh no. We're getting information about the club, but before we get any further, the club's manager shows up and immediately recognizes Majima, so while it is a pretty fly disguise, doesn't disguise. Despite being caught in a trap, Majima manages to finesse his way out of this situation in such a smooth manner that he actually gets a solid from his #1 rival, and he actually manages to get the #1 hostess here to bring her over to his club. Smooth. Having completed his goal, Majima heads home to rest, but before he gets there, he hears some people arguing very loudly about some weapons, so he gets a little bit curious and decides to step in. But then step out of it so he doesn't get involved. But then the man with the roller skates gets him involved. And this is where the slugger training begins. Slugger training? What? No, slugger tutorial. Slugger is another combat style of Majima's. And now I'm going to go in depth on what this really is. In this combat style, Majima employs the use of a baseball bat to crack the skull of anyone and anything that gets in the way of him doing his things. Doing his goals, doing his club, doing his story, yeah. The most noticeable thing about the slugger style is that heavy track. A heavy track that emphasizes the brutal nature of this style. A brutal nature that is further emphasized by the very crunchy heat actions you can perform with your bat. Majima's an absolute monster in this style because there comes a point where enemies cannot knock you down if you're in the middle of a combo. That's how much of a beast Majima is in this style. And speaking of beast, this is Majima's slowest combat style, but it's not nearly as slow as, say, Kiryu's beast style because he can actually run and walk normally. To kind of balance this out, they made it so that you really can't use this style in really tight locations because most of your combos will just end up with your bat just smacking against the wall and not hitting the enemy. Except for a certain combo, the nunchuck combo. That combo can't be beat. Enemies, they can't fight back. It's impossible. Some other things they changed about Majima in this style is that you don't have a grab anymore. You instead have a guard break, and you don't have 2 dodges. You can only dodge once. Mind you, that block is very good though. It can block guns. The bat can block all weapons, so if you're going to go up against someone with a knife or a bat, just use your bat. You'll be good. One big issue with the slugger style is, well, it's rather slow. I did mention this before, but let me elaborate on it. Basically, your attack strings just kind of flow a little bit slowly. Like you do one, and it waits for a second or two, then another. So that might give enemies time to just turn around and punch you in the face. Mind you, you won't fall down, but you will take damage. So if you're going for a no damage run, well, I recommend avoiding the slugger style. And also you have a ton of recovery. No, it's more like bad recovery after you finish a combo. You just kind of stand there, you wave your bat around, and then enemies can hit you during that time. So I hope you see the issue here. But overall, I do really like this style because it is a nice callback to the first game when Majima beat up a dude with a bat. So it's nice to control a bat in this game. And the combat is super crunchy. I mean, it's a bat. When you hit a dude in the face, it really does feel like it. And hey, if a game can do that, I give it props. I also give it props that the combat can keep me interested for a long time, and well, this does too, so yeah, that about covers the slugger style. I'll get back to the story now. So once you go through this tutorial, you're introduced to a nice married couple who have access to the black market of sorts, and this is how you get introduced to a certain weapons gathering minigame. In this minigame, you can send out agents to get certain materials for you or weapons back from different countries, and in turn, well, you can make weapons and armor. Now, how do weapons work in Yakuza 0? Well, I'll admit, weapons aren't something I used on my first playthrough because I saw them as a bit OP and unreliable, and I didn't want to bother with the weapons searching minigame, and I'd rather fight with my fighting styles than with weapons. But now that I've experimented a bit, you should at least check them out because they can actually be pretty fun. I recommend experimenting a bit with different weapon types. Check out the minigame because like this minigame will give you access to like a whole bunch of weapons. And I should preface, weapons are fun with Majima once you do the training with the slugger trainer, which okay, I'll get to that later. But what I'm trying to get at here is that weapons aren't exactly that fun with Kiryu except for a few exceptions like the brass knuckles with his rush style. Okay, that's actually pretty fun. But I don't know, the rest of the weapons are kind of sluggish and his combat styles are just better. While Majima, once you do the training, has a ton of slick combos, which honestly make them using them pretty fun. Oh, and when I'm referring to weapons, I'm talking about more stuff you buy in the store, not exactly the stuff on the street, because that's actually pretty fun to use as Kiryu, especially like the motorcycles in the beast style. That's key. Also, another neat thing about weapons, so Majima has a combat style that revolves around using a baseball bat. The thing is, you can use different types of baseball bats. If you use a baseball bat in another style, you just use like the weapons combo, but if you use a baseball bat while also in the slugger style, you'll do the slugger combo, so that's neat. So overall, my hypothesis in general, overall, weapons are pretty fun to use, but they are really OP, especially in boss fights, it kind of breaks them. So I use them like in random encounters just to experiment and knock some enemies over. A personal favorite of mine is the, I forgot how to pronounce it, Tokan, Tofu. When Majima has a training for that certain weapon has a really neat combo. I like it. Now let's get back to the story. So after a good day of dealing on the black market, you go home, but then there's some dudes ready to beat you up because when you took the #1 girl from your #1 rival, some dudes got mad because, but that was their girl, bro. They loved her. And now she gone, so you gotta pay the price for it. But bro, it's Majima, bro, he's gonna beat him up, and that's exactly what he does. So once Majima is finished with this fiasco, he goes upstairs to his room, but instead of going to sleep immediately, he just looks out the window and reflects on his situation as he notices all the stalkers around him, making sure he never escapes the city. Majima has to keep the club running as part of the deal, but the other part of the deal is that he's also trapped in this city. He cannot leave, and then the chapter ends.
の外に出られんのはいつなんやろな兄弟
Overall, this chapter was just a bunch of tutorials, but thankfully they're not that excessive. And they're not that annoying because it is certainly helped by the amazing opening cutscene, the beautifully directed opening cutscene. The opening cutscene that does a great job at establishing what Majima's character is in this prequel. Honestly, most of the characters are super memorable and striking, and it's all thanks to some great performances by most of the cast. And all of the cast, there isn't a single bad performance in this game. This chapter did a great job at introducing the story of Majima. But now, it's time for Chapter 4. We start off this chapter with a flashback to the events that put Majima into the situation. It goes over what I was talking about before with Saejima and Majima's hit, and Majima disobeying the clan, which then he gets punished for, and then he gets tortured for a straight year. But in this flashback, we get a little bit more insight into Shimano. Shimano has been one of the more interesting characters in Yakuza because he's quite a ruthless player in the events of the first game, and he also only shows up in the events of the first game. Shimano's character design is also probably one of the most striking out of any character in the series. He's such a scary guy. He's bald with like small eyes. It's like, oh man. A very powerful yet manipulative person, and here we get to see a little bit more of that manipulative side of him as he toys with Majima in the torture chamber. Majima's just suffering and he just wants to see his brother, and then Shimano just looks at him and then just leaves. This cutscene is one of the more stylized cutscenes, the one which like emphasize shadows, and that effect really works. It's such a grimy and depressing scene. Majima just looks beat up. Not that fun to watch. But alas, it was just a terrible nightmare. one that still affects him to this day. After he wakes up, it's back to work for Majima, but that doesn't last long because Sagawa calls him up to talk over beer and then just hangs up like a donk. So Majima can't really say no to the boss, so he goes over to Ashitabi Park, or however you pronounce that, to go meet with him. Majima finds Sagawa in a food cart and then sits down and drinks with him, but reluctantly. Sagawa kind of goes over to like tip glasses with him, and Majima just straight chugs his drink and just ignores him. The tension between them is quite high. Sagawa kind of goes over Majima surviving an entire year of torture. What could compel a man to do all of that? Well, Majima whispers to himself this.
兵の中で死ぬような玉やない。あいつは必ず戻ってくる。俺を殺しにな。
From Saijima's perspective, Majima did him dirty by not showing up to the hit, and that guilt is weighing down on Majima, so he's willing to take any punishment in order to see him again, no matter what happens afterwards. This is gonna be a major motive for everything that Majima does in this game, so just keep it in mind for later. After a bit of banter, Sagawa cuts straight to the chase and tells Majima why he wanted to meet with him. Simply put, there's a hit on the table, and he wants Majima to do it. If Majima accepts and completes the hit, he'll get back into the Tojo clan. Majima's reluctant at first and would rather just work at the club and meet the money limit to enter the clan, but Sagawa reminds him that really he can do anything to stop the production at that club. Like the deal he did with his #1 rival in order to get his #1 girl to his club, Sagawa can just make a few phone calls and that girl goes straight back to her original club. Earning his way back into the Tojo clan through the Grand Club is all a facade as long as Sagawa's around to change the price whenever he feels like it. So this hit may be the only way Majima has to earn himself back into the Tojo clan. Given this situation, Majima accepts and asks for more information. As Sagawa puts it, the name of the target is Makimura Makoto, and he's a total scumbag. He runs a prostitution ring, and if anyone tries to speak out against it, he beats them so bad that they can't have children. He sounds like scum. But how is Majima gonna find Makoto? Well, a lot of the people in the prostitution ring apparently work at a telephone club, so if Majima can ring them and ask them for information, he could lead it back to his target. Sagawa gives him a deadline of 2 days, or else Majima becomes a target and then just leaves him, but not before discussing how murder can affect a person. Majima just shrugs him off and says he'll do it. He'll do anything to get back into the Tojo clan, even if it means murder. And with that done and over with, Majima goes back to his apartment to rest up for the big day tomorrow. And during this time, I recommend that all of you go get a good night's sleep, wake up, say good morning to all your brothers and sisters. Love. Majima wakes up, hits up the telephone club, and is now ready for some telephone sex. What is telephone sex? Well, I'm going to be talking about a minigame which Majima never does because he just straight up isn't interested. In fact, in this story sequence, which I'll get to later, you don't actually get to play the minigame. You just see a cutscene, which, well, if you don't want to play the minigame, that actually works. So that's fine. You can only play this minigame as Kiryu. What is this minigame? Well, you see, you pretty much go to a telephone club, you talk to a girl on the other side, and pretty much convince her to pretty much go and just bang. So yeah, given how raunchy it is, it's actually quite a fun minigame. In order to convince the other person, you have to say the right things, and how you do that is by shooting at the right phrases. And honestly, I think what makes this minigame really funny is just the absurdity of it all. We have Kiryu here just like straight up. And we have all the wrong phrases you can say, because you can mess up your words, you can flub your words, you can end up saying stuff like, you know, mice. It's crazy. The actual gameplay of the minigame is also quite fun, because you can get really hectic trying to get the right phrases. But then again, the game does kind of cheapen out and just straight up makes the right phrase golden if you don't get it in time, so you can like more easily figure out what you actually have to say. Which, well, if you're playing the Japanese version, I'm sure this was a blessing, but this is English, so I don't know. But yeah, keep in mind this minigame is really raunchy, if you couldn't tell by the bikini lady in the background. Mind you, but it's just a bikini. It stays like that. You don't actually see any sex. I mean, if you actually showed any sex, I don't think this game would exist. I mean, you know how GTA got done, bro. You can't show no sex. Sex is illegal. So yeah, if this puts you off, then like, don't do it. It's fine. So I will say, if you're going for 100% completion, bro, I feel sorry for you, because there's like 7 different side quests that revolve around this minigame. And let me tell you, the game is kind of fun, but it's not fun enough to do for these amount of side quests, because it's not that you play it 7 times. It's more you play it 7 times to get certain results, and it's another complaint I kind of got about the minigame is that the people you meet in it are kind of bland. This might seem a bit odd to ask because, well, you are just meeting for sex, but I don't know. In other side quests, the game actually handles characterization way better. It makes interesting characters. While here they're just kind of like, I don't know, they have like one feature about them. It's kind of like, they could have done better. But then again, I kind of understand why they didn't because, well, you are just ringing for like bang. My final point about this minigame is the track that plays when you're on like the last stage, that is smooth. That's enough of explaining phone sex. Let's get back to the story. Majima managed to get a college girl who is also connected to Makoto somehow to meet up with him. So he steps outside, but then he sees a familiar figure. A powerful figure. One whose depths... Oh no. You come across a man who can only be described as a walking erection, Mr. Libido. This is a man with the stamina of a racehorse. He cannot be underestimated. And he also introduces us to the porn of the game. What do I mean by porn? Well, you see, sir. Basically, you can just watch porn. It's not really porn, it's like very softcore. It's basically just ladies in bikinis and the camera's like, ooh, look at their lady parts. But yeah, it's there. And basically, there's another thing in the game that connects to this. Basically, there's cards around the city, and what are those cards? Yeah, they're women. So you collect the cards and you get more videos. I don't know. This is kind of creepy, but the thing that creeps me out even more is that everyone in the videos is connected to a character in the game. And it's like, wait, what the what? What? There really isn't any deeper excuse for this, like, oh, I don't know, the clothes are heavy so she doesn't wear them. Like, it's not that type of garbage. It's just there to be there without any excuses. So like, if you don't like it, then avoid it, because you actually can avoid this minigame. There aren't really any side quests involved with it. I don't know, the one big positive of this system is Mr. Libido, bro. That dude is just like that dude, he's a dude. Yeah. Oh, but if you want an excuse for there to be porn in the game, well, I don't know. Here, let me give you one if you want to feel good about it and you don't want to feel dirty. Mr. Libido represents people that watch porn, so now you can be righteous in porn. Though for me trashing this quite a bit, I am glad that they didn't remove it, because if they did, that would have been censorship and that would have left a bad taste in my mouth, because it was in the original game. So if you remove it, you wouldn't be representing the original vision. Even if that vision is flawed, if you don't show it, we can't improve. So yeah, it exists. Well, that's enough talking about porn. Let's get back to the story. Oh yeah, seeing as I've been talking a lot about porn, sex, and yeah, that, Majima isn't actually going out with a girl to bang her. He's just going out on a date. So, but just want to clear that up, where our heads are kind of muddled up at the moment because of my fault. So yeah. So Majima meets up with the girl at their designated location, and she just wants to eat some food. So Majima treats her to some sushi. While getting her sushi, Majima takes the time to ask her certain questions in order to figure out where Makoto could be or what type of man he is. And it's here where some of the information Sagawa gave us about Makoto isn't adding up. Simply put, as our date puts it, Makoto doesn't use the girls to get money from men. The girls just go out with dudes in order to get food like she's doing now. So yeah, something's a little bit up here. So they go outside and Majima's ready to ask her more questions, but now she wants to go to the arcade. Nice. Now that we're at the arcade, our date wants us to get her a stuffed animal. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. So here you only really play the crane game, but I might as well go over every single game in arcades. So here we go, here are the arcade games. So the arcade here is an actual Sega arcade, but the fun part is that this game is set in the 80s, so all the arcade games here are from the 80s. Starting with the crane game. There really isn't much to say about this game. You press a button to move the crane, you stop pressing the button in order to stop the crane so it can get something. If you do it right, you'll get something. If you do it wrong, you'll get nothing. It works. It's smooth. And overall, you're so rich in the game that it doesn't waste your money. The only thing you can waste here is time. So after the crane game, every other game is fantastic, starting with Outrun. A racing game that's about driving at high speeds while not crashing into things. I really like the aesthetic of this game. It's got a nice comfy atmosphere, and the vibes from the music, tasty. At first I really didn't get into this game because I sucked at it, but after a while I actually got somewhat good and started to understand the mechanics, and yeah, it's a really fun game. And now moving on, we're gonna move on to what is probably my favorite out of these games, Space Harrier. An on-rail shooter with crunchy gameplay, banging music, and tough as heck. tough as heck, tough as balls. This one was really fun. I recommend you take time out of your playthrough to go through this one. Give it a couple tries. It's honestly a great time. And I'm glad that it's in a game that's also great. Moving on, we're gonna move on to a secret minigame. You have to complete a certain side quest to unlock this one. But basically, it's called Super Hang On. A racing game that's exactly like Outrun, except this time you have motorcycles, and honestly it feels better to play. I consider it the better Outrun. So yeah, it's fun. The final arcade minigame I will be talking about is Fantasy Zone. This one's also another secret minigame you need to do a side quest for, but basically this one's actually quite a departure from all the other minigames, because all the other games are more from behind the character, you know, either behind the character in terms of racing or behind the character like on rail shooting. This one is a side scroller shooter. This game's a little more friendly than the other ones, because all the other ones are kind of radical, you know, in Outrun and in Super Hang On. You're just crashing into people, and in Space Harrier, bro, you got dragons, it's super intense. While here, it's a lot more cute. You got all these cute enemy designs. Your ship's just like this little small cute thing. It's very cute. This game's got a little bit of a slower vibe to it, so if the other games were a little bit too fast for you, then I recommend you pick this one up. Mind you, it's still a challenge. It could still kick your butt, but it is more friendly than the other ones, so it's a good addition to the game. It's crazy that we have like 4 great games inside of a great game. Wow, bro, how does Sega do it? Well, that's enough talking about the Sega Arcade. Let's get back to the story. So after grabbing the funny monkey for your date, she'll tell you more about Makoto, but only once you get to the disco, because now she wants to get some dance on. But before you get there, you're interrupted by a couple sick break dancers just like breaking it.
Come on, come on!
Majima is immediately inspired, but this isn't gonna be the time where we act on it. That comes later. So you finally arrive at the disco, you go to a nice room, and this is where our date starts giving us more information about what Makoto really is. So hooking up with random dudes can be dangerous. So basically what Makoto does is that he protects these girls in case anything goes wrong. So like if things start to get a little bit dicey, you know, dude like starts doing some strange things, they can just call him to their pager and you'll just come and beat them up. And apparently he's a real big guy, you know, he's a big dude, so they're always safe. So yeah, something isn't adding up with the information Sagawa gave us. So after telling us this information, now she actually wants to go dance. I mean, we're at a disco, man. You're not just gonna sit around. You gotta dance, my man. You gotta get down. But once she gets down, there's a creepy dude just coming on to her a little bit too hard. So Majima steps in, and now it's time for a breakdancing tutorial. And when I say breakdancing, I mean combat. We fighting dudes. Majima's breakdancing style really is like nothing else in the game. Like with all the other combat styles, most of the combos are just square and then you end it with a triangle. Sometimes they've mixed it up with some of the charge combos, but other than that, it usually stays square, square, triangle, square, triangle, square, square, triangle. But with the dance style, it's more like square, square, and then you just spam triangle. You just spam triangle, like just boom, boom, boom. Majima just gets down with all of these fantastic animations. They're super flashy, and this style is fantastic for crowd control. Like crowds, they don't exist when you spam square, 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 and then you just triangle. Just spam triangle, you can't be beat. It's literally impossible to counter. Well, there are a few counters. Certain boss fights have counters to it. I'll get to them later. Given how useful this style is, there are a few weaknesses put into the style's combat. Like, your square combos are pretty weak and flashy, so enemies will just hit you if you don't get to your triangle spamming quick enough. And the dodge, while flashy, does kind of leave you in place for a while, so I'll just give enemies a good opportunity to hit you. But enough of this style's weaknesses, let's move on to some more strengths. This style is home to some of the more resourceful heat moves. Like, these heat moves can be used in most situations and are super useful. You got one when 2 dudes are attacking at the same time, you just counter them. Like, you got one when a dude got a sword, you can just do this to them. And they're choreographed super well. It's like, effort. There's certain moves that you can unlock that are somewhat technical but also super useful. Like there's one where like if you're on your second heat bar and only your second heat bar, you can dodge into an opponent and then grab him in a little like leg hold, and it's like, wow. You can interrupt boss fights and stuff. So overall, this style is ridiculously overpowered, but it is a lot of fun to use, so I'm glad it's here. So now that I've discussed the breakdancing style, let's move on with the story. Or let's not move on with the story. Instead, seeing as we were there recently, let's talk about the disco disco. The disco is quite an extravagant place, but the most important thing about it is that it is home to the disco minigame. Probably my favorite minigame in this game. It is a rhythm game which admittedly is kind of hard to get into because the timing for these things can be a little bit tough. Basically how the game works is that you move your character around to the space where you want to hit the button and you hit the button. The more spaces you move around in order to hit that button, the more points you'll get. The only problem is that the timing for when you have to hit the button could be a little bit unclear and a bit tough to get adjusted to. But once you get adjusted to it, man, it is such a rush. And it helps that every single music track is fantastic banger quality. It's a good rhythm game with great music behind it, so it's a blast to play. Now let's move on to the story, but for real this time. So the date is now over, y'all had a great time, but before it's over, the girl lets you in on one more detail of Makoto. Basically, he's asked all the girls he's in contact with to try to find a guy with a bat tattoo. Why? Well, they don't know. But overall, yeah, it seems like Sagawa doesn't know what he's talking about because from the way he was described, he seems like a great person, but how is he running a prostitution ring? Doesn't make any sense. Well, it doesn't matter because Majima's ready to do whatever it takes to get back into the Tojo clan. And he actually has a location on the dude now. He's a chiropractor, so he could be at this massage place, and that's where we're headed next. But before we get there, we're introduced to Breakdancer Man. Oh man. This dude saw your breakdancing tutorial fight and he was impressed. So he's willing to teach you some more moves and actually wants your help in a little operation of his. And now that we've been introduced to all of the trainers in Majima's game, I might as well go over them now before I continue with the story. A lot of the things I said with Kiryu's trainers is also the same with Majima's trainers. The moves you learned from them are the ones locked in your spear grid, so you need to reach said moves before you can learn them. And every single move you learn is valuable and you should take time to learn them. So starting off, let's start off with Majima's thug trainer, the old man in roller skates, who's not that old in this game, but he still is very powerful. The thug trainer is the simplest out of the three. His setup is that you just fight him straight on to learn a certain move, but you don't learn that exact move, but you learn something different that's equally as valuable. That's about it. It's actually quite fun to fight, so I like him. Moving on, let's move on to the slugger trainer, Married Man. The Married Man is your slugger trainer, and the way you train with him is that you fight him one-on-one, except he uses a weapon, so it's a little bit tricky. The weird thing about his training is that you don't actually learn moves for your slugger combat, but rather good combos for weapons. So if you want to make weapon fighting fun, then do all of this guy's training. But if you're not interested, then I don't know, I recommend maybe skip it, but I don't know. Skipping new moves is kind of a bad idea. So if you have the time, stop on by. So after we're done training with the Married Man, I'm gonna move on to the breakdancers. The breakdancers probably have the most complicated training thing alongside the Beats Lady because they have two separate training things. The first is more normal, it's like Bactuses, but instead of being hunted by Hitman, you're just learning moves of the dudes, so it's all good. Their second is more of a side story, which you can do for money and fame and to become homies with them, where you just kind of beat them up and get a certain amount of money. It's a fun challenge, but you don't actually learn any moves this way. Mind you, the moves that they do teach you in their normal training are some of the most valuable moves in the game, so go out of your way to learn them. They are fantastic. And with that, I am done talking about all the trainers. Let's get back to the story. So you run over to where the massage parlor is, but before you enter, keep in mind there is going to be a lot of combat. So if you don't want to die, I recommend stocking up on some healing items before entering. So with that in mind, let's go. So you enter the building and look around only to see that your target isn't there. So you turn to leave, but suddenly a woman enters the building and now you have to hide from her. But then you realize, hold up, she's blind. So Majima tries to escape and almost does, but then she suddenly turns to answer the phone and bumps into him, and well, now that she's bumped into some random person who was sneaking around the building, well, she does something pretty reasonable. Now Majima has to try his hardest to convince this lady that it means no harm, and he's definitely a bit shaky. His excuses kind of run into each other, but at some point he convinces her to massage him and pretty much just work him over, because, well, if he doesn't, he might be called a thief and he might be arrested, and well, you don't want to do that when you have a hit. Majima was quite lucky that he found the way out of that situation, because like the lady was nearly crying. Like, oh man, crazy he was able to deal with that. But anyway, he's receiving treatment and he takes this opportunity to ask a couple more questions about Makoto, and he just learns that, well, he's just a great guy. So yeah, Saga was probably lying about him, but he still has to kill him either way. So Majima decides that it'd be a great idea to just straight up fall asleep during the procedure.
お客さんお客さん
なんや寝てもうたんか
The dude was so tired from working so hard that a single massage put him out. The lady wakes him up and he's all like, oh man, I was really sleepy. But then suddenly his target actually enters the building and he's all like, oh hey, I'm back. And then he opens where Majima is and he's all like, oh hi, how you doing? You know, Majima's a little bit shook. He's like, oh. Mind you, the lady's blind and she doesn't understand the tension happening here, because Makoto understands why Majima's here now. I mean, just look at his tattoos. However, Makoto here ain't about to throw down with his assistant around, so he sends her out for some groceries, and once she's out, it's boss fight time against the massive man. This massive man boss fight is pretty good. The same heavy track from the Oda boss fight is here, and it will be used for most boss fights without a unique theme in the future. So Makoto here has a combo. It's alright, it's kinda slow so he isn't that hard, but he is a sneaky jabber though, cause during this combo, he sometimes pulls out a needle and stabs you in the jugular during his last hit in the combo, so it's best to dodge his last hit instead of blocking. He also has a moves for dudes that just attack in the front, just straight up spam. If you decide to just spam him in the front, after you're done with your combo, Makoto will just rock his fist in front of your face, kind of interrupting you. This doesn't do much damage, but it is something to watch out for. Also, if you like to keep your distance away from this boss fight, he might just straight up throw a needle and charge you, so keep that in mind. To finish up talking about his moves, he has a kick, so you best be careful. The arena here where you fight him is also pretty cool. It's like a hospital type place, but it's also somewhat small, so you can't just run away from Makoto. You have to keep in mind your distance and strategize. Makoto's got a pretty brutal QTE transition into his heat mode. He just starts chiropracting on your arm, but Majima finds a way out. The same thing I said about heat mode before applies here. One thing that kind of bothers me about this boss fight is that Makoto here only gets 1 health bar while Kuze got 2. So Makoto is somewhat of a less challenging fight because he doesn't have nearly as much health, which kind of bothers me. But oh well, it's not game ending. So once you beat Makoto up, it transitions to a cutscene where you're about to beat Makoto up, but then suddenly some Yakuza type dudes come in the door and are asking for Makoto Makimura. The massive man steps up, but the Yakuza type's like, wait, what, you? So as it turns out, this huge man is not named Makimura Makoto, but rather Weihai Lee, or however you pronounce that. So if he isn't Makimura, then who is? Well, the answer to that question opens the door to give Lee some smoke, and yeah, it's the blind girl. Oh no. The Yakuza types go to grab the girl, but then Lee tries to stop them, just straight up just shot down. The whole situation is super confusing, but Majima can't let them take away his target, so he goes to fight the gun Yakuza. So it's fight time. but it's not really a boss fight, it's more like enemies. Now, this enemy encounter is normal except for the fact that one of them has a gun, and guns do huge damage. So you gotta play it a bit carefully here. So once you beat up this group of enemies, you go outside and beat another group of enemies in order to get in contact with a girl. Once you do, Majima doesn't straight kill her because he's just so confused right now. He just wants to get to a safe location to think things through. And this here starts a somewhat gimmicky beat 'em up level. Simply put, this is a stealth mission. So your goal is to escort Makoto to an endpoint without getting caught. But if you do get caught, don't worry, you can just beat up the enemy and you're good. But the problem arises is when Makoto is in the picture. Simply put, enemies aren't going to attack you, but rather go after Makoto. And if she takes too much damage, cause she has a health bar, then it's time to restart. So yeah, that's annoying. It could be a beat 'em up level if you make it, but it's supposed to be a stealth level. You're supposed to sneak through enemies. But just like any good modern stealth game, you're forced into action at some point because screw you. But this is an action game, so I'm not that upset about it. The stealth mechanics here are somewhat basic. Then again, this isn't a stealth game. You have to avoid line of sight, which you can see on your minimap, and you have hiding spots to go into to avoid enemies, and you jog slow because you're holding Makoto's hand the whole time. There's a few QTE sequences thrown in for good measure, which are insanely punishing. They're like a straight second. If you don't press the button in that time, the enemy catches you and you have to go into combat. But if you do press the button, you crack his neck and you stealth through. But it really is punishing. Oh man, you gotta have super reflexes. You reach a certain point where combat is forced upon you, and it's the gun Yakuza again. But this time, you don't have to worry about Makoto. Her health bar isn't shown, she's all the way to the side. So brownie points for that. So once you beat up this gun guy again, you try to get answers about Makoto from him, but he gives us nothing of worth and then he passes out. And from there, we have completed the stealth mission. Now that we're in a safe area with Makoto, she starts breaking down and sobbing and clings to Majima. Majima is just super conflicted on whether to kill her or not because of all the crap he's been through that he wasn't expecting. He pulls out his knife in this great scene where you can clearly see his doubt on the reflection of his knife. Majima has to kill her if he wants to get back into the Tojo clan, but is he really gonna be able to? Well, find out in the next chapter, because this is where the chapter ends. This chapter's alright. I don't know, there's a little bit too much forced fapping about here and there, but this is where the story starts to pick up a bit, so I'm fine with it. There's quite a bit of tutorials here and there, but the boss fight here is really good, and while the stealth mission is somewhat gimmicky, it is a good change of pace. Overall, I do like this chapter quite a bit, and it does introduce the overall dilemma of Majima's story. But anyways, we've had 2 chapters with Majima. Now it's time to switch on over to Kiryu. On to chapter 5. Now that we're back to Kiryu, we get a recap of the previous events that happened with Kiryu, and so the game's structure is established. We have 2 main characters, and every 2 chapters we switch between them. This is a pretty good structure. It keeps things fresh and from getting stale, but also gives each character more time to shine. Like in Yakuza 4 and 5, there were 4 playable main characters, and each character got around 4 chapters each, but the thing there is that you will go through those 4 chapters all in one go, while here, Majima and Kiryu have 8 chapters each, but you switch between them every now and then, so you won't get bored of either character, or of the story. A recap pretty much telling us what happened with Kiryu is a nice way to catch people up to speed after playing through Majima's section, because after playing through that, they might have forgotten a few certain details, so this is kind of like a TV series recapping the previous episode, but it's a video game. But enough about that. Now let's actually talk about the chapter. Chapter begins with Nishiki and Kiryu just playing some indoor baseball and recapping their previous events. And seeing as they're playing indoor baseball, that's a good time to talk about the minigame. Baseball's okay, I guess. You aim at a target and you hit the ball at the right time to get home runs. It's alright. I don't really have much to say about it. You just kind of fiddle the sticks a bit to get the right position, so that's baseball. Let's get back to the story. So after that little scuffle with Oda, you're actually now part of their real estate firm. But now Kiryu actually has to look the part and now asks Nishiki to help him find some clothing, and Nishiki is more than happy to oblige. So these dudes hit up a local clothing store, which sadly you can't visit or buy from later on in the game. Kinda sad, I would've wanted to buy different outfits. So after shuffling through a few different options, Nishiki finally has a white answer. And here comes Kiryu.
Yo.
Nishiki thinks Kiryu looks stupid in the suit, but Kiryu actually really likes the suit, so he buys it anyways. Or should I be more exact? Nishiki buys it for him because Kiryu just straight up isn't gonna pay for it. But these dudes. So after Kiryu's finally suited up, it's time to go meet up with Oda. And Oda also isn't a big fan of Kiryu's suit, but what can Oda say, bro? Oda's suit looks like garbage, man. But besides the suit politics, Kiryu is here to talk with a client with Oda. And before you enter, Oda gives Kiryu some slick glasses. And we're in. By the way, if you're a trophy hunter, in this exact moment of the game, there is a super missable trophy. So in all the options you are given in this section, answer the right thing, because if you don't, you'll miss the trophy. So after setting up some proper business etiquette, our client shows up to the restaurant. Or should it be more accurate to say cafe? I don't know, it's pretty restaurant to me. So the main problem here is that our client owns a certain building which he wants to use for a certain thing, but there's a squatter in the building. Now, what is a squatter? Basically, it's a person who just kind of stays there and doesn't leave, but also isn't required to leave by the law, so you can just stay there, so we have to like pay him to get him out of there, and they're really annoying. To read off the Yahoo definition, it is a person who unlawfully occupies an uninhabited building or unused land. Mind you, I'm pretty sure that's like modern times. I'm pretty sure like in the past there was some loophole they found to inhabit that building, but I'm not very skilled at being a lawyer. Our client here is rather old and doesn't really want to fight this dude, so he's just gonna leave it all to Oda to figure out. And the starting price to get him out of the building, 5 million yen, which Kiryu is quite surprised to, because like, what? Isn't this dude like breaking the law? Why would you pay him money? Despite Kiryu's grievances with giving the criminal money, we are given the 5 million yen and we're off to meet him. But before we meet him, Oda sends us on a very crucial mission. Get a box of sweets so that we can comply with the customer. Here's the hint. I think the sweets are at the farthest store, like the one that's like straight at the top. That's what I remember. You know, just a little bit of saving busy work. So once you get that box of sweets, we're in. So we actually meet the squatter, and Oda tries to negotiate to get him out of the building. He'll pay him the money, but the squatter's all like, Civil Code 831. I'm staying here. So the negotiations are really going nowhere, and Oda just decides to straight up call him out on working for the Yakuza. Wait, what? So basically what Oda's saying here is that the Yakuza want this building, so they're using this dude as a way to stop the other dude from owning the building, I think. But yeah, this dude is basically just worthless and is just there for the Yakuza. Now whether Oda's right or not, we're gonna see once we step out. Oda and Kiryu step out, and wow, it is the Yakuza. So the Yakuza are willing to get rid of the squatter for 7 million yen. 2 million even more than like 5 million yen. Yeah, math. Oda disagrees and just straight up says, I'm gonna beat you up and you're gonna give it to me for free. And so begins a fight against these Yakuza. Mind you, these are just enemies, so basically you beat them easy and they're dead. Well, they're not dead, they're alive. They're alive to tell us that they're part of Awano's group. Oh no, that's a Dojima dude. This can't be good for later. Kiryu's first job as a real estate agent is to beat up a couple thugs. Wow, that must be rather rough. I mean, shouldn't he be doing like paperwork or something? And Oda realizes this and is like, alright, that was rather rough. Here, why don't you come to Serena, an old bar of mine, an old favorite, and we can just drink and chillax, just have some cool down time after your meeting with the client is done, because we just kicked the squatter out. Now it's time for that dude to set up his building. And so Kiryu's off. Oda mentioned that the dude might be bowling, so we're out to bowl, but before we get there, we're interrupted by bumping into some dude in a very flashy red shirt who is apparently the Leisure King. At least the other dude calls him that. And he's just talking about a lot of weird things like 5 billionaires. It's not like it's foreshadowing it or anything. But apparently talking about they beat up some old dude. And you know who's old? Our client. We gotta go meet him. And once you get to bowling, you see that he's just down on the ground all beat up. Why is he beat up? Well, he takes us back to his office and we're elaborated a bit on what the situation here is. Oh, but before we're elaborated on, let me elaborate on bowling. We were just there, so let's talk about it. The bowling minigame here is quite good. It's got a neat bowling system with a lot of power meters and arrows that point to where their ball goes. Different bowling balls, the whole deal. It's a relaxing time killer. It's great that you also have the option to choose between only 3 to 10 courses, because sometimes 10 is a little bit too much. That definitely killed me a bit in GTA 4. So that's cool. Chicken's alright. Well, that's enough about bowling. Let's get back to the story. Psych. Instead of talking about the story, I'm going to talk about the biggest side quest in this game. A side quest that involves other side quests. A monolith of some type. Real estate. Or rather, the real estate kingdom. What our old client was going to elaborate on was this huge side quest, or should I say, side story. They just interwove it into the main plot. This dude won't come back later in the story, unless you do the side quest or side story. It is rather big, so big that you might even call it a side business. Okay, enough of that. So basically, in Kiryu's side activity, there are these 5 very bad people, aka the 5 billionaires, who run a lot of the businesses in Kamurocho and need to buy and take away their properties in order to end their evil money reign. You start your journey in real estate by joining up with the old client's small firm consisting of him and his secretary. So the way that it works is that there are certain sections of the map that each of the 5 bad money people monopolize, and you take each one down one by one. You can buy certain properties in each section to take away fluence from said bad money person. You can continue to increase your share of the land by investing in investors and managers. Now, how do you do that? Well, you start off with a couple at the beginning, but they're not enough to really get going in the game. So how do you get more? By engaging in side quests. And this here is where I start elaborating on side quests. The side quests in these games aren't that involved. Gameplay wise, they end up being something of a fetch quest or engaging with the game's combat or minigames. But what saves them from being boring like in other games is the level of writing attached to each one. The side quests are like these self-contained narratives that can make you laugh but then make you cry in the same story. They're heartwarming tales which show the best and worst of humanity, but easily their biggest strength lies with Kiryu and Majima and how these narratives flesh them out. The main story of Yakuza 0 is mostly serious, so Kiryu and Majima have to act serious for that. But these side quests allow us to witness some of their more silly attributes by how they deal with some of the situations they're presented with. It's great fun to witness, but also brings more humanity and likability to their characters. These quests also give them a chance to truly display their life beliefs and core of their character. Because while they do appear as Yakuza, at the end of the day, there are people who just want to do right by others. There are people willing to reach out to others in need, no matter how dire the situation. They're good people who have gone through a lot of hardships, yet still see good in the world and want to contribute to it. The only flaw with side quests is maybe one side quest that isn't as good as the others, and just the basic design of most of them, but some of them do have some pretty clever tricks every now and then. But overall, I do love these side quests, and they contribute a lot of heart to this game and the series in general. But how do they contribute to Kiryu's side business? Well, once you're done with most side quests, one of those characters will come back to work for you as either an advisor, a manager, or security. With managers and security people, you can assign to certain sections of a map, where a manager will just see that the money's coming in good, while security will actually help you if you get in a fight in that same area, so that's cool. Advisors help you make certain locations better and bring in more money. So this is how some of the more end game upgrades are acquired. This element of the side business is honestly really neat because it connects everything in the game. The side quests connect you to the world and the mini games and the combat of the game, while the side business connects you to those side quests. It's like this big web of interactions, which I really love. Mind you, don't keep the same manager and security for too long, or else their stats will burn out and then the money will be garbage, and so will the security. You have to keep switching them around, which means to get the best performance, you need as many people on your team. To get as many people on your team, you need to do as many side quests as you can do so you can get more characters on your team. It encourages you to play the game. I like it. It's neat, it's cool, it gets my approval. So once you get enough influence in a certain area, the bad money person of that certain section will challenge you to a fight. Win the fight and you gain complete control of said area. The horrible person you just stripped of all their property will now be a super good guy and come help you out with your business. The Yakuza games have always had detailed settings with interesting landmarks, so being able to just straight up head up to one and buy it is super cool, but it's also kind of flawed with said system. You can only buy 10 out of a bajillion interesting looking properties in an area, with the only way to know which can be bought being a name on a menu screen. So you just end up rubbing your face against every wall in the game just to find that one last property you still need to get. But overall, this is a super cool side business slash side quest slash side story given the era of the bubble era. Yeah, the era of the bubble era. Only in a time period where money was so excessive can you just straight up walk up to a building and buy it.
この金でどうだ
So I have to say the biggest flaw with this business is the late game grind. Once you start tackling some of the later, higher tier money people, the grind to upgrade your properties and get that percentage to 100% gets increasingly scarce. It takes forever to get anything anywhere and it feels like it's just dragging on. And if you're trying to complete one dude in one chapter, ooh boy, yeah, it kinda sucks. Though I recommend you go through all of this because once you do, you unlock another fighting style, the original, the OG, Dragon. So Kiryu's Dragon style here is just his combat style from the 5th game, which is great because that was a really good style, but with a few new heat moves and also it's worse. It now has to be adjusted to the gear system, and while the other styles work fine with that system, this original style can be a bit garbage with it. Your attacks are snail pace slow in the 1st and 2nd gear, which would just lead to enemies just harassing you to your grave. But on 3rd gear, it's pretty great. Also, your counters are a bit different. You don't have access to your tiger drop, but you do have access to a little pirouette kick, so that's cool. I don't even think it's a pirouette kick, but it is a counter. Well, that about wraps up Kiryu's side business. Beat up Mr. Shakedown to get money to do good. Now let's get back to the story. So after businessing around, we go to Serena to meet up with Oda, but Nishiki's here. Crazy. It's here where we're introduced to Reina, a pivotal character in the 1st game, but now she's all 80s and stuff. It's rad. Kiryu, Nishiki, and Reina were portrayed as old friends in the 1st game, so getting to see that dynamic blossom in the prequel is really nice to see. It's here where these dudes just start talking and chilling like real homies do, but even that is not enough for Oda to show up immediately, so Nishiki gets tired and decides to sing his heart out with some karaoke. But even after jamming out, Oda is still not here. Reina's all like, I hope he wasn't in an accident. For all his talk about being the perfect match for a half-ass Yakuza, he gets his ass handed to him by a couple of half-ass Yakuzas. Awano is here and he's here to treat Nishiki like complete garbage.
今度は何やらかした。下っ端が口を挟むんじゃねえぞ。おら！
Awano's boys are here to get revenge over the squatter because remember when Oda beat up those squatters with us? Yeah, those were Awano's boys and now he's here to take revenge. Kiryu steps up to the challenge, but instead of fighting in the bar, they go outside of the parking lot to resolve their issues. So like Awano's lieutenant here is acting real tough, real high and mighty, and pretty much just treats Kiryu like trash, but Kiryu isn't gonna stand for that. He just slaps him across the face, more like a punch. It's fight time. While this is a boss battle, I don't really like to count it as one because Okabe, yeah, the name of the lieutenant, yeah, he's kind of forgettable. Same with this fight. I don't know, the most challenging part of this fight is the group because they can gang up on you while you're trying to take down the boss. And early in the game, that's a bit of an issue. Just the reason I don't really like to think this is much of a boss fight is because the boss's moveset just isn't that memorable. It doesn't really have much flair to it. It's kind of tough because he does like guard and hyper guard a bunch of times, but nothing you should be worried about. So once you beat up these nobodies, Awano comes out and Kiryu tries to deck him, but Awano's actually pretty strong. He's got a big hand. He's got big hands. So that goes nowhere, and Awano isn't really here to beat him up. Awano has pretty much pieced together that Kazuma is using Tachibana real estate to get to the empty lot. Awano tells Kiryu that he will forgive the squatter stuff if Kiryu gives him Tachibana, but Kiryu refuses, and so Awano warns him that him and anyone related to him will become targets. And that ends the chapter. This chapter is here to introduce the side business, and that kinda goes on for a bit much, but it had to be done at some point. Not the most graceful introduction, but it is a lot to introduce either way. Things definitely picked up near the end, and now the stakes are raised for chapter 6. The chapter begins with Reina treating Oda. The Dojima family are planning on pulling an all-hands search for Tachibana and things are getting spicy. Nishi is kind of planning on handing over Tachibana to save Kiryu, but Oda wants to save Tachibana, but overall the situation is just screwed. Not even Tachibana planned for things to get this screwed. At least not until he had the empty lot, but he doesn't even have that yet, so man, things are crazy. So given how messed up the situation is, Oda asks for a phone call so he can call up Tachibana, but instead of asking for help, he just tells him to run away so he doesn't get killed by Kiryu or Nishiki. So yeah. So Nishiki's pretty upset about this, but Kiryu only has one goal in mind: go get Kuze and beat him up. Kiryu exits Serena, and under all that stress, he decides to go revisit the empty lot, the area where this whole conflict got started. And once he gets there, behind him is Tachibana. Tachibana came to inform Kiryu that if Kiryu were framed, then Kuze hired a killer. But Kuze didn't leave any evidence that he hired anyone. So it can't be Kuze who did it. It has to be someone else. Tachibana also informs Kiryu that while the situation is screwed, they're not that screwed because he has actually located the owner of the lot. So his final words is to tell Kiryu to stay alive for one more day and to tell no one what he has told to him. But Kiryu is like, I could just sell you out. But Tachibana actually trusts him 100% and then leaves. Kiryu decides to go back home to sleep, but before he gets there, he comes across the Super Money Man who could teach Kiryu the Super Money Man technique. Now this isn't an evil Money Man, this is a very good Money Man. He got the green suit. Now the Super Money Man technique allows Kiryu to throw cash around, which can get you to clear crowds and enemies, which can get rid of the random encounters if you just don't have the time for that. This is a pretty cool ability which fits really well within the setting of the game. Money Man also introduces Kiryu to the catfight minigame, and well, I think the catfight minigame single-handedly increased the suicide rate in Japan. This game is hot trash. It's really funny at first, like wow, they actually did it. Those crazy dudes who made the game actually put a catfighting ring in the game. So the game plays like rock, paper, scissors, so it's all random. This isn't that bad until you look at all the trophies for the game. And some degenerate thought it'd be great to make one of those said trophies require you to win 10 3-round fights. This is where the suffering begins, never ends. Yeah, that's about it. Super Money Man also serves as a way to send money over to the other protagonist, Majima. Majima will also get his own version of the Money Man once we get to him. But in short, this Money Man is a giddy little fella and he's real good. He also does investments. He's prepared. Let's get back to the story. Kiryu returns to his apartment, and here we reach a decision of no return. If you hit the sack, you can't avoid the event. So if there's anything you want to do before this, do it, because you won't have the chance to do it, because after this chapter's over, you're down to Majima. Now let's hit the sack. It's here where we see Awano being in charge and calling up the shots. So he calls up Dojima to let him go on the hunt for Kiryu. Awano's also got the Kazuma family working with him. Kashiwagi and Nishiki are there in the office while this decision goes down. While Kuze may not be in charge anymore, he's still pissed and will probably get to meet him again. Kiryu wakes up and has to avoid the Dojima family, but that doesn't matter because he ends up running into them anyways, and so begins the Dojima family beat 'em up level on the streets. Let's fight!
までして死にたかねえか。みっともねえ。裏切り者が身の程をわきまえろや。
This level is pretty interesting. The main gimmick with it is that each combat encounter has a timer on it, forcing you to get things done quick, unless you want more dudes to show up, which is a bit annoying but thrilling. The level ends with a big group encounter with a mini boss thrown in there, and do not underestimate this mini boss. He is tough. He's a big boy, so he'll have a super guard on most of your attacks. And if you try to run away, he has a drop kick move you'll want to watch out for, because you don't want this big boy dropping you. So after going through this level, Kiryu is running away, and this lady's just standing by and decides to actually help him by leading him to a secret passage in the sewers where he can escape. But it turns out it was just a trap set up by Kuze and Awano. Kuze runs in the sewer. No, he doesn't. So yeah, Kuze brought a motorcycle to the sewer and just slams Kiryu. So it's here where Kuze decides to give a little bit of a life speech.
お前に一ついいことを教えといてやる。極道ってのはな、ボクシングとは違え。喧嘩に負けたやつが敗者になるんじゃねえ。最後まで張り続けらんなかったやつが負けるんだよ。ああ、そうだろうが。 極道の世界に KO はねえ。俺はな、キリ指の一本や二本なくそうが阿野や渋沢に頭取られようがそんなことは構えしねえんだ。命ある限り何度でも這い上がってやる。だからよ、てめえみたいな半端もんが一番許せねえんだよ。死ねえボケや。
And so begins another boss fight with Kuze, out of many more to come. This Kuze fight is a bit different from the rest of them, because Kuze got a pipe in his hands. His combo consists of him swinging the dang pipe around, and every swing breaks your guard, so I wouldn't recommend blocking too much. But be careful, because dodging his swings ain't easy. Kuze swings fast and hard, so I recommend you get the advantage before Kuze starts going ham with the pipe. He also has a pipe grab you gotta watch out for, so watch out. Just like with Oda, Kuze doesn't have a QTE transition into heat mode in this fight, but once he reaches half health, he's in heat mode. The setting for this fight is bad. A sewer tunnel illuminated by the motorcycle Kuze crash with both dudes wet as hell. It's a long but tighter fit than usual, which can make dodging Kuze's swings harder. Once Kiryu beats down Kuze, he decides not to kill him, which makes Kuze all like, "Kill me, do it now." Kiryu goes on to explain to Kuze that he is a real Yakuza and how he couldn't really fit that description, but he has his own pride to follow that involves not killing people. Kiryu actually comes to respect Kuze, which is pretty cool, and will play into their later engagements later on. Oh, when I say that Kiryu said he is a real Yakuza, he means Kuze. Kuze is a real Yakuza. Sorry, I'm not very familiar with my first person pronouns. Kiryu continues down the sewer path and steps into a dance floor where Awano's just getting it on with some lady.
こっち来て一緒に踊ろうぜキリア。何を言ったんだ。あんた俺を殺そうとしてんじゃなかったのか。
Awano's all like, "Yo, come dance with us," and Kiryu's like, "No." Which leads to Awano getting straight to the point. And by straight to the point, he just kinda rambles on about golf food, which just kinda makes Kiryu sick of his crap. But Awano then goes on to tell Kiryu that he knows about Sunflower Orphanage, and pretty much everything else about his past to show that he has nowhere to run. He even knows about his favorite ramen joint. Dang. Awano goes on to tell Kiryu that his joint runs extortion, and if Kiryu hands him Tachibana, he'll be living the good life running the fast cars. Awano's all like, "Man, Kuze's a loser. I just want to live a rich life with rich stuff. The Yakuza ain't a privilege for me, it's a job." Kiryu responds with, "Wow, you do suck at this," and then gets his big hand and just throws it out of here. And then Kiryu turns to leave, but then Awano shoots the lady for no reason, just to intimidate Kiryu, but he just ends up looking like a loser. Man, screw Awano. Awano also tries to scare Kiryu by telling him that he has a bunch of goons outside packing heat, but Kiryu's such a rad dude, he doesn't care, so he goes out anyways and realizes that Awano was lying. Kiryu goes outside and Nishikiyama is actually waiting for him and tells you to get in the car to get out of here. Nishikiyama just kinda drives you out to someplace far away, nothing really exact, and come across a bloke in the road. Not a bloke, a block. Kiryu and Nishikiyama leave the car for a smoke break. Nishikiyama reaches for his lighter, but it ain't there because Kiryu is still borrowing it. Nishikiyama is fine with Kiryu keeping it. Nishikiyama goes to the back of the car and pulls a gun out on Kiryu.
よく味わって据えよ、兄弟。そいつがお前の。
Is Kiryu being set up by the Dojima family? Well, Nishi's breakdown should make apparent what is actually happening here.
いい加減にしろって。
うるせえ。もうこうするしかねえんだよ。
The thing is that Nishikiyama is horrified at what the Dojima family would do to Kiryu if they actually caught him, and he wants to kill Kiryu quick and painlessly before Dojima can get his hands on him. He goes into detail about their skill in torture, and all with a voice that could break into tears at any moment.
人間がどの程度痛めつければ死ぬのかよく知ってる。それをとことん死なねえように殺すんだ。生かしたまんま。できるだけ長く苦しむようにだ。生きたまま解剖されるような拷問されて、散々痛めつけられた挙句、そして後になって見つかった死体はもう人間と呼べるようなもんじゃねえ。俺はな、 桐生兄弟としておめえにそんな死に方させられねえよ。
The great thing about this scene is the way Kiryu responds to the situation. Instead of calling Nishikiyama an idiot or fighting back, he puts complete trust in Nishikiyama. He feels responsible for the stress he has put on him and trusts his blood brother to do the right thing. Man, that kind of bond is really connects with me. Kiryu accepts his death at the hands of his blood brother, but he has one request: to take his head to the Dojima family and to rise up the ranks of the Tojo clan.
なんだよこっちみんな見んじゃねえよ桐生頼むから
情けねえこと言うんじゃねえ。そんなんじゃてっぺん取れねえぞ。
Nishikiyama ultimately can't go through with it. How could he kill Kiryu? Without him, he's nothing.
やっぱり俺はおめえと一緒じゃなきゃダメだ。国道として俺なんか今まで生きてこられたのもおめえがそばにいたからだ。俺はおめえが一緒じゃなきゃ何やっても半端で意味がねえんだよ。
Kiryu shares his sentiments and ponders
まだガキだってことだ。つまらねえ火種つけちまって、世話になったおやっさんにも迷惑かけて、それで死んで片付けちまおうなんてよ。極道がどうとか言う前に結局俺は半端なガキでしかねえ。
It's such a powerful scene. A man at his wit's end for the well-being of his blood brother, and the brother remorseful for the worry he brought upon him. And the music during this scene also breaks my heart. However, it's part of the cutscene audio. What I mean by that is that's not part of the original OST, so you just can't listen to it standalone. But a certain someone has made a great piano cover. Kiryu decides to break their blood oath so that Nishikiyama doesn't have to be involved in his mess. Kiryu takes the car and Nishi is left to sob alone for the brother he lost, left in his brother's shadow. And so ends the chapter. This is a pretty good chapter. There's a few tutorial stuff with the money man, which could be a bit annoying on repeat playthroughs, but it doesn't last that long, and to be honest, it does add some length to what would be just a chapter to have a beat 'em up level. Also, once you're introduced to the catfight minigame, the world is fully open to you. This is when the real estate and side content really opens up, and because of that, I think I'll go over one more minigame before moving on to Majima. Pocket Racing. Pocket Racing is basically Hot Wheels, and man, it is some cool stuff. There really isn't much gameplay with it, but rather more about customizing your car to be the best car ever, and then hoping for the best. Some standout elements is that banging music, yeah! And the long string of charmingly goofy sub-stories that come from Pocket Racing, aka side quests. Stick with it, it's a fun ride. Also, buy everything that you can. Getting money is easy, so it ain't that hard. Now let's get back to Majima. The chapter begins with Majima taking Makoto to an old warehouse, and he just starts questioning her. He asks about the bat tattoo and Makoto just says, I don't know. The situation is rather confusing, so Majima just decides to be straight with Makoto and tells her that he was a hitman hired to kill her. So now all that's left to do? Yo, where's Lee? Makoto starts worrying about Lee, and Majima tries to comfort her by telling her that Lee could be alive, and then presses her for more information. Makoto's like, oh, Lee might know, and then Majima's like, oh wait, that guy's actually dead, I better go check up on him. Majima tells Makoto not to leave the room, and he's off. Majima exits the warehouse, and it turns out that it's his rival's warehouse. Majima really made good use of that saw that he had before. Before Majima leaves, the rival brings up cabaret clubs, a kind of smaller version of the cabaret Majima runs. A little bit of foreshadowing for something later on. Last time Majima saw Lee, he was shot everywhere in his office. So let's go to his office again. Once Majima goes inside, he sees a Chinese doctor come in, and Majima goes and straight up interrogates him. So Majima manages to get out of him that he is actually taking care of Lee, but Majima actually manages to get a location out of the doctor. So Majima heads out to go meet up with Lee, but before he does, he knocks out the doctor in order to not cause any suspicion. So Majima was told to go to the Mahjong parlor. So, seeing as we're talking about Mahjong, I'm just gonna talk about all the casino gambling games. Yeah. There's quite a few gambling games, stuff like poker, roulette, and blackjack, but then there's also a few more Japanese ones like Chilo, and Mahjong, which I have no idea how to play. I'm quite fond of blackjack, but a lot of that is due to the first Yakuza. But I'm also quite fond of poker because I know how to play it. Shogi isn't really about gambling, but I also don't really know how to play that one. It's like chess, but it's not. It's different. I really don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to shogi. So yeah, that about wraps it up. It's not like the game doesn't try to teach you these games. It does have tutorials and hint screens in order to help you understand the game, so if you're willing to put in the time, you actually can understand Mahjong, but I just couldn't. But if you do know how to play these games, they are fully featured versions in this one, so you'll have a great time if you know what you're doing. Now let's get back to the story. Majima reaches the Mahjong parlor, but Lee was actually expecting him, so knocking out the doctor did nothing. But Lee decides to let Majima join in a little game of Mahjong. You don't actually get to play it, it's more just a cutscene. So Lee isn't really worried about Makoto, despite Majima being sent to kill her, because Lee has a pretty good idea that Majima has never killed anyone, and probably can't. Majima denies this a whole bunch, and then tries to ask Lee about the bat tattoo, but then that doctor you knocked out comes in with some backup, and Lee's fine if they kill you, so it's fight time. They're just some enemies, some dudes, you just beat them up and it's all good. Well, unless you die, in that case you're dead. These dudes got Chinese broadswords, so watch out. So Majima manages to beat the dudes up, and Lee is so impressed that he decides to actually tell us what the bat tattoo is all about. But as it turns out, it really has nothing to do with why Makoto is being hunted down. It's the reason why Makoto is blind. As it turns out, Makoto has quite the messed up backstory. Basically, Makoto arrived in Sotenbori and was kidnapped and sold for cash. And because of how messed up and miserable that experience was, she got something which the game coins as post-traumatic blindness. It might be real, I don't know. But then at some point, Lee was actually able to rescue her, and Makoto after the event doesn't want this to happen to anyone else. That's why Lee is so protective of like the phone girls and whatnot. He wants to make sure that nothing that happened to Makoto happens to them. The only thing Makoto remembers from her traumatic experience, the last thing she remembers seeing is a hand with a bat tattoo on it. So Lee wants to find that guy and kill him.
わしが確実に殺したるけどな。コウモリの入れ墨、皮ごと剥ぎ取ったる。
But overall, Lee doesn't really know why Makoto is being hunted down, but he is willing to help Majima escape his boss so that the girl can be saved. But he warns Majima that the way they do it won't be pretty. Lee tells Majima to wait while he gets the plan ready. Before we move on, I gotta say that Lee is a really cool character. Like, it's not just exclusive to him. It's something about all the side characters in this game. They're all memorable with presence to them. Chalk it up to memorable characteristics about each one and great voice acting from each and every single character in this game. Majima leaves to go meet up with Makoto, and she's relieved that Lee is alive, but is somewhat uncomfortable because that means Majima knows about her backstory. So Majima tries his best to comfort her by telling her of the messed up things he went through as a Yakuza, losing an eye and a year of torture, and yeah, this really doesn't help at all, because now she feels sad for him. Yeah, Majima's in a little bit of a pickle here. Yeah, Makoto's kind of crying, so Majima's like, alright, I'll get you some food, yeah, hungry. So yeah, she is somewhat hungry, so she wants some takoyaki, I think that's how you pronounce it, yeah. And Majima's off, so you go to get her some good hot takoyaki, and it actually manages to calm her down. Makoto asks how Majima lost his eye, and he tells her that it was pretty much destroyed, which then Makoto brings up a certain little nugget of information that she feels rather sad for him, because while she can actually recover her eyesight, Majima can never recover sight in that one eye, which, is that possible? Maybe. So Majima and Makoto here share a little bit of a cute moment, and it starts off their romance. So after that, Makoto brings up the watch she has, even though she's blind. How's she gonna watch the time? Well, she keeps it because it's special to her and makes a nice little sound that makes her nostalgic about the past. But it's broken. Oof. Majima then decides to leave the storeroom, and while on his way walking around the town, he decides to check out one of those cabaret clubs that his rival told him about, which then leads to Majima's side business. Let's talk about it. So Majima's side business is that there are these five very bad people running cabaret clubs, and you need to build up your own cabaret club to beat out their clubs so you end their evil club reign. You start out by going to a cabaret club as suggested by your business rival, and the place sucks, but the manager actually allows you to take it over after you witness some of the devious intents of some of the other club managers, managing their own clubs in evil ways. So Majima raises the popularity and quality of this cabaret club in order to beat out the other cabaret clubs so that they don't monopolize the whole scene. So between Kiryu's side business or Majima's side business, I'd have to say that Majima's side business is easily my favorite of the two. To start off, I better explain what a cabaret club is. It's basically like a place where like a dude goes to like drink, eat, and talk to hostesses. I don't know, it's something in Japan. I'm not really too familiar with it. So the way the minigame works is that you hire the best staff, you manage the staff in the best way possible, and you run through the business through this Diner Dash style minigame where you serve customers and whatnot. So as I was saying, it's kind of like Diner Dash, but actually less difficult. What I like about this side business over Kiryu's is that it removes a lot of waiting around for percentages to go up. Instead, you have to take the initiative to grow your club up to fight against the evil and more popular clubs. You have to earn fans through this minigame and also through partnering with businesses. So you still have to go out and hunt down certain businesses so that they can advertise your club more to earn more fans. You can once again gain workers through side quests in ways you wouldn't expect, or by hiring people off the street. Every person has different stats, so it's best to use the best all the time, but then again, you have to give them a break every now and then, because people do get tired. So keep a healthy work environment, and things should flow smoothly. There are a few workers whose stats can be messed around with, and those are your main crew. These are the people who matter in this side business, the main characters per se. They actually have really fleshed out personalities, which is nice, and keep things from getting boring. There is still a bit of grind with this one, but it isn't as bad. I just wish this minigame was a bit more challenging. You know, a little bit more like Diner Dash, because that actually can get hard. I played the SpongeBob one, ooh boy. The boss fights you get into every now and then do spike the difficulty a bit, so that's nice. But it is a bit random. One thing that Kiryu's operation does have over Majima's is that Kiryu does make a lot more money in the end. Majima's business doesn't really make you loads of money. But then again, if you want loads of money, you could just fight Mr. Shakedown a bunch of times and you'll be fine. And that about wraps it up. Let's get back to the story. You're also gonna meet the money man at some point while doing all of this. And Majima's money man is definitely the eccentric character. But anyways, after all of these events, Majima decides to go back to work. While working at your club, you see yo, it's that doctor dude. He's drinking at our club and he's all like, yo, drinks are free, right? And the thing is, you told Lee that drinks would be free. But this ain't Lee though, but it is Lee's helper, so yeah, drinks are free. So this helper dude came to tell Majima that Lee will meet him once Majima goes to his house. So Majima pays for the drinks and starts heading to his apartment. But once he exits the club, he is greeted by the Yakuza to try to kidnap Makoto, aka the gunman. But this time there's more of them, so it's time to beat him up once again. Once you beat them all up, you try to question them, but then Sagawa shows up, which gives them ample time to escape. Sagawa asks if you found your target, and Majima dodges of giving out the truth. So yeah, Sagawa's a little bit suspicious, but I don't think he's caught on yet. So once Majima has gotten drilled into his head the ABCs of contact, he heads home and Lee comes through shortly in a big coat. Lee has picked up that Majima's apartment is being stalked on all corners, and Majima pretty much tells him, yeah, cause I'm trapped here. So then Lee tells him of a secret passageway in his clinic, and that's where we have to go now. So after successfully going to the clinic, where's the secret passageway? So somehow, through black magic, you actually manage to get to Makoto. Once you're there, Makoto is holding an envelope that Lee gave her, and she hands them to Majima, but they're just photos of some girl. What's up with that? Lee finally shows up and hands Makoto and Majima some drinks. He goes on to explain that the girl in the photo bleeds men dry of their money and of their life, but that she looks exactly like Makoto though. And then Makoto passes out because Lee spiked her drink.
よう聞く薬やでほんま。
リ、お前何を？
こっから先はこの子に聞かせる話とちゃうんでな。少し眠らしとく。
So basically, Lee's big plan is to kill the girl in the photos and offer up her as Makoto's dead body, and then give the real Makoto a facelift while removing her fingerprints with a little bit of acid. So yeah, as it turns out, Lee's part of the Chinese mafia. Well, to be more accurate, he isn't really part of the Chinese mafia, he's more of a hitman that collaborates with them. The way that he saved Makoto is that he was doing a raid on a Korean warehouse where he came across a group of girls locked in cages, and he freed them all, except they all ran except for Makoto, who stayed in her cage reaching out her hand. I mean, she's blind. What is she gonna do? I mean, Lee just couldn't leave her alone, so he kinda took her in as a daughter figure. But there's something interesting about what he says. He says that he isn't about to let a daughter die before his eyes again. Like, man, oh no. Well, despite that, Majima still isn't gonna do the plan. In fact, he flat out refuses. Lee is absolutely baffled that Majima would do this, and he decides to poke at Majima by pretty much telling him to not run away like he probably did when he got kicked out of the Yakuza, and to get his hands dirty. I mean, after all, Majima hasn't killed anybody. But no matter what, Lee isn't gonna let you leave this room alive. So once again, it's fight time.
死ねえや真島
This fight against Lee is the same as last time, except that he has a bigger health bar, and the QTE transition to his heat mode has actually been extended, and the extra QTE actually does damage to Lee. Also, something I forgot to mention during the first fight with Lee is that he has a move where he just kind of waves his arms around. If you attack him, he'll counter you. I'm not really sure if it shows up in the first fight or only here. In terms of fight location, the warehouse isn't as cool as the massage clinic, but Makoto is sleeping while these two dudes are just beating each other up, so that's a nice detail. After getting beat up, Lee pleads with Majima this is the only way to keep Makoto safe, and that if he denies him, he'll be hunted for the rest of his life. Majima responds that he'll just kill anyone that comes his way. In his words,
確かに一度黒に染まったもんはどこまで行っても黒やそっから抜けることはできんけどなそれでも噛みつく相手選ぶくらいはできるそれが俺の流儀や
Majima tears up the photos and leaves. Majima then takes all the materials, takes them to a trash can, but then goes on a little smoke break and throws away the materials Lee was going to use for his big plan. But as Majima is leaving, a mysterious man in a red suit takes them. Oh no. Majima goes on to work, but is told by one of his employees that Lee called to let Majima know to come to the massage clinic. So Majima heads on over there, and Lee congratulates him on actually doing his big plan, but Majima didn't kill anyone. So now the whole gang is confused on who done it, but the dude who done it calls up the clinic and tells Majima to meet him at the Grand, where he's groping the staff. Oh no. And the staff, no, not the staff, the chapter ends there. This chapter is mostly there to introduce Majima's cabaret club business, but the story definitely gets interesting here with some development between Majima and Makoto, and with the fleshing out of Lee's character a bit. But now it's time to move on to the next chapter. Chapter begins with Lee being confused as to what is going on, so to solve the mystery, Majima decides to go meet up with the guy at the Grand. And the gun Yakuza from before is there to actually welcome you, because the guy inside, that guy in the red suit, is their patriarch, their commander, their leader, their boss. Majima goes inside, and this dude is still groping the staff. He needs to stop that. Majima just comes in and just stop. So once all the hostesses leave him, it turns out that this dude rented out the whole Grand just for himself. And basically he did this just to have a private chat with Majima. Majima asks who he is, and the dude responds with that he runs the Kanjin clan, I think that's how it's pronounced, and that his name's Nishitani. His main goal is that he wants Makoto, and weirdly enough, he's heard that Majima is pretty strong, but that he can't kill Makoto. So he wanted to take matters into his own hands to help him out, because this dude's just a crazy person. Nishitani goes on to tell Majima that he wants Makoto alive, so it shouldn't be a problem because he already killed the fake for him. Majima presses him on why he would want the girl, but Nishitani tells him that he's working for someone else, so he really doesn't know. But Nishitani's looking for a fight. He's telling Majima that the only way he can get more information is if Majima beats him out of it. And Nishitani throws the first punch. But Majima doesn't do it because Nishitani technically is a customer, and the customer is king. So Nishitani's like, alright, so I won't be a customer, I'll be a robber. So he calls the police, says he's robbing the place, and now it's fight time. And Nishitani is very happy. This dude is a hell of a fight, one of the hardest in the game. He's got a knife, so you can only really block with Slugger, but with Thug, you're gonna get shredded. He also dodges a ton. Do not attack him from the front because he'll just dodge like crazy and then go on a knife combo. And man, his combos are weird as hell. Strange, crazy movements that you should watch yourself on. He also has this move where he lies down on the ground, but if you try to attack him, he'll just follow up with a couple of nice slashes. Not nice slashes, knife slashes. His QTE transition to his heat mode is also quite stylish. Got a knife into his shins and he's still walking. Once the fight is over, the police are here and Nishitani just turns himself in. But Majima still needs more info from him, but Nishitani's all like, ooh, come get me, sweetie. So Majima just heads back to his office, and Sagawa's there waiting to know why Majima hasn't reported him killing Makoto. Majima's starting to look super suspicious to Sagawa, especially that fight with the Kinjin clan. But Majima somehow manages to brush off every question, but he is somewhat worried that Sagawa's gonna crack the case at some point. So he starts heading down to where Makoto is, but the Chinese doctor comes to Majima first because he needs to give painkillers to Lee, but he doesn't exactly know where he is. So Majima offers to deliver the medicine to him. But before we continue on with the story, I think it's about time we cover the final combat style today. Well, I mean, it could be today, but I don't know, you can maybe watch the video into tomorrow. Basically, let's talk about Majima's unlockable fourth style, the Mad Dog. Majima's Mad Dog style is a new style to the series and is probably what he will use in future games, like the first one. Now, this style is pretty insane, and I swear none of it is explained to you. You have to figure it out for yourself, so it might be some things you missed because of your lack of understanding. Like for example, every finisher attack leads into a manic slash dash attack. The thing with this attack is that after you slash someone, you can sprint around and connect more slash dashes if you connect more triangle attacks. This is ridiculously powerful if done right. This style also has a great counter that can be done on any gear level. Taunts with this style will actually decrease your heat bar. Oh, and if you block then dodge, you can perform a super dodge. Now I guess my only real issue is that square attacks have these really fancy animations that lead to people gangbanging you because you're so fancy and slow. Also, once you hit the third gear heat bar, press circle to unleash a spinny attack that will tire you out if you miss it, but won't if you hit it. Oh, and for some basic stuff, you have a double dodge like Majima's normal style. So yeah, that about wraps up Majima's Mad Dog style. While a little bit undercooked, it is fun to play around with a combat style that resembles what Majima's like in the past games. Now let's get back to the story. So Majima delivers the medicine to Lee, but he's all like, okay, but I don't need this. Lee asked about what happened with the phone guy, and now Makoto also wants to know what happened with the phone guy. But Lee tells her not to worry about it, but she really does want to know because, all things considered, she is the reason everything is happening around here. So Majima explains what happened at the Grand, what it meant, and that the Omi Alliance either wants her dead or alive, so they should just get out of here. So Lee's figured out that she's probably gonna be hunted. Majima's like, I'll figure it out. But before they can leave, the Chinese doctor is here because he followed you. And he brought over Majima's stalkers because he sold you out. Dang! I mean, like, the Chinese doctor just straight up doesn't have enough money, so it was bribed easily, but that doesn't really matter because the stalker just kills him. What is he gonna do with the money if he's dead? So yeah, man, that guy got messed up. Yeah, but Majima's sick of this dude's crap, so now it's fight time. I love the setup to this fight. These dudes have been keeping Majima under watch for 2 years, and now Majima finally gets to royally annihilate them. And you do. Every single one of your enemies has some sort of weapon, so just keep your mind open for that. So once you beat them up, Lee tries his best to save the doctor because he still has a chance at living. But Lee can't leave without saving him first. So Lee tells Majima to go on ahead with Makoto to the clinic while he gets the doctor to safety. And so begins another stealth level. This is the last one of its type, and it's exactly the same as the last one except a bit shorter. Everything I said about the last stealth level applies here. Once Majima reaches the clinic, Lee is outside, ready with a car to leave. But once he turns the key, Majima and Makoto are knocked back and they can't get up, and Sagawa shows up with a gun. The dude pretty much knows that you lied to him and is ready to shoot you down until a dude in a white suit shoots him in the hand. Wow, he is accurate. The white man goes towards Makoto. Majima is like, and the man smacks Majima right in the kisser with a gun, and so ends the chapter. This was a pretty banging chapter. A lot of mayhem just went down. We got a great boss fight, some fun combat encounters, and the story is getting really interesting once again. The stakes have risen, but the next chapter isn't Majima's, it's Kiryu. So before we get back to this, it's time to head back to Kamurocho to see how our rookie, unemployed gangster is doing. Well, he's not unemployed, he's in real estate. The chapter starts out with the Dojima family looking for Kiryu, beating up anyone who dares to wear even the same suit as him. And they burned his apartment down, so Kiryu needs to find a place to stay. And during this section of the game, you have no objective marker whatsoever. So the only way you can move forward is by walking across the whole map until you trigger an event at a certain location. But I'll save you the trouble. Just go up the street you usually go up to go to the real estate firm, and you should be able to activate the story event. Basically, Kiryu bumps into a drunk man, and the drunk man starts making a big commotion about it, but the Dojima family is nearby, so Kiryu tries to calm down the man so that he doesn't get noticed. And it does succeed, but the drunk man slashes out at him, cutting across his face. So Kiryu goes to sit down at a bench to just tend to his wound. But I will say that if Kiryu doesn't want to be noticed, I don't know, some advice would be maybe don't wear the white suit. Maybe don't wear the iconic white suit which you beat up Kuze with. Maybe that'll help. So while Kiryu is sitting at the bench, Reina actually comes by and offers to help him, but Kiryu, well, after his conversation with Nishiki, Kiryu just wants to cut ties with anyone that knows him so that no one gets harmed. But Reina isn't taking any of that crap, and she will help Kiryu or be damned. So despite Kiryu's ideals, he finally gives in, and now your next objective is to go to Serena. But keep in mind that once you enter this bar, there's no turning back. So if there's anything else you want to do beforehand, I suggest you do now. So once you're prepared, Kiryu heads to Serena and thanks Reina for her hospitality, and she gets right away to healing his head cut. Reina reveals that Nishiki actually managed to get back without his car, but he did look rather upset. And it's here where Reina and Kiryu have a short chat about how Kiryu cut ties with Nishiki, where Kiryu just flat out didn't want to hurt his blood brother, couldn't live with causing him more harm. But before they can continue this conversation even more, they get interrupted by Dojima goons that had this place stalked out the whole time. So Kiryu gets right away to beating the crap out of them. And he knows there's more outside, but before he goes, he gives Reina his childhood amulet and tells her to give it to Nishiki with a message to not avenge him, or else he'll just end up where he is now. And the camaraderie between these two is powerful. Kiryu goes outside and there's a big group waiting to get beat up outside, and so begins a big group fight. And once you beat them up, you go out into Main Street and you're surrounded. Nishiki and Kashiwagi are on the sidelines watching. The 3 lieutenants are all there watching you. Awano's trying to save face after his failure from last time, and Kuze wants a rematch. This time he has some gauntlets as his weapon, so it's fight time. Kuze's moveset is the same as the first time you fought him, but this time he hits harder because of his weapon of choice, and he has a bigger health bar, plus he has a bunch of goons around him. This is definitely an increase in difficulty, but I will say this is probably my least favorite of the fights you have with him. I don't know, it feels the least personal. Don't got that oomph the other ones got. So after beating everyone up, Kiryu and Kuze are at a standstill until a goon hits Kiryu on the back of the head with a baseball bat, and Kiryu is down on the ground, pretty much ready to die. Things are looking pretty screwed until Tachibana comes through in a sweet ride and just runs Kuze over.
おい誰だもう店はぶちまけろ
So Kiryu actually manages to escape with Tachibana while Awano has failed to stop them yet again. And in the midst of all this chaos, Shibusawa's looking rather serious about it. Tachibana parks his car in a parking lot and informs us that Dojima was putting a lot of pressure, so he wasn't really able to help out as soon as he could, and that's the reason why he had to drive up to Kiryu and rescue him, despite not being the best driver, despite doing all those crazy things he did. In this moment of solitude, Kiryu just takes time to reflect on his actions, seeing himself as an idiot for trying to push through his struggles all by himself, and in return, everyone around him has paid the price trying to protect him. Tachibana, hearing this, disagrees with Kiryu, instead going on about how having those type of people in your life is a great blessing, which he can't say he has. Given Tachibana's position and work, he has to do everything to survive, and in that pursuit, he uses anyone and everyone to accomplish that goal. But in that pursuit, he has acquired many allies, but no real friends, just people who wanted something in return. No one who would risk their life for him. That is, until now. As Tachibana saw, Kiryu was willing to give his life in order to protect his, and in that regard, Tachibana truly considers Kiryu a good friend. As friendly as these two are now, they can't stay here forever, and Tachibana has contacted Oda to come pick them up. But once Oda gets here, the boss starts struggling in immense pain, and then the chapter ends.
おい、立花！
社長しっかりしてください社長
This is the shortest chapter in this game, so if you're just rushing it, you're gonna get through it really quickly. But it is also probably the most action-packed outside of the beat-em-up levels, because there's a lot of good, meaty combat encounters. And I have to say, man, I really love Tachibana's development here. He went from such a mysterious and robotic character to a rather human and sympathetic person. Well, on to the next chapter. The chapter begins with the gang in a hospital room, with Oda filling Kiryu in on that Tachibana's kidneys are kind of destroyed beyond repair, so when put under extreme stress, the boss is going to feel extreme pain. Extreme. Whatever plans they had to defeat the Dojima family will have to wait until Tachibana wakes up. And while we're here, Oda tells us where we are. This area is Little Asia. Now, this was an area originally introduced in Yakuza 4, and they've actually found a pretty neat way to bring it back into this game. Basically, the reason Tachibana and Oda have access to this area of the map is because they're not Japanese, they're ex-Chinese mafia. This area is kind of a slum for Chinese immigrants or aliens, so that they can stay safe from people trying to kick them out of the country. They're safe in this area, and the Tojo clan doesn't have any reach in this area, so the Dojima family can't go after them here. One of the residents of this area asked for Oda and Kiryu to go talk with an important individual in the community who helps with immigration, Elder Chen, whose group at some point stood on equal ground with the Tojo clan, but Dojima and Kazuma destroyed that balance. Once we leave, we get a shot of Tachibana's arm, and there's a bat tattoo. Oh no, that can't be good. The reason Elder Chen summoned both of them is that, well, Kiryu's got to go. I mean, Kiryu isn't Chinese, he's Japanese, and also used to be part of the group that brought them down. So having his presence around here is a liability which he isn't willing to take. And despite Oda's best efforts, Elder Chen isn't convinced, so Kiryu has to find a new place to stay. Tachibana actually wakes up and recommends that Kiryu go to West Park for the night, so Kiryu has a place to stay while Tachibana prepares something for tomorrow, aka himself. So, it's time to sleep with the homeless. West Park was an area from the first game where homeless people would kind of gather around, except in Yakuza 0, you don't have to enter a bathroom to get through it, and it doesn't look nearly as old and destroyed as it did in the first game. It looks kind of nice. Also, this area of the map has quite a few unique gambling games, which, well, might as well go over now. I don't really have much to say because I don't really know much about any of these games. I don't know, like, I gave them a shot, but I don't know, I'm just kind of confused. It's kind of a bewildering experience. But if you want to give them a shot, I mean, they don't take long. Well, okay, some of them actually do take quite long. But yeah, there's that. Being homeless isn't really a great way to live, but having connections definitely helps. And Kiryu helping out those homeless dudes in chapter 2 definitely comes into play here, because he actually meets up with one of them in this chapter, and now he has a home to stay in. Well, somewhat of a home. So that's nice. Kiryu now has a place to sleep in, but while sleeping, he hears some commotion outside, and it's some punks beating up on some homeless people just because they're mean. And the reason they're so ruthless is because they're not gonna go to jail because they're just like teenagers and stuff. So Kiryu decides to take things into his own hands and beat him up himself. So after schooling the preschoolers, Kiryu hands them over to the homeless person for a little apology.
なあ、これ君んだろ。さっきこれでおじさんの頭殴ろうとしたろ。ってことはやっぱり君んだよな。やめろ、やめろよバカ野郎。シッ。もうみんな寝てるんだ。声が大きいよ。
Afterwards, the homeless man thanks you for your efforts, and the whole community respects you now because you saved them from the homeless beaters. Once morning hits, Oda is here to take you where Tachibana is, but before you go with him, just be prepared because what comes next is a huge brawl, so get ready. So Oda drives up to the Tojo clan, and Tachibana is bargaining for your life with the second chairman of the Tojo clan.
東日本における極道社会の最高権力者。
お前が桐生か。なるほど。その目つき、風間の若い頃を思い出すな。
In order to save Kiryu from Dojima. Yeah, a little bit of a risky plan, you know, bargaining with your enemy. What Tachibana is asking for is to tell the second chairman of the Tojo clan, or I think it was acting chairman, yeah, to tell Dojima to stop going after Kiryu, to which the chairman doesn't agree to the deal immediately. But then Tachibana starts talking about Dojima. And basically, if Dojima keeps doing what he's doing right now, he could possibly become even stronger and more influential than the chairman of the Tojo clan. And just as likely, he might become the chairman of the Tojo clan. And that might have some nasty implications, because Dojima is a big poopy head. Tachibana also gives the chairman 500 million yen if he accepts the deal, and then another 500 million yen if he actually sticks to it. Tachibana really respects Kiryu as a person and a friend and will pay anything for you. Plus, he does need your help to get the empty lot. So after all this, the chairman finally succumbs to Tachibana's offer and tells a messenger to tell Dojima to back away from Kiryu. But it does surprise him just how much money Tachibana is willing to put on Kiryu, and it makes him think back to Kazuma, a man who was simply the best at what he did, and he wonders if he would pay the same price, and well, he would. But will Kiryu be able to match that? Well, he'll just have to wait and see. And then Kiryu and Tachibana, plus Oda, the whole gang, go outside the door, and then there's a huge group of Yakuza ready to beat them up. Kind of strange because the deal went well, but not everyone is happy, so you're gonna have to beat everyone up and then the deal is okay. So it's fight time. The level starts out with a huge crowd of punks. Beast mode is the most reasonable thing to use here, but if you're feeling funny, use rush mode. So after that, you go through a string of smaller scale fights. You can do some straight bro heat action with your homies. Also, the Tojo clan here looks really nice and is a cool backdrop for most of the fights. It's a nice callback to the first game, seeing how far we've come in all the time they've had to make this game. What? Yakuza 0 being a prequel allows them to revisit a lot of areas from the first game, except this time, it's like the latest game, not like the very first game in a series. So we get to see how far the designers have come at making these games and all the improvements they've added. It's really nice to look at and play. Somehow, they also got a couch fighter out here too, but you know what to do. So after reaching a certain point, a sword fighter comes up to battle. And you're given a sword, but all that helps with his blocking. So yeah, this mini boss's moveset can actually be quite challenging because you're not playing Ishin, so watch yourself with this one. He's dangerous. So once you beat him up, you'll reach the exit of the Tojo clan, but this time, there's a huge crowd on par with the one you beat up at the start of the level. This area is a bit bigger, so you can push through, but once you beat a certain number of them, the sword fighter is back. But this time, there's a crowd around him, making him an even bigger danger than before. This dude will chase you to the ends of the earth to slash you with the sword, so it's best to get him first, but the surrounding enemies will take pot shots whenever it suits them, so it is a challenge. Be careful, you could die. Once you beat up the last group, the level is over, and the chairman now knows why Kiryu is so beloved. This decision kinda screwed Dojima over, but Shibusawa somehow knew that Tachibana was the one to do this, and he has an idea on how to counter it. And then Dojima says something which interests me very greatly. He basically tells Shibusawa, so you want to use more than 10% of your brain, huh? This makes out that Shibusawa was restricting himself before. He hasn't reached his full potential. This isn't his final form. He's ready to just go high. He's been pretty quiet so far, so we don't know what he's gonna pull. And here, I like to talk about Kiryu's story structure because I think it's pretty neat. So like, you kind of start off with the brief reign of Kuze, which then leads to the reign of Awano, who does put up a good fight but failed to actually succeed. And now it's time to see what Shibusawa can bring to the table. Once Kiryu and the gang escape Tojo clan headquarters, Tachibana decides to take a break at the docks, just taking a moment to rest because he did just beat up an entire group of Yakuza with busted kidneys. So as it turns out, Tachibana knows that the owner of the lot is in Sotenbori, but doesn't want to go yet because he has a suspicion that Shibusawa also knows this, and that the Omi Alliance is somewhat knowledgeable about it. Kiryu, however, is tired of waiting around and just wants to head on over there anyways. Oda is also in agreement, and Tachibana's fine with that. So they return to Kamurocho, and they tell Kiryu to finish up anything he needs to finish before heading to Sotenbori. So yeah, make sure to finish up whatever you want to do in Kamurocho before heading off. They'll be waiting for you in Little Asia, and once you get there, Tachibana is in contact with an organization that has the owner of the empty lot, which turns out to be Makimura Makoto? Makoto Makimura? Oh no, and the chapter ends. Now we have somewhat of a reason as to why Makoto's so hunted down. I mean, she's the owner of the lot. How does she not know this? Well, the next chapter is going to involve Majima, so on Kiryu's side, we're gonna have to wait a bit to figure it out, but time to get back to Majima. We begin the chapter with Majima getting beaten to a bloody pulp while chained up. Saga was rather mad that the white dude just straight up like took Makoto, and it seems like he's gonna kill you with a bat. But before he does, he gives us a little history lesson about his life. You know, a little life story that Majima can apply to his own life. So once upon a time, Sagawa was a kid, and he took care of this bird, but it was diseased and dying, and his parents didn't want him to take care of the bird, but he did it anyways. The next day though, the parents fed it to the cat. So yeah, little bird's gone. You really can't disobey your parents. But then little kid Sagawa straight up just kills the cat. So the moral of the story is, I'm not gonna kill you, Majima, get Makoto now. So despite completely disobeying your boss, y'all are now on good terms once again, or as good as the terms were last time. It's here where Majima asks Sagawa what exactly Makoto's worth, and he's just kind of like, I don't know. Basically, Sagawa doesn't actually know what Makoto is. He just knows that Shimano asked him to tell Majima to go kill her. And that's it. Nothing after that. Majima's goal now is to hit up Nishitani's underlings and get info on the White Suit Man because they might be connected. And you're off. You hit up the Kinjin's clan's family office and you come across some dudes, so you beat them up. But sadly, it was a pointless effort because they don't really know anything. Except it isn't, because one of them reveals that if you want more information, why don't you go ask Nishitani? Well, yeah, he's in jail, how is he gonna do that? But basically, he alludes that Nishitani has a cop on the inside that obeys him. He's pretty much good with like a cop. So, if Majima talks with that cop, he might be able to get into the same jail cell as Nishitani, and then could ask him more information. So yeah, it's rather useful. So Majima leaves, knocks the dude out for being a snitch, and goes on his way. But before we go meet up with this cop, I think it's about time we talk about something very important. Darts. Darts is pretty cool. You're gonna be fiddling with the sticks quite a bit with this one. At first I wasn't much of a fan, but it has grown on me the more I've played it. You point with the left stick and you draw back the dart with the right stick in order to throw it. Here's a tip: only aim when you have it drawn all the way back. I find that's a good way to get results. You have different game modes if you want to experiment a bit, and overall, this is a rather fun activity, which if you're drinking, I recommend you do. Now let's get back to the story. So you meet up with the cop and he's quite the old man, but he won't accept any of your money. But he is willing to go drinking with you in order to hear you out. So while drinking, the old man drops some backstory on Nishitani. Basically, he's been super messed up since young. He's shoplifted as a baby, broke into cars in middle school, stabbed someone to death as a freshman. Typical freshman behavior. So while Majima and this dude are drinking on a boat, the boat stops and decides to just straight up go down.
なんや
おい、どないなっとるんや。遊びに付き合い言うたやろ。
It goes down. And what it goes down to are some tunnels. What do those tunnels go to? A coliseum. So this cop here turns out to be quite the dirty cop. Well, he is quite the dirty cop just from being in association with Nishitani, but basically what the cop did here was he wanted to make a little bit more money and pretty much set up this coliseum where criminals that are going to be executed. Wait, executed? No. I think it's a lot more that when criminals can't be executed are thrown down here in order to execute themselves, beating each other up. If they beat each other up, they might be freed. But it's quite a rough world out there. And what this cop wants you to do is to go down there and beat up 3 dudes. I don't know, matches have been getting boring, and he wants you to spice it up. If you manage to succeed, he'll take you to Nishitani. And it's here where I'm going to talk about the Coliseum. The Coliseum is a great old time. You fight a lot of dudes, and because the combat is great, this side activity is great. All of the fights are copy and pasted from previous games, and honestly that is completely fine because I do want to fight them. It is a fighting ring, so come on, let me beat them up! There's a ranking system in place, so in order to fight future battles, you have to rank up by doing good in previous battles. Some of these fights add nice variables like special items being thrown your way, or the floor is lava, which adds some nice variety among the matches. My only main issue with it is that it takes way too long to rank up. It's a bit of a stupid grind. Also, I wish you could fight all the boss fights of this game in here, but you can't. But hey, that's what climax battles are for. What is that? I'll get to it later. So yeah, that wraps up the Coliseum in a nice neat bow. Let's get back to the story. So the boss fights you have to go through for this section of the story are cool, but not that remarkable. But keep in mind that it's 3 boss fights and you can't heal between any of them. So don't act reckless because these dudes will punish that. So you beat up those 3 dudes and the old man takes you to see Nishitani. But before you go meet Nishitani, the old man kind of fills us in on why he would work for a guy like that. And basically, it's a sad backstory that kind of paints Nishitani in a more human light. When he said that he killed someone as a freshman, he didn't just do that because he was a freshman, but rather, that man he killed the old man's daughter. But the man got away scot-free after 3 days in jail because he was only a teenager. He couldn't do anything about it, so he The old man was nearly about to kill himself, but then Nishitani killed that man because he was the only one who was able to do it, because some people are just monsters, born to do things which most normal people can't even think about doing. And I kinda take issue with this. Like, it's a nice backstory, but it does feel kinda like rushed development for this crazy person. I don't know, it's a bit of an issue I'll get into later once the story starts picking up. But anyways, let's go meet Nishitani. The old man bribes a cop in order to allow you to go meet Nishitani, and the dude's just napping. But once he wakes up, he welcomes you and is excited to fight you again. But Majima really has to know about the white suit man, and if Nishitani's connected to him. And to celebrate the occasion, Nishitani calls a cop to bring him some drinks. And the dude's also smoking in jail, so it's like, is this really jail? But yeah, Nishitani's doing just fine. This isn't really jail for him, this is just a place for him to hide out so that no one can like harm him. So Nishitani lets us in on that he isn't connected to the guy, but he has a good idea of who he is, but he's being really coy about this information, so Majima threatens to beat him up, and Nishitani's like,
楽しみや。わしは強いもんを見るとな、あそこが固なってしまうんや。もう我慢できへん。
it's fight time. This fight is the same as the last one we had with Nishitani, but he has a longer health bar and the area is a bit smaller. But I will say, the area being a bit smaller definitely makes a certain QTE cinematic a little bit ridiculous, because like, how big is this jail cell? Plus, our crazy boy here gets another QTE, which by the way, if you manage to deplete an entire boss's health power before they have a chance to do their QTE, they won't die. So give them a bit of time so that you can actually like beat him up. You beat up Nishitani and he's feeling great and is ready to tell you what he knows. Nishitani thinks it's the work of a group that works for the Tojo clan but doesn't wear the crest because they're super secret. And they're called the Nikko Consortium. Consortium, yeah. The man in white is probably a dude named Masura Sera. So yeah, this kind of shocks Majima a bit because Shimano and this group are going after the girl, but Nishitani here was hired by an individual named Shibusawa. So there's a lot of organizations at play here wanting one thing, and Makoto and Majima are stuck in the middle of it all. So now we're starting to get a little bit more of the bigger picture here. Nishitani gives you the location of the girl and even tries to make you join his clan, but Majima refuses. So Nishitani instead offers to fight with him so they can get the girl back, beat up Sagawa, and just screw the world. It's their world now. And they're ready to head out, but the old cop shows up, shot in the back by the cop he bribed.
お茶逃げや。西谷。なんやねんな。お茶。お前。
Turns out someone bribed that cop more to kill the old cop and Nishitani. The cop shoots Nishitani and things are not looking too good, but Nishitani decides to take one last stand. He throws caution to the wind and tells Majima to live life to the fullest, even if it kills him. A neat callback to when Majima fought all those Yakuza, even though he would die, because it's just part of the deal when you join the Yakuza. This sacrifice gives Majima time to escape, and despite not having enough time to run away from Nishitani, who got shot up with like a full rotation, the cop trips and gets messed up by Nishitani, and the chapter ends. Man, what a great chapter. My only real issue is that, man, Majima's plot armor is like super thick. I mean, yeah, he is alive in the future games, so you can't really kill him in this one. But man, dude, after that mess up, shouldn't he be like grinded meat now? But oh well, they do need him to get Makoto, so it's an alright excuse. A lot of fun encounters in this one. And this chapter also introduces the Colosseum, which is great, and has a cool boss fight. Even though it is the same as last time, I still like it. On to the next chapter. The chapter begins with Majima running to go to where Sarah is, when Sagawa stops him in his tracks and is like, yo, you left the city, man. Which caught me by surprise because I'm an idiot who didn't consider Majima going to jail as him leaving the city. And as we know, this city is his cage, and it is something which Sagawa makes very apparent.
蒼天堀はお前の庭じゃねえんだよ。檻なんだよ、檻。ホテルでさえ出かけるときにはフロントに一声かかるよな。檻ん中のお前が何黙って出てんだよ。なあ。
Majima still finds a way to weasel out of the punishment, so Sagawa stops choking him out, which makes me gotta wonder, just how strong is Sagawa? Like, is he actually strong, or is Majima just putting up with it because he can't fight back? Majima informs Sagawa of where Sarah is, and Sagawa's like, yeah, I know that place, and so he can take you. So once you're ready, talk to Sagawa, and you'll go to that area. But keep in mind that once you do this, you'll be going through the whole level. The chapter is gonna end, and you're gonna be playing as Kiryu again. So if there is anything else you need to do as Majima, do it now, because you're not gonna get another chance to do so for quite a while. Majima tells Sagawa that he's ready, and we're off. Sagawa's driving off to this place, and once we get there, we see a couple places trying to sell a good time. This place reminds me a lot like Purgatory in the previous games, or in the timeline sense, the future games, but it's a shame you don't actually get to explore this area. It's just here to give a location to a beat 'em up level. Would have been really rad if this could have been made into a smaller hub world location like Shinseikoi was in Yakuza 2, but here it's just a little bit of a missed opportunity, but nothing too big. The location where Sarah's at is this inn of sorts, and once Majima and Sagawa enter the area, they decide to split up. Sagawa's got a gun, so he should be good, but it doesn't take long for Majima to come across some goons which tell him to leave, but no one's leaving, so it's level time.
手加減は無用だ。日教連の恐ろしさを身をもって知らせてやれ。
This level is great. We got an interesting location, some cool set pieces, and some challenging combat encounters. Like, they throw some really tough enemy types at you here. One of the best levels in this game. Tusk is still a great combat track, though I will say I think it fit best during Kiryu's first combat level, but it's still pretty banging here. The first two parts of the level revolve around group combat, where you fight 4 or 5 guys, only for 4 or 5 more guys to pop out of nowhere when you're done, only to reach a room with some buff painted dudes. You can't mess with these dudes. There's some tough architecture. After beating up these clowns, you get grabbed into a room with a huge group. Not as condensed as Kiryu's huge group, but there are a lot of guys here, so be careful. There's some projectile throwing dudes, and that, sometimes you might not even see it, so you need to be really careful there. While making your way through the level, we get a QTE that calls back or forward to Sajima's escape from prison, a brotherly QTE. Next up is a room with some flippy walls for enemies to come in to get their butts banged. And after that, we have a mini boss who I've gotta say is just a complete terrible person. Dude just throws some nasty projectiles and has really good defense. You have to stay on your toes with this Weapon Master. But once you beat the Weapon Master, it's time to meet up with the Mega Master, Sarah. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this before, but basically, I think it's a little bit important to know that Sarah is basically the third chairman of the Tojo clan in the first game. The only real problem with this is that we don't actually see much of him because, okay, I'm not gonna say it. So seeing him here, when he's all young and stuff, just what type of dude was he? If there's one thing that's definitely certain, he's definitely got a clear sense of style. That white suit, very flashy. Once Majima reaches Sarah, Sarah does his best to tell you that, oh no, wait, do not fight yet. I am not your enemy. That's a little bit confusing, seeing as all his men were trying to kill you, but basically Sarah's like, but you see, that was just a test to see your resolve. Okay. Sarah asks Majima why he's trying so hard to help the girl, and he just gets straight to the point. He asks, "Are you in love?" To which Majima replies, "You don't know me." But Sarah now gives Majima an ultimatum. Defeat him and he'll tell him where the girl is. So, despite not being your enemy, it is fight time.
あんたのやり方に従うは尺やが、俺も手っ取り早いんは言葉より拳や。ええやろ。やったるわ。お前の覚悟を見せてもらおう。
Sarah has a slow and tricky fighting style. His combos may not seem like much, but what makes Sarah one of the harder bosses in this game is his counter kick. If you attack him head on, he will kick you, which will then leave you stunned, which gives him a chance to combo your ass to hell. He can counter kick things you didn't even know can be countered. The area you fight in is super rad with lamps and the river which you can't throw him in. Sarah also probably has the coolest heat aura out of all the bosses in this game. His punches got flash and power, and his QTE heat transition is tight with a funny Majima. Overall, a fun fight that keeps you on your technical toes. You beat up Sarah and he is satisfied with your resolve. So he tells you that some real estate agents have her in Kamurocho. And Majima wants to haul butt to protect her because some real estate nerds possibly couldn't protect her. But Sarah assures Majima that they are unorthodox and that they're reliable, and that Majima should stay in Sotenbori to make sure Sagawa doesn't reach Kamurocho where the girl is. Sarah gives Majima a gun to shoot him if he doesn't trust him because he has the business card of the real estate agents in his pocket. Majima lowers the gun, putting his trust in Sarah, but Sagawa shoots Sarah in the back. Sarah takes out Kiryu's business card and tells Majima that they're headed off to Kamurocho to kill Makoto, and the chapter ends there.
こうなれよ。地獄の果てまでもあの女を追いかけて殺すぞ。俺とお前でな。
This is the shortest chapter for Majima, but it does have one of his best levels and boss fights, so I don't mind. Other than that, on to the next chapter, where we pick up where Kiryu left off. The chapter begins with where Majima left off, with him finding Kiryu's business card, which then transitions to a flashback. Well, it's not really a flashback, it's more like we go back in time 8 hours before Majima reached this location and see that Kiryu has arrived in Sotenbori. So Kiryu's mission here is to hit up a video store and wait for a phone call, while Oda just gets to walk around because it's his hometown and he's also the boss. The person Kiryu has to meet on the phone line is Sarah, who has Makoto with him. Tachibana trusts him because he's really in deep with Kazuma, so on to the video store. Coming to Sotenbori as Kiryu is pretty cool, but there really isn't much to do here in terms of side quests. In fact, there aren't any side quests to do here with Kiryu. You can play most of the minigames except certain ones like catfights and pocket racing, but you can go to the Coliseum as Kiryu, which is really rad. But anyways, while we're here, let's talk about Pool. Pool is as fleshed out as it needs to be. You can choose where to strike the ball and how hard to hit it, and you got 8 ball, 9 ball, 1 ball, 2 ball, 3 ball. If you're a fan of Pool, you'll like this minigame. The only thing that might be broken with it is the enemy AI sometimes. I mean, they're not really enemies, you're just playing pool with them, but bro, some of these dudes are experts. It's crazy. But other than that, it's nice. Let's get back to the story. So after he's done pooling, Kiryu enters the video shop and chats up with the seller while... No! The seller leads you into a movie room where Tachibana probably, The dude talks about his past with Tachibana, talking about how he was in a gang with Oda, and Tachibana just straight up showed up and destroyed them. And Oda like fell in love with that dude like in a bro way and pretty much forced Tachibana to be their leader. And that's how Tachibana became the leader of their gang. It's here where we get a little bit more insight into Tachibana's backstory. Basically, Tachibana is a Japanese war orphan. What this entails is that he has Japanese and Chinese blood in him and lived in China. So everyone there hated him because he's not like a true Chinese. And the only people that treated Tachibana right was the mafia. So yeah, it's a pretty messed up history he's got there. This dude also tells us that Oda called Tachibana Big Papi, and then Oda's in the room and he's like, shut up. So Oda has come in to tell us that Makoto is dead, but the real one's alive. So yeah, we don't got any more time to waste. We gotta go. So seeing as we have to hurry up, Oda tells us to just go have fun in Sotenbori while he waits by the phone. So you just go do that. I don't know exactly what to do to make Oda get the call from Sarah, so just go do some disco dancing and Coliseum fighting in the meantime while you wait. But once you get a call from Oda, head to the video shop, but once you enter the phone room, you'll be on a straight path through a level and the chapter will end. And then the next one, you'll be in Kamurocho. So do everything you want to do in Sotenbori now, because you won't be able to come back for a while. You entered the phone room and Oda has a car prepared for us to head on over to Ben 10 Inn. I think that's what it's called, Ben 10. Another thing which I mentioned with Majima, but I think this place should have been a bit of a hub world, kind of like how the Tojo clan was in the first two games. That would have been really nice. Would have brought a lot of personality to the place. But yeah, anyways, you get there and we learned that the reason Makoto just straight up didn't know was because she didn't know. The land was given to her grandfather and her grandfather died, so it transfers to her, but she didn't know about that, so oh well. She's reminiscing over the tragedies that have been happening to her and just wants to be done with this crap. Kiryu takes Makoto to the taxi, and the exact moment Oda speaks, Makoto looks worried.
急げよ、おい早く来い。
今の声。
どうかしましたか？
何してんだ、早く乗れって。
Oda brushes it off but then looks menacingly into the mirror. They're just going down the road and Shibusawa shows up and shoots a taxi driver from his car. Wait, what? But Shibusawa isn't alone. He brought friends, and those friends start shooting at you, and Oda gives you a gun. And wait, why does Oda have a gun? Well, let's just say foreshadowing. But anyways, here begins a neat rail shooter segment. So let's go. And it has some fantastic music, which does kind of sound a bit like a rendition of Bad Fortune Flower from Yakuza 2, aka Riguji's theme. That's not where the callbacks stop, because this whole part of the game feels like a different rendition of the first game's shooting section. It's a neat callback. It's just like that fight in the Tojo clan, taking something from like a previous game but then doing it again, but better because now they've had more experience with these games. It just shows how far the team has come. This section in Zero is just better paced and more dynamic than the one in the first game. It feels like a dream to play. So Heat has a pretty interesting application here. You can use it to slow down time to really aim your shots, and you can use your car as cover. Keep in mind though that you and the car have separate health bars, so the car can be destroyed or you could just straight up die. This section doesn't last too long, so it doesn't overstay its welcome, but I wouldn't have minded if it lasted like a minute more. Once you get past a certain section, Oda finds a place to lay low and escape Shibusawa. This situation's got Oda's feathers in a bit of a ruffle, and Kiryu, being one with a clear mind, tells him to calm down as to not scare Makoto. And Oda just doesn't care, he dismisses him. But Makoto's all like, oh, I'm fine, which leads to Oda almost smacking her head off, but Kiryu holds him back.
何やってんだお前
So yeah, Oda goes downstairs to check for stuff, and Makoto tells Kiryu that she knows Oda. She recognizes his voice. And Oda comes back with a gun.
やっぱ気づいてたんだ
Oda actually manages to grab Makoto, and he's all like, I can't let Tachibana see her, and plans to kill you and Makoto. But Makoto's walking chain is actually a knife chain, so she stabs Oda in the leg. Sarah was the one which gave Makoto that knife cane in case anything went a little bit oopsie, but no one expected that Oda would be a bit oopsie. So if anyone hasn't caught on yet, Oda was the man who kidnapped Makoto and sold her off for money. Basically, from Oda's perspective, is that in order to get to the place where he was in Japan, he had to borrow a lot of money from the mafia. So he did a lot of messed up stuff in order to get money, which included selling Makoto. But the thing is, Tachibana is actually related to this story. Basically, after Oda sold the girl off, he met Tachibana and yeah, he thought he was a real swell guy and begged him to be the leader of his gang, which meant Tachibana got the bat tattoo too. That's actually what made him lose his arm, because a rival gang took them by surprise. At that point, Oda swore to never betray Tachibana, but then it turns out that Makoto is Tachibana's sister and Oda straight up sold her into like slavery. Oda planned to kill Kiryu and Makoto to make sure that Tachibana never found out about this. But before he can do that, well, I mean, he can't do that anymore because Kiryu body slammed him to the ground. But some Shibusawa thugs are coming, so Makoto asks Oda to get up, but like, I mean, she did knife his leg, so he asked Kiryu to give him his gun, then asked if he can do him one last favor. To tell Tachibana that he just straight loved them. Just loved them. And then we leave Oda with the gun, and we encounter the goons, so it's fight time. This beat 'em up level is really short. It's like 3 combat challenges. You fight a group while trying to protect Makoto, then you fight a mini boss. Then you fight a group plus the mini boss. And it's over. I would have liked the level went on a bit longer, but we did already have the shooting segment, so that could be counted as part of the level, but I just wanted to beat up some more dudes. It's a fun but short level. Once we beat the level, we get to see how Oda's last resort went. As it turns out, Shibusawa was paying Oda to betray Tachibana in order to give him Makoto, just like he was playing Nishitani to get Makoto for him, but they both come to the same fate in the end. We cut to Kiryu and Makoto in a hotel just trying to hide from Shibusawa, and it's here where Kiryu kind of fills Makoto in on Tachibana because, well, it has been a while since they've seen each other. Makoto is quite surprised that he's like a calm person because the Tachibana she knows was rather aggressive, and well, why wouldn't he after all the abuse they went over in China? Like, for example, when they go to the movies, after the movie's over, people like spit on them. Yo, what the heck? And then the whole story of like Makoto like going to Japan is also like super messed up because like Makoto and her mother got out of China because their grandfather was in Japan and owned the empty lot, right? So they go live with him, but he only speaks Japanese while they only speak Chinese. So Makoto is able to learn Japanese, but her mother couldn't and she killed herself. Wait, what? Yeah, her mother just killed herself under all the stress she had. So it's like, yo, what the heck, man? And then there's all the people that have died to protect Makoto, who have put their lives on the line to like protect her. She just can't handle it. But Kiryu does give her a few encouraging words.
ひどいな。長いこと暗い道を歩いていると、この先もずっと暗いもんだと思っちまう。前に進むことが嫌になる。自分の道がこの先どうなってるか分かってるやつなんてこの世に一人もいねえ。俺らにできるのは 立ち止まって泣くか、一歩でも前に進むかの二つだけだ。あんたはどっちでも好きな方を選んでいい。入り口までは俺が案内してやる。
So now, she's ready to go see her brother, and the chapter ends here. This was a pretty cool chapter. Visiting Sotenbori as Kiryu was a neat way to mix things up, and that railgun segment was great. And also, while Oda is a scumbag, I do like what they did with his character in relationship to like some of the themes of the game. Cause like a major theme of Yakuza 0 is loyalty. Like with Kiryu, for example, where do his loyalties lie? With his Yakuza family or with his father? And now here's Oda. Where do his loyalties lie? With his humanity or his well-being? And well, seeing what he did, he definitely abandoned his humanity. But he comes across someone who defies that, and that like changed Oda's world. But then all his past actions come to haunt him, and he can't help but fall into the same traps over and over. It's honestly pretty compelling that way. Though I will say it is a bit rushed. And speaking of rushed, we're reaching the finale here, because the next chapter after this is like Kiryu's final chapter before the big finale. So I don't know, something I've definitely noticed about Yakuza 0 on a couple second playthroughs is that the game definitely builds up a bit slowly, you know, building up all its pieces, and then everything explodes and everything goes crazy, and it's like, yo! On one hand, I think a little bit more gradual build up throughout the entire game would have helped, but on the other, it keeps things engaging, and it's definitely home to some of the best and most emotional moments in the series. So without further ado, let's move on to the next chapter. The chapter begins with Kiryu dropping off Makoto with the homeless homie, and he agrees to look after her until Kiryu is able to find Tachibana. However, that boy ain't picking up your calls, so it's time to hit up Little Asia. So Kiryu hits up Little Asia, and Tachibana is waiting for you on a hospital bed. Super dead, but not exactly dead. And well, Tachibana apologizes for not telling Kiryu about Makoto being his sister sooner, and he knew that Oda knew that Makoto was his sister, and yeah, this is where some of that heavy guilt's starting to come in. Simply put, Tachibana never confronted Oda about Makoto, and during his childhood, he ran away from China because he just hated being there. His Japanese heritage brought him so much hate and disgrace in that place that he just left to Sotenbori. But like that heavy guilt hit him the hardest when he heard that his sister was in Kamurocho. So he went over there to meet her, but his sister went all the way to Sotenbori to meet him, and well, that's where she got kidnapped. Tachibana being in Kamurocho also led him to know about the empty lot and the stakes of the situation with the Dojima family, which leads to Tachibana striking up a deal with Kazuma, who feared what would happen if Dojima gained more power than he already has. Kazuma told Tachibana to start up a real estate firm to stop Dojima, so most of what has happened is because of Kazuma. The dude is a psychic. When Tachibana was first setting up his plan, he really didn't want to tell Makoto that he is her brother, but after everything Kiryu has told him, Tachibana is ready to face her again.
私は妹にシャオちゃんに会いたいです。今の私はそのためだけに生きながらえています。もう二度と逃げたくありません。
もうすぐ会える。彼女はあんたを恨んでなんかいねえ。だが今もあんたの助けが必要だ。
But the Dojima family shows up to trash the place, which leads to a group fight with like 7 goons. Nothing you can't handle, but it is rather alarming that they were able to get into Little Asia in the first place. Tachibana and Kiryu try to escape from the back, but Kiryu is shot down by what Tachibana calls the most effective hitman I am aware of, Laogwe. This dude is a demon, and it's here where Tachibana connects the dots and realizes that Laogwe is the one who was used to frame Kiryu. Laogwe was the actual person who shot the dude in the empty lot. He was the one with the gun, because you know Kiryu can't own the gun. I think he established that in the first chapter of the game. It's also here where Tachibana sees that Laogwe just wants to take him alive to the Dojima family, so if he complies, Kiryu should be able to escape with his life. And well, Kiryu can't really do much at the moment because he's shot. So all Kiryu Kiryu can do is just look as Tachibana gives himself up and pass out. Once Kiryu passes out, he wakes up on a hospital bed next to Elder Chen. So Chen here has pretty much already figured out that Oda's a snitch and Shibusawa has already ruined everything for everyone. But man, I gotta say, yo, that grandfather that like wanted to pass his land on to like Makoto, but that dude just like ruined her life and his like other relatives' life. Like, man, despite having a bullet in his side, Kiryu is fired up to go save Tachibana wherever he is. And Chen might actually be able to locate him, but it might take some time. So Kiryu goes over to check up on Makoto while Chen digs into his information network to try to find where Tachibana might be more like dying. Kiryu exits Little Asia and Dojima thugs are already waiting for him. And Nishiki is there too. These thugs are all talking like smack like, yo Nishiki, go beat him up, man. Then Nishiki says this.
極道ってな、どいつもこいつもバカばっかだ。
Nishiki's already clued into the fact that if Dojima wins, Kazuma's gonna get kicked out of the family, and that's gonna screw him over. Now Kiryu here is trying to play defensive with Nishiki like, oh, you're not my oath brother. But Nishiki's all like,
うるせえ！俺はおめえがいねえ登場会でのし上がっても意味がねえんだ。おめえがいくら言ったとこで俺との縁は切らしゃしねえ。
錦、
覚悟しろよ。俺は一生おめえにつきまとってやる。
そこまで腹くくられたんじゃもう何も言えねえな。
Nishiki may be a bit of an emotional wreck, but he really is a true homie when it counts. Kiryu and Nishiki strip, and it's fight time.
Mirror.
暴れてやろうぜ、兄弟。行くぞ。
You fight against 4 long health dudes with Nishiki, but I will say, for the comeback of Nishiki, I did want a bit of a bigger battle, but this is fine. So Kiryu and Nishiki beat him up and they're just living it up, but it's back to business. Time to put the suits on. Right now, they have to head over to Makoto to protect her. So once they arrive at the tent, they see that she's fine. And now Kiryu has time to really fill in Nishiki and Makoto on what the current situation is. And it's got them both worried and confused. It is quite a complicated set of events. They don't have time to ask Kiryu any questions though, because they really need to get back to saving Tachibana. Makoto has to see the Tachibana, and Kiryu is willing to put down his life to make sure that happens. So Chen finally sends a message to Kiryu's pager, so it's time to find a payphone. Chen gives you a location and tells you Kuze is there, and working for Shibusawa instead of Awano. This man is running out of options, so he might be dangerous. Might be, bro. He is dangerous. Gotta watch out for that dude. We gotta haul on over to Tachibana so that he doesn't die. You reach the building and Nishiki tells you there's no going back after this. And he really does mean it, because you're not gonna play as Kiryu until the final chapter. So, you know, do your thing before committing. Once we agree to go in, we cut to Tachibana getting just slammed. That punk from the first level in the game is slamming a huge hammer on Tachibana's feet, just completely destroying his toes in the process. But Tachibana isn't giving in though. He's actually being pretty smug despite getting his toes crushed. He even decides to poke fun at Kuze, pointing out that if they don't get info from him, Shibusawa will get angry at him. Once again, Kuze doesn't have many chances left. And it's here where Kuze decides to untie him and move locations. But this punk lieutenant starts acting up and calls him a pussy, which then Kuze just makes him back up.
てめえを見てて思い出したよ。俺はな、自分より強えと思える奴を殴るためにずっと極道を張ってきたんだ。てめえみたいな三下と一緒にするな。
Kuze goes over to untie Tachibana, which just makes the dude giggle a little, upsetting the lieutenant, who just proceeds to swing the hammer across his face. Yeah, Tachibana is probably very dead right now. Kiryu finally enters the room and immediately notices Tachibana's limp body, and his rage can't be contained.
そうかい。なるようになっちまうもんだな。
くぜ
This is the easiest of the fights you have with him. That does have to do with you having most of your upgrades now, but it's mostly because this is a tight area with stuff to use with Beast Mode. And with Beast Mode, you can destroy your enemies and Kuze. And you have Nishiki helping you. So it's like, Kuze just doesn't stand a chance. And also Kuze resorting to using groups to beat you up, bruh, show no mercy. He doesn't have any QT transition into heat, I just thought to mention that. So this marks the 4th time you have beaten up Kuze, and Tachibana, thankfully, is still kind of alive. Kiryu tells Nishiki to get Makoto before Tachibana dies, and this time Tachibana informs you that the one who sent a hitman after you wasn't Kuze, but Dojima himself. Dojima has been behind everything because he wants to get rid of Kazama, but sadly that's all Tachibana can say because afterwards, he dies. During this moment of grief, Kuze interrupts to tell Kiryu that the empty lot has gone beyond the Tojo clan, because someone in the clan is planning to sell it to the Omi Alliance. If that takes place, then the Tojo clan could get buried.
牧村誠に指一本でも触れてみろ。俺が東上界を潰す。一人残らず叩き潰す。それが俺の覚悟だ。
小僧がとうとう化けやがった。本物の極道に。
Kiryu steps out with Tachibana, and Nishiki is here with Makoto, and it's just a tragedy. Makoto goes over to feel the dead body of the one she was trying to find all along, and it's like, man. The chapter ends here. When a story sets out to be a prequel to an already established storyline, it definitely has its weaknesses if some established characters from the established storyline appear in the prequel, because you know they can't die because they appear in the next thing. Like Kiryu, there's no way he's gonna die in this game. Majima, there's no way he's gonna die in this game. And whenever you see new characters that don't appear in future projects, like, they're going to find some way to get rid of them. But man, Zero is just not afraid to go all out on its brutality. Like, no one is really safe. And honestly, I think that makes the story really effective because it isn't afraid to pull its punches. And man, what happened to Tachibana? Man, he really got put through the ringer. Even that is an understatement. We're definitely reaching a conclusion here. But before we get there, it's time to get back to Majima. We start the chapter off with Majima walking around town when he comes across some Awano's boys, who are beating up some poor lad who tries to appeal to Majima to save him. But Majima blows him off. He doesn't really want to cause trouble for the Tojo clan because, well, the last time he did that, Majima meets up with Sagawa, and despite spending some time in Kamurocho, they still haven't found any information about Makoto or Tachibana. And by Sagawa's orders, they're not even gonna contact Shimano or let him know what they're doing or that they messed up because, well, Sagawa isn't scared of Shimano, but basically, as it turns out, Shimano's the one who's gonna sell the empty lot to the Omi Alliance. So if Sagawa shows a sense of weakness, that'll give Shimano leverage in the deal. So Sagawa's trying to do his best to avoid that. Majima then asks Sagawa, yo, how do you know all this if he didn't tell you? And then Sagawa's like, I lied. After this, Sagawa tells you a possible location of where Tachibana real estate could be, and you're off. Majima reaches the place, talks with a few residents who tell him that they don't really know anything because things have kind of gone a bit downhill with them, you know? A little bit downhill. So Majima has hit another dead end. So he heads out, but then is stopped by some Shimano thugs who are surprised that he's even in this town. So things escalate, and you end up beating up all of them. But then some more experienced Shimano goons come by, but they don't actually want to fight you. They were instead asked by Shimano to bring Majima to him. Majima can't ignore a direct order from the boss, so he heads on over to where Shimano is. And yeah. Meeting with the man who kind of left you in the torture chamber for like a straight year, little bit awkward. Sagawa shows up shortly and is pretty surprised by the sudden invite, but everyone's here now, so Shimano's ready to talk business. Shimano gets straight to it and asks why Sagawa is in Kamurocho, and well, Sagawa now has to spill the beans that they messed up, and Makoto is now here in Kamurocho. But Shimano's all like,
"Oh, そないなことになっとったんか." せやけど安心せい。全部わしの計画のうちや。
何?
And then he proceeds to drop this bombshell.
そもそもな、真島。わしがお前に牧村誠を殺せ言うたんは。お前には殺せんと踏んどったからや。
おい。なんだそれ?
Shimano's got such a strong grip on Majima that he somehow predicted what he would do. He knows what type of person he is. And the reason he's using them is because, well, Shimano just doesn't like Dojima. He thinks he's dumb and stupid. But he doesn't want Kazuma to get any power because he wants that power for himself. But he can't actually, like, openly mess with Dojima because, like, you know, he's Dojima in the 80s. He's very powerful. But he can use Majima, a Yakuza who was wiped from the Yakuza, in order to do it for him. Also, Shimano is such a mastermind that he predicted Majima and Makoto would fall in love, and through that, Majima could get her to sell the land peacefully and without force. He also used Majima to see who were Kazuma's associates, so he could get rid of them before he took power. This did kind of work because now he knows Sarah is involved with Kazuma. Sagawa mentions that he won't be a problem because he killed him, but then Shimano's like, no, you failed. However, things are still according to plan, because now Shimano can use Sarah to prod at Kazuma. Majima's new objective is to bring Makoto peacefully so he can buy the land off of her, and then Majima will finally be in the Yakuza again. But then Sagawa's all like, yo, where is she though? Then Shimano lets us know that Kiryu has Makoto, so in order to find Kiryu, you should go ask Nishiki, his oath brother. So now we have an objective. However, Majima's just done. Just very done. Knowing that your boss used you in such a personal way, it hurts. He feels like a fool, a clown, a puppet on a string, but he's ready to endure it all. If it means getting back to the Tojo clan, he'll do it. This is exemplified when he comes across some punks who want to beat him up and he just takes it. He doesn't have the energy or the will to fight back. So after taking that beating, we're off to Kazuma's office to go meet up with Nishiki. So you enter the building asking for Nishiki, and the Kazuma goons are getting ready for a fight. But before you get to beat him up, Kashiwagi comes out and tells him not to bother because they're just goons. So Majima points the question to Kashiwagi, but he isn't going to say anything either. So it's fight time, but not yet, because Kashiwagi doesn't want to do it here. I mean, it is his office. I mean, come on, have some respect. We instead go to the roof of some building Kashiwagi just has lying around, and well, bruh, Kashiwagi's ready. So it's fight time!
派手に行こうじゃねえか。追っ始めようぜ、真島。行くぞ、真島。
Kashiwagi's fighting style is the exact same as a certain boss fight in Yakuza 3, which is a little disappointing, but I'd say it's still a great fight. And getting to fight that fighting style as Majima is a bit of a new experience, so it can kinda be excused. I mean, it's not like 90% of the fights are repeated from previous games, so I think we're good. However, I haven't actually explained or reviewed Yakuza 3, so I think I'd better explain what Kashiwagi's fighting style is like. Kashiwagi's fighting style is precise and powerful. It's best not to mess around with him, or he'll knock you to the ground. You can't really knock him down with your attack combo, so keep that in mind. And also, his QTE transition into heat mode is the single hardest QTE in the game. It's like a straight second to press the button, and if you don't dodge it, you will suffer. This arena is pretty stylish. It reminds me of like that fight where against Leonardo Raphael in the CGI Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, the TMNT movie. You know if anyone's seen that. Also, Kashiwagi cannot be grabbed, like at any point. You just straight can't grab him. He will either dismiss it or counter it, so don't grab him. So you beat up this monster of a man, and a Kazuma goon comes up, which Majima uses as an opportunity to ask where Nishikiyama is. And to get his answer, he threatens to cut out one of Kashiwagi's eyes. And well, he's a goon, so he freaks it and tells you where Nishikiyama could be. He could be at Serena, so we gotta go hit that place up. Once you reach Serena, you come across Reina and ask where Nishiki is. And well, Nishiki's right there, so he asks, well, what's the occasion? Majima asks where Kiryu might be, and Nishiki tries to pull a gun, but you know, Majima just slaps that out of his hands. And despite Majima being way stronger, Nishiki ain't backing down from this fight. He's ready to fight for his oath brother, for his blood brother. It's fight time!
なるほど。そういうことかいな。
確かにあんたは強えらしい。それでも俺は引くわけにはいかねえんだよ。
The fight starts with one hell of a remix of Nishiki's theme from the previous games. I don't know, it's a little bit too strong on the... but it's neat. Nishiki's a pretty slippery snake when it comes to his fighting style. He's got a 4-hit combo and super shields a ton, employing quite a few devilish techniques like a taunt that he will follow up with an attack if you try anything. And he's got a grab that leads into a few playful QTEs. Nishiki doesn't have a QTE transition into heat, but he does have some QTEs where Reina could hit you with a bottle. Or one where Nishiki might get a health drink. But you can interrupt him and drink that thing yourself, so. You're fighting in a bar, so you don't have much space to maneuver, but there is a lot of household furniture to beat him with. So you beat up Nishiki and you ask again for where Kiryu and Makoto might be, and Reina decides to spill the beans by telling Majima that they lost her and they don't know where she is. So Nishiki takes the liberty of recapping everything which happened in the last chapter, and because of that, they don't really know where she is. So they ask Majima to help find her, so we're off to find Makoto. We're not really given an objective marker here, but in order to end the chapter, you have to head over to the empty lot. So if you head over there, at some point, Majima decides to go to that place, and once you do, you end up finding Makoto at the roof of a building. So you head up there, and it turns out she's regaining sight somehow, and there's somewhat of a melancholic feeling in the air. And the chapter ends there. This is one of my favorite chapters in the game. Shimano was one of the best characters from the first game, so seeing him again is pretty cool. And expanding on Majima's relationship to Shimano brings a lot of weight to Shimano as this really scary and manipulative guy, like just a big snake. But the biggest reason why this chapter is one of my favorites is because you get to fight 2 boss fights back to back, which is rad. On to the next chapter. The chapter begins with Makoto explaining that she can see, but not good enough to make out faces per se. The reason she got her vision back is because she was so shocked by her brother's death that she regained vision. Now, I'm not a doctor or a dermatologist, but yeah, I don't actually know if that's possible. But despite regaining her vision, no matter how close she got to her brother's face, she couldn't make it out. Christ, you poor girl. Because of that, she's gone off the deep end and wants to murder Dojima and his lieutenants. And she asked Majima to do it for her. Majima's just pretty perplexed at this because he thought everything would be smooth from here on out. He just asked her to give it over and she gave it over, but now she wants him to kill the Dojima and the Dojima lieutenants. That's asking a lot, and also will probably get her killed, so he kind of wants her to calm down a bit, but she can't bottle up her emotions. She just lets it all out and tries to leave, but then she trips when Majima catches her. Majima just wants her to calm down a bit and think rationally before she does anything she might regret, so he invites her out to eat. And what else to eat than some good old takoyaki to just talk and calm down and reevaluate the situation. She reluctantly agrees and off they go. So this section of the game is pretty unique because it's a walking segment in Yakuza. Now it's truly next gen. Yeah, but for all my kidding, it is rather nice. Makoto can see, but she ain't exactly running at full speed. So Majima decides to take a walking pace while with her. Just wants to be a bit of a gentleman, but he's in reality not being much of a gentleman because he is walking, but he's walking way faster than Makoto and she just keeps falling on her face, just bong. So, not sure what good Majima is really doing here. They arrive at a place with takoyaki, but bro's got a super long line. But Makoto actually knows of another place she passed by, so we go there. We get there, and man, this cutscene that follows is just really heartwarming. I will say, Majima and Makoto's romance is a little bit underdeveloped, but this is a really nice scene. We got this nice lady just cooking some takoyaki for them, and Makoto just kind of reflecting on everything Majima's done for her. Just Majima's she's kind of being a little bit of a goof. We got these leaves floating around. It's a really good scene with a nice piano track backing it. I don't know, it's just too bad it ain't part of the soundtrack. It's a moment to calm down and just relax before it all goes down. Despite this, Majima and Makoto still aren't on the best of terms. She still wants to get revenge on the Dojima family, yet she won't tell you how she plans to do it. She does, however, want some more takoyaki, so Majima offers to go get it for her. The nice lady working at the stand gives you a pack on the house. Nice. So you go back to the bench, but she isn't there. Instead, a homeless man is there to tell you that she will be waiting at the roof of the building near the empty lot where you met last time. And the man wants the takoyaki. So you give the man the takoyaki for his information, and it immediately transitions to tomorrow and you're in Shimano's office. So from here on out, you're headed off to that building. So once you're at the roof of that building, you start to realize that, oh, Makoto isn't here. Instead, some Shibusawa thugs show up to kill you. Turns out, Makoto got in touch with Shibusawa to sell off the land to Dojima and told Shibusawa where Majima was gonna be. We got stabbed in the back. Majima still wants to protect Makoto though, so he decides to just annihilate these dudes to get info where she could be. So it's fight time.
Huh? あの子はどこにおんねや!
This is a pretty big group battle, and a lot of them have weapons, so crowd control is key, or else they are gonna control crowd you. Majima manages to beat all of them up, and one of them cracks and says that Makoto is headed over to the Sebastian building. What is the Sebastian building? Well, it's a building. That's about it, but it's the building where Dojima, Shibusawa, Amano, the whole Dojima family is gonna be to meet with Makoto about this deal. So we gotta go head over there. Oh, and keep in mind, this is gonna be a big level, and the chapter will end after it, so do what you must and get what you must. We cut to Makoto at this funeral looking place with all the major Dojima players there. Dojima, Laogui, each of the lieutenants, but Shibusawa ain't a lieutenant no more. He has become the captain of the Dojima family. So now, why did Makoto stab you in the back? And why is she meeting with Dojima over this? And why is she willing to give the land to him? Well, this is where her plan for revenge plays in. AKA, Makoto is willing to offer the land for the low price of each of the heads of the lieutenants.
ただし、これまで殻の一粒に関係してきた若頭補佐のお三方。
Kill him, but she ain't messing around. Then after this, we cut to Majima entering the building, and there's some goons ready to stop us, and Majima disposes of them. And reaches the funeral looking place and sees Makoto just get shot by Laogui. This sends Majima into a fierce rage, but before he can beat up the major Dojima boys, they escape in a helicopter that's giving me some Metal Gear Solid 4 flashbacks. And before he can reach them, a huge crowd of Dojima thugs appear. So yeah, Majima gets ready. This is a huge group battle, so crowd control is even more important here than ever. This is where beating money out of enemies is at its best. There's so many foes, so seeing all the dollars and coins and yens flying everywhere is a very crunchy sight. The arena here is just, kind of perfect. It's kind of like we're at Makoto's funeral. Majima's like conviction to fight for her life is awe-inspiring. Once you beat up a certain number of goons, a really big goon steps up and he super guards most of your attacks and can drop kick you, so this guy's a little bit dangerous, so watch yourself. So once you manage to beat up nearly everyone around you, you're still left with one nearly dead Makoto. In her dying moments, she explains why she got shot in a little bit more detail. It amounts to Makoto won't be a problem to the renovation project if she's dead, so she got shot. Like, yeah, Makoto's the owner of the lot, but if Dojima just does his plan and she's dead, then she can't take it to court, so the plan will never be screwed, and yeah, so she gets shot. Majima prays for someone to help her, for anyone, please. And then Sarah shows up. His men take off with her, but so does Majima because they're taking her to the hospital. Makoto is rushed into the emergency room, while we're left hanging with this heartbreaking shot of Majima kneeling outside the door, face full of anguish. The chapter ends here. This chapter is just one heartbreak after another, and no one gets a break here. Yeah, Majima's been on quite a ride. and nearly everyone who has helped him has ended up dead, similar to Makoto. It's time to put an end to this. The chapter begins with Makoto's surgery being a success, but she's in a coma, and the doctors are unsure if she'll ever wake up again. Sarah comes by to move Makoto to a more secure location, and asks Majima to come along, but Majima is looking to take revenge on Dojima, despite the impossible odds against it. We then cut to a meeting in a Dojima office. A Dojima office? No, the Dojima office. Now that Shibusawa is captain, he is looking to punish Kazama for all the underhanded tactics he used against Dojima. Awano pitches in and suggests they kill Kazama in jail, therefore, Shibusawa calls him a big stupid head, which Awano tries to report, but Awano is now of a lower rank, so he can't talk back to Shibusawa. Shibusawa plans on cutting ties with everyone related to the Kazama family, which leads back to Kiryu, standing around in the empty lot. Nishiki comes by and tells Kiryu he couldn't find Makoto anywhere, and brings up Majima's exploits in chapter 15, which involved Majima beating him up. Kiryu gets a message from an unknown number on his pager, so it's time to find a payphone. As it turns out, Sarah's the one calling, and he's heard of Tachibana's death, and wants to speak to Kiryu in Little Asia one-on-one. Once Kiryu reaches Little Asia, he is confronted by Elder Chen and Sarah. Elder Chen is sad at Tachibana's death, but he isn't mad at Kiryu for he did try his hardest to save him. Kiryu, after all this time, is still wanted by the cops, so Sarah tells him to get out of town to be safe. Sarah basically recaps to Kiryu what has happened to Makoto after she left Kiryu, and tells him that they moved her to a ship near the docks. Sarah knows that Shibusawa plans to get rid of Kazama's group, but they can still win if Makoto wakes up. That was the end goal of Kazama's plan, to get the empty lot for Sarah's group, to stop Dojima from becoming more powerful by making Sarah the chairman. Kiryu leaves to meet up with Nishiki, but Nishiki ends up bumping into Kiryu instead to tell him Shibusawa's gonna hit up Kazama's office and that a bunch of Dojima goons are coming to kill anyone with Kazama. Some goons show up and Kiryu tells Nishiki to go warn Kashiwagi while he holds off these dudes. Nishiki runs off while you deal with some goons. And after beating them up, you run off directly to the office, only to come across an empty street with Kuze standing in your way.
Kuze. あんた一人か。
Kuze reveals that they haven't made a move yet on the Kazama family office, but overall, their main goal is to kill every single person related to Kazama. And well, after fighting Kuze so many times, the thought of fighting him again kinda scares me because Kuze isn't someone fighting for personal gain because he's already lost everything. The only thing keeping him going is his own pride, and Kiryu isn't really ready to fight someone like that, but he has no other choice. I gotta say, this rivalry between Kuze and Kiryu is honestly the stuff of legends. Kuze starts off as some punk to Kiryu, but as the fights go on, Kiryu begins to respect Kuze as a superior in some strange way. This being the final battle of the many these two have partaken in. And they go out of their way to nail this feeling with a poignant rendition of Kuze's previous battle themes. It's fight time.
Kuze no aniki.
上出来だよ。いつでもいいぜ。殺す気でかかってこいや。
Kuze starts this final battle already in heat mode, so you know he's not messing around anymore. He has the longest health bar out of all his fights, and he has the same moveset as his first battle but deals more damage. Kuze doesn't have his QTE from before, but a new one where Kuze and Kiryu just slug each other down with such brutality. ending in Kiryu delivering a final devastating blow. This battle is easily my favorite out of the 5 you have with Kuze. I will admit, they did kind of push Kuze a little bit too much. These constant rematches do get a bit stale, but it can be excused because they really nailed what they were going for here. Plus, Kuze is overall a great boss fight by himself. Kiryu beats up Kuze for the 5th and final time, and both of them have come to respect each other as mutuals. Kuze fills in Kiryu on how Shibusawa ordered Laogwei to shoot Makoto a little to the right of her heart so she can be alive, so that Shibusawa could track them to Sarah's ship. Nishiki comes by to tell us the exact same thing, and Kuze gives Kiryu a final farewell before Kiryu heads off to the ship.
てめえは極道の一番深いところに足突っ込もうとしてる。風間の頭が止めたその道をこのまま進む覚悟があるんだったら行けや！
ええ、全部覚悟の上です、クゼの兄貴。
Keep in mind that once you go to the ship, you're on the last level of the game and everything will end. Do what you must, and I really do mean it this time, before you end it all. Same thing with Majima. Once you accept to go to his mission, it's over. We cut to Majima going to the Dojima office, but is then stopped by the goons who beat him up earlier. But he's not taking their crap today. This beatdown draws in a huge crowd, including Sagawa, who tells him to stop messing around, but this time Majima decides to actually step up to Sagawa here. Sagawa starts asking a lot of questions about what exactly is going on, why he's being so vague, but Majima isn't answering any of it. He doesn't care what Sagawa's gonna do, but if they try to harm the girl, he'll be there. And it's here where Sagawa actually lets go of Majima, just lets him be on his way. And it's here where they throw in the Mad Dog line. Here, the Mad Dog of Shimano is born, the title Majima wears and uses for the rest of the series.
やっと檻から飛び出したな。
Before we go on, I like to go back to the beginning of this game. What is Yakuza 0? It's a prequel, a story before Kiryu and Majima got the legendary names they're associated with in the future games. Kiryu being the Dragon of Dojima and Majima being the Mad Dog of Shimano. This whole game is about how they earned those titles. And this is something which the ending of the game will elaborate on, so I'll just leave it at that. Majima shows up to Dojima's office, but before he begins throwing tables, we cut back to Kiryu's story. We see his ship, and we see that the Dojima family is outside the ship ready to attack. Sarah apparently isn't on it, but Shibusawa decides to launch the offensive anyways. But before they can do that, Kiryu and Nishiki show up. Now the Dojima family launch their attack, but Sarah's group fights back to no avail because the Dojima goons take it over quickly. Kiryu and Nishiki are getting ready for the fight of their lives. But before they head in, Kashiwagi shows up with a ton of support to help us out, and so begins Kiryu's final level.
こいつら
柏木さん、
風間組か。桐生、錦山、お前らは船だ。渋沢を追え。不当の連中は風間組が引き受けた。桐生、行こうぜ。
This is my favorite level in the game. It's meaty, it's challenging, the setting is great. You know, like fighting goons on this luxury ship moving from casinos to outdoor areas, it's great. There's a few gun enemies here, so you need to watch yourself because they blend into the background and the crowds very easily, but they deal massive damage and from a distance. So you gotta make sure to get rid of them first. Once you're outdoors, the game throws a few mini bosses with tough movesets, thankfully near benches. This level's got it all. The ultimate test of skill for the great combat you've partaken in the whole game, and also the music is phenomenal. This rockin' techno beat is a perfect way to send off the game. But Yakuza 0 finds a way to one-up itself with Majima's level. Kiryu reaches the top of the ship to find Shibusawa waiting for him, but before anything else happens, we cut back to Majima unleashing hell on the Dojima family. Majima's gone off the deep end, and I really love how the game's facial animations show this off, because Majima's just like twitching, like, but dude's insane. And it's here where Majima's final level and the game's last level begins.
こいつやべえぞ。いいからしまってる。いい加減にしとけよこのガキ。
お前ら下っ端の首は風に入らんね。さっさとどかんかい、ボケが。
Your last beatdown begins with what can easily be called the best track in the game. We get this rockin' vocal track to end the level with, and the game has now come full circle and we're back in the Dojima office, but this time as Majima. This is a harder version of Kiryu's first level with a few changes, like the door being open so Majima doesn't have to break a window to get in. But you can actually revisit the bathroom if you'd like. And the level goes on until you reach the area where you fought Kuze, where the game pits you against a mini-boss with two gun dudes next to him. This mini-boss is pretty deadly because he has a dangerous dropkick you want to watch out for. It's not a normal dropkick, it's different. What a great way to bring everything to an end. But it isn't over yet. Once Majima gets past Kuze's arena, you come across Awano.
元島の海、真島五郎が18人殺しの冴島大河の兄弟分お前ら二人揃って随分と時代がかかってんな。
Awano's already familiar that Majima pretty much just wants to beat up Dojima and calls him a crazy person for doing this instead of trying to live comfortably, but Majima just shuts him down. And well, after being shut down by Kiryu before, Awano's starting to see just how pathetic his lifestyle really is. He's become weaker than before because of the way he's lived. He started off strong in his own words, but he gave a shot at living it up rich only to rot because of it, becoming a joke in the eyes of Kiryu, Shibusawa, and his mutuals. This kind of embarrassment changed Awano's perspective on things, and well, it's fight time.
Anshin se ya. Dojima組のお仲間も後からまとめてあの世に送ってるわ。
Awano's moveset here is ripped off from a moveset in 5, which is rather sad, but it does fit his character rather well. And I haven't reviewed 5, so let me go over it. Awano's combat style is quite different from Kuze's. The best way to show it is that while Kuze's combos are more in line with Kiryu's rush style, you know, boxer, quick, precise, Awano's combos have a lot more in common with Kiryu's brawler style. Awano isn't a boxer like Kuze, he's just a buff dude punching with all his might, leading to a lot more imprecise swings which get the job done. He's just super strong. His strength is shown to a ridiculous extent in his QTE heat transition, where he manages to break a wall with one punch. His track is really great, one with a lot of weight to it. A man breaking out of his garbage lifestyle he imposed upon himself. He is the easiest of the lieutenants though, due to him having the shortest health bar and not many defensive actions, but that's just what the easy life did to him. Majima beats up Awano and he's a little bit tuckered out because despite Awano becoming weaker because of his lifestyle, he still is quite strong. So now that Awano's beaten up, he kind of reflects on how he could never reach the top with Kazuma around. He's never going to be able to have that seat of power, but maybe, just maybe, if he didn't indulge in his lifestyle and instead lived more like how Majima did, more balls out, he might have had a chance. And Majima hearing this reflects on everyone he's met along the way.
俺かてそないバカ正直に生きてきたわけやない。せやけどな、俺の周りにはバカに生きてバカに死んでった男たちがおった。そいつらのくだらん生き方が俺は男の最高の生き様やと気がついたんや。
And this is a great little moment, but before it goes on any longer, Lao Gui comes to interrupt by shooting Majima. But Awano stands for Majima and then gets shot like 100 more times. But he's still taking it and tries to take a charge at Lao Gui, but Lao Gui just stabs him. Dojima strolls up and is all like, what are you doing here? Now that Majima has tried to kill Dojima, well, Dojima's gotta get rid of Shimano because Majima is part of his clan. So yeah, it is 100% confirmed. Wait, it already was 100% confirmed then. Dojima brings up that Lao Gui is the most expensive hitman in Asia. And it's here where I want to dive deep into Lao Gui's character and his importance to the story. Because a lot of people give Lao Gui crap for kind of coming a little late into the game, and that doesn't really give him enough time to shine, but I think it works, and I'm going to explain why. To start off, Lao Gui isn't really a character by himself. He doesn't really have any dramatic arc like the lieutenants or their charisma, which does kind of take away the whole thing of fighting against someone's ideals, because the great strength of Yakuza is that when you fight a boss, you're not just fighting some dude, you're fighting against what they believe in, and that brings a lot of weight to these fights. So for that to get kind of stripped away, it does kind of paint him in a weaker light, but instead of looking at Lao Gui as a character by himself, I think the more accurate representation is that he's representative of Dojima's power. It's the closest thing we have to a boss fight against Dojima, or rather his influence. In those terms, it paints Dojima in a terrifying light as he has access to such a skilled killer, and Lao Gui's boss theme brings that about perfectly. It's this insanely menacing track of a man who isn't fighting for his ideals, but rather a man out to kill you. It's scary and it's fight time. Lao Gui is quite the layered fight. He has 3 combat styles overall, and he will switch to one once his health goes down. He starts off with some claw things he used to stab Awano with. His combos here are quite dangerous because you can't block them normally unless you use the bat. He will enter heat mode soon enough, but get him down a bit more and it will lead to a QT where he ditches the claw for a Chinese broadsword and gun. You won't be at heat mode at the beginning of this style until later on. This style is even more deadly because you can't run away from a gun, and that broadsword has some reach of its own. So if you get his health down even lower, then it will lead to a QT where Lao Gui just gives up all his weapons and goes hands only. while knocking you into a new area that looks really cool. It's got a nice marble floor and all that. Lagway is still a threat without weapons because he has this dive headbutt move that can knock you down and has powerful, precise combos. This style also starts in heat mode, so he is max dangerous from the start. A challenging and complete final boss for Majima. And despite everything I just said, Majima manages to beat Lagway. And just continues to beat him up, giving him a bloody nose. Dojima gets scared and pulls out a gun and misses a shot. Majima reassures him that he will get to him. So Dojima re-aims, but before he can shoot again, he gets his gun shot out of his hand by Sarah, who is here now. So once we know that Sarah has entered the room, we cut back to Kiryu and Shibusawa, who has Makoto alive. Kiryu noticed this and tells her to let her go, cause like, Shibusawa was in possession of Makoto. He could've just straight killed her, but he didn't, for some reason. Shibusawa tells the doctor to wheel Makoto off because he can kill her later. Right now, he just wants to beat you up, so he can bask in the glory of his victory, to craft a legacy. In fact, that's the whole reason he started this conflict. He wanted to rise up the ranks of the Dojima family and take Kazuma's title to build a legacy. And Kiryu calls him out on this by saying, why would you start a war over something that stupid? Shibusawa then tells Kiryu that his daddy died, and by died I mean committed suicide because a politician messed up, and that politician was in a higher rank than his dad. So he took that thing he messed up and put it on his dad, so the dad had to take the blame for it. Shibusawa had to grow up in that household knowing that. So once he joined the Yakuza, he saw that it was the same exact power structure. This is kind of the reason why Shibusawa is doing this. But then Kiryu retorts, yo, Kazuma ain't like that, you dumb. And Shibusawa was like, yeah man, I know, Kazuma's way cooler, but I will earn his title by any means necessary, even if I make it myself. And then Kiryu tells him that a title like that means nothing, while Shibusawa responds with, I do what I want. And Kiryu responds with, oh yeah, shooting a girl is, I do what I want. Or screw you. But then Shibusawa retorts by bringing up that Kazuma isn't exactly the greatest man alive either. He has killed a ton of people to get where he is, and one of his points is that he did involve civilians into the matter, but okay, let's be real here. Makoto, yeah, she's a civilian, but she was gonna get screwed by this conflict either way. And Tachibana could hardly be considered a civilian either. I don't think he counts. But at the end of the day, no matter who believes what, Shibusawa wants to kill Kiryu, and Kiryu wants to beat up Shibusawa, so Shibusawa strips, revealing a finished dragon on his back.
Ryu 背負ってんのはお前だけじゃねえんだよ。お前を殺し、風間を越えて、俺ら堂島の竜になる。
俺はそんな肩書きはいらねえ。だが竜は一匹でいい。
ああ、お前の言う通りだ。
付き合ってやるぜ。そのくだらねえ戦いに。
Shibusawa is the final boss of the game, and he earns it. He has a heavy-ass track, a track to end all tracks, a track to mark the birth of a legend, to marked the birth of the Dragon of Dojima. He's got the longest health bar out of any of the boss fights. Just like Laogui, Shibusawa is a multi-phase fight with different fighting styles. However, he doesn't have heat mode until his last phase, but don't be fooled because he's dangerous in all of his forms. Though I will say, ironically enough, Shibusawa is the hardest to fight during his first phase. All of Shibusawa's fighting styles is based on one of Kiryu's fighting styles. His first phase is based on Kiryu's rush style, and he is one hard dude to hit. He has some long attack strings plus a grab, which he telegraphs with this sick little dance move. But anyways, he dodges all the time, bobbing and weaving out of your attacks like you would with Rush. It's best to use Rush here just to be able to keep up with him. After you beat his health down to a certain extent, we get a brutal QTE transition to another section of this ship. As Shibusawa and Kiryu throw themselves down from high places, but this time Shibusawa switches to his beast mode style. He's slow and he doesn't flinch at all, but I actually found him to be quite the easiest out of the three because he never blocks and his attacks are rather slow, so you can predict them and know when to dodge. But watch out because he is quite dangerous with a chair. Get him down to his last 2 health bars and we get a QTE transition to an upper level, while Kiryu and Shibusawa just beat the crap out of each other while climbing the stairs. We are now at Shibusawa's final phase, and this one isn't as clear cut as the others. It's not really similar to Kiryu's Brawler or Legend style. It's more of its own thing. It's slower than Rush, so dodging attacks here is easier. But he does have this one dangerous combo where he doesn't flinch, and they're big swings. This is where the fight's starting to come to an end. So once we get Shibusawa to half of his health or less, we begin a QTE beatdown where Kiryu just beats everything out of Shibusawa while he hopelessly tries to fight back to no avail. This QT is really great, but I think it should only happen when Shibusawa runs completely out of health, not when he's halfway through his last one. That's my only real issue with this fight. This is a great fight to end the game on. This whole game, we've been the version of Kiryu and Majima before they adopted the titles they hold today. Shibusawa's want for glory, for a legacy, fits perfectly into this theme. But the whole story with his daddy dying was a little bit unnecessary. We could have done without it, and Shibusawa still could have been an interesting character to the narrative. Like, narrative wise, he's the least interesting and worst written of the three, but the fight against him is great. It's the ultimate fight. It's like fighting an equal of yourself, and those type of fights are always legendary. The use of the environment is brutal and impactful. Once you beat Shibusawa down, he brings up that he has some sort of respect for Kuze, or at the very least, his determination. And he uses this to say that he won't stop until he's killed all of you. And just to rub salt into the wound, he says,
"Tachibana no yo ni na."
The game does not shy away from this beatdown in the slightest. The brutality is on full display on Shibusawa's face, bloody as hell and with bruises. Despite this, Shibusawa edges Kiryu on to kill him and become a true Yakuza like Kazuma, but before Kiryu can throw another blow, Nishiki tackles him out of it. Nishiki just isn't prepared to see his brother kill someone and not be there for him, because if Kiryu kills him off, he can never go back from it. It's permanent. And I gotta say, that's some very just harmful foreshadowing to the events of the first game. It's quite ironic. We end the scene with a JPEG of the boat. Ouch. We cut back to Majima rocking Logway's world, and Sarah asks if he will kill him, which Majima has to. If he doesn't, that girl's gonna be a target for the rest of her life. Majima has to be the one to do it, not her. However, Sarah manages to convince him not to do it by bringing up Saijima's 18 men hit, reminding Majima that if he kills them for Makoto, he will bring them down with a debt that can't be repaid. Man, if you played Yakuza 4, this really hits hard, which, well, that's why you should play the rest of the series. This brings Majima full circle. His first choice was for Saejima to rebel against the Yakuza in order to protect his brother, but his last choice is because of the memory of Saejima. When Saejima went to kill those 18 men, Majima just felt guilty. Like, why does he have to be innocent while his brother is soaked in blood? Saejima is the whole reason that he's been working towards getting back into the Yakuza this whole game. So in the end, Majima decides not to kill them, but he's still left frustrated what to do. However, Sarah reassures him that he will keep the assassin as a way to blackmail Dojima in case he tries to step out of line. And to make sure the assassin pays for his debts, he's gonna keep him in a similar torture room that Majima was kept in, instead of just straight up killing him. However, Majima ain't feeling too peachy about this whole situation. I mean, he's just being used by Sarah the same way Shimano used him. So Majima proceeds to leave, but Sarah stops him to tell Majima to tell Shimano to take responsibility for betraying the Tojo clan. Then Sarah gives Majima a gun. Majima leaves and then proceeds to hit up Shimano's office, and Sagawa is outside the door because Shimano's having a meeting with the head of the Omi Alliance headquarters about how to split up the land. However, Majima informs Sagawa that Sarah owns the place now and the Omi can't get it anymore, which Sagawa notices that Majima has a gun, but doesn't really do anything about it. But before Majima enters the room, Sagawa reflects on the crazy journey they both went on, even if it wasn't on the best of terms. Majima enters the room and delivers the message to Shimano, but in a less direct fashion, like there's someone that betrayed the Tojo clan, so if Shimano gives proof that it isn't him, then it's all good, that kind of deal. Majima points the gun at Shimano, but then just hands him the gun, assuring Shimano that he'll still be part of the family no matter what happens. So then Shimano points the gun back at Majima, asking if he's willing to die for him, and well, Majima responds with yes, but he asks for a favor, to tell his brother Saejima that he's sorry. Shimano, however, just shoots the Omi dude clean in the head. So like I've said before, Shimano is quite the strange character because while he is rather brutish, he's also willing to play the smart game, so basically, he's willing to let Sarah rule for now. But sooner or later, Shimano will come into power because, you know, it's all about the end game. We chess boys out here. Actually, I'm not part of the chess team. Yeah. Shimano's pretty confident that he will gain power in the end game because he has Majima. And like, how is he gonna lose when he has Majima on his side? We cut to a month later at the Tojo clan where Dojima is just getting cucked hard, man. Awano's dead, Kuze and Shibusawa are in jail, so he doesn't have any lieutenants anymore. And Sarah becomes the third chairman of the Tojo clan instead of Dojima. And apparently, Dojima requested that Sarah become that chairman, which, well, from his clenched fist and his quivering lip, I'm pretty sure the reason he requested him is because Sarah cucked him because he had the assassin. So now, Sarah is the chairman of the Tojo clan. And Dojima, well, poor Dojima. We cut to Kiryu talking to Kazuma in jail, where he tells him about something he already knows about and how he plans to do it. We're not told what they meant by that until the next cutscene where Kiryu is just chilling in Serena, and Nishiki just barges in asking why he's joining up with the Dojima family again. Like, you know, this whole game's plot was about how the Dojima family was trying to kill you, so why? Kiryu here then has a moment similar to Majima's speech with Awano, reflecting on his journey and the people he met along the way, but instead of being inspired by crazy people, Kiryu is more impressed by the extent of what people will go to set things right.
俺はあの一件でたくさんの人間のけじめってのを見せつけられた。正直すげえって思った。極道だけじゃねえ、仇だって。マジで俺なんかまだまだだなって思い知らされた。
The extent Oda went to set things right with Tachibana, and the extent Tachibana went to set things right with Makoto. That willpower showed Kiryu that he's still just a rookie who needs to grow and develop into his own person. Simply put, he's going back to the Dojima family to set things right, and whatever awaits him ahead, he's ready to accept. He knows that Kazuma isn't the ideal Yakuza he strives to be, but he doesn't care. He wants to follow his own way of being Yakuza, something different from Kazuma, even if he's shunned upon. Kiryu then gets up and dons his original suit, to which Nishiki takes issue with. He really isn't a fan of this new gray suit and suggests to go with a more black or white suit, to which Kiryu replies,
白も黒も気分じゃねえ。今の俺はこれがいいんだ。俺が決めた。これで始めたいんだ。
Basically, the meaning here is that Kiryu now isn't a straight Yakuza thug like he was when he wore his black suit, or a complete civilian like he was when he wore his white suit. He's somewhat of a mix in between now. So yeah, Nishiki's being a little bit bummed out that like Kiryu's being all cool and stuff. But then Kiryu apologizes to Nishiki for everything he has put him through and swears to pay him back even if it takes his whole life. So now Nishiki wants to hit up a restaurant, but Kiryu's broke, but they head out anyways like bros. We cut back to Majima, but now he's wearing his classic getup, which Sagawa isn't exactly too crazy about. But Majima doesn't care. He's his own man. After all the crap Majima had to go through, his only concern now is just to live it up, live crazy, live his own life, without any regrets or worries. Majima and Sagawa take a smoke break together, and here, Sagawa looks back on all the crap they went through. And well, despite it all, Sagawa still considers Majima a friend, but jokingly Majima doesn't ever want to see him again, which well, that's pretty reasonable. But as he turns to leave,
大きにやで佐賀
は？何言ってんだお前。
あんたは何があっても諦めへん。執着心の塊のような男や。あんたには諦めんことの重要さを教わったわ。俺も執着するで。真島五郎っちゅう男の生き方に。
So despite all the crap Sagawa put Majima through, he still found something to respect about him. Sagawa gives Majima a farewell and he's off. However, Sagawa lacks a happy ending because some Omi Yakuza come by and shoot him in the back for the actions of his blood brother Shimano.
あの世で待ってるぜ、真島ちゃん。はあ、ずいぶん早いお迎えだね。さ、俺も行くか。な。
We cut to Makoto, who's actually alive, but not in the best of situations. She and the doctor who saved her are getting harassed by some flashy fools wanting to bang. However, Makoto's straight to the point and slaps one of them when he tries to drag the doctor away. They're talking some nonsense about amends, to which Makoto tells them she's willing to hear them out as long as they let the doctor go. The goons do so, but one of them makes a lewd remark to Makoto, which leads to her slapping him again, or better yet, slapping the other one. A slap for each one. But before they manage to hurt her, Majima shows up.
兄貴。
Makoto never knew Majima's name or really saw his face because she was kinda blind, so she doesn't recognize him. Then the goons start talking about making a porn video with her? Ugh. But before they say Majima's name, he just knocks their asses out.
天下のマジ
Doctor then brings over some dude who comes over to protect Makoto. Majima sees this dude, then goes over and takes him to have a little private talk, and they have a little bit of a stare down, and then Majima just straight up tells him, yo, are you smashing? Which the doctor's all like, wait, hold up, no. So this dude is a doctor that helped Makoto recover her sight through therapy. But Majima wants to know, does he love her? And, despite being a little bit flustered, he does say yes. So then Majima says, well, go, and then leaves. The doctor goes back to Makoto, and this time, he decides to man up and actually asks her out on a date. And Makoto looks on as Majima disappears into the crowd. As Majima leaves her behind so she doesn't get wrapped up in the criminal underground he's involved in. She just watches as Majima disappears into the crowd. And then the credits hit. This is the only other part of the game that was changed from the Japanese version, but don't worry, because both songs used in the credits are beautiful and wonderful tracks to reflect on the game's story.
てくれよ意味はあんのかい男は泣かない泣け出すこともないそれはきっと現実的じゃないでもバカな俺は信じるしかねえんだよ
During the credits, we get a few teases at what the major players of Yakuza 1 will be doing, and once the credits are over, there's still a few scenes left to view. We cut to Makoto visiting her brother's grave, but while praying for him, she hears a familiar tune. She digs it out of the ground and finds her old broken watch fixed and making a lovely tune. She thanks the man who fixed her watch.
ありがとう。ありがとう。
And then we cut to Majima out on the streets when suddenly, Kiryu and Majima come face to face.
Yo. Kiryu-chan!
And the game ends here. I absolutely love what they managed to do with this prequel, giving us an earlier version of Kamurocho and Sotenbori, and giving us a ton of new and interesting characters to follow. I think the story for the most part avoids the pitfalls with prequels where everything kinda is a little bit contrived. The characters of Kiryu and Majima that are presented here are reasonable and transition well to future games, without too much annoyance or retcons. Yakuza 0 is my favorite game of 2017, and I implore you to get it if you own a PS4. And, surprisingly enough, it's actually getting a PC port soon, which but that's crazy. Like, a PlayStation exclusive game is coming to PC. Like, if the version's good, then get that too. But there's still more to discuss. Majima still has to fight Kuze and Shibusawa, so this is where the climax battles come in. Climax battles are these sets of battle challenges that are made available to you after you beat the game. So there's a couple of normal battles you have to partake in, some frustrating gimmicky battles, but once you do them all, you unlock boss rushes. So here you get to take on all the bosses in the game, but not all at once. They're split up between 6 rushes. The boss fights in Yakuza is one of the best things about it, so being able to revisit them like this, and sometimes in a more difficult fashion, is super dope. My only real issue with these boss rushes is that they're not exactly the boss fights you fought in the game, aka they don't have their QTEs, or sometimes they don't even have their heat modes, so you don't get to fight them while they're all flashy and stuff. And also for certain bosses that transition to different areas, you don't actually get to do any transitions. So yeah, Shibusawa's fight isn't nearly as good here, because you just straight up don't fight his middle form. It's not there. Same with Laogue. I don't know why they did this, because in previous games, they've actually managed to get complete boss fights in these boss rushes with their QTEs, transitions, heat modes, etc, etc. I don't know, maybe they just ran out of time. Yakuza is a yearly series, which, well, despite Yakuza making good time on that, I guess some disappointments are bound to happen. But overall, I am a huge fan of this because it means you don't have to play the entire game again if you just want to play some good boss fights. I'm not that big on the gimmicky fights you have to do to get to these boss fights, but there are some neat fights here and there that you have to do to get to these fights. But overall, love this. I keep coming back to it every now and then just to play some good boss fights. So yeah, let's get back to the final part of the game. But before we get to that final part, there is another thing you get after you beat the game, and it's called Premium Adventure Mode. So you know how in most open world games, once you beat the main story, the game allows you to return to the open world and do any side content you missed? Well, that's what Premium Adventure is. Once you beat the game, you have a premium save which you can use to go into Premium Adventure and then just explore the world without any main story harming you. Finish up whatever you need to finish and just delve into the world of Kamurocho, Sotenbori, and just go at it. Finish up any side quests you need to finish up and wear whatever costume you want while doing it. In the main story, you can't change costumes because you're too busy dealing with some Yakuza politics, but here, go mad. And that about wraps up this entire game, but there is still one final challenge for those who seek it. I've spoiled the entire game. What I'm about to spoil now is some secret endgame content, so if you're more interested in figuring out on your own, then click off the video now. I've already told you this game is absolutely worth your time, but for those who are still interested in what your final challenge is, here we go. There is a secret final boss for those who do all the side quests available. Do all of Kiryu's and you will get to fight Soamon, and do all of Majima's and you will get to fight Joamon. This is a pretty fun completion challenge. Only a few sub-story strings get tedious, but overall it's quite fun given the wacky situations the side quests put you in. But what is a pain is the 100% completion. Like, yo, who did this? Like, Blackjack's RNG is it's RNG, bro. How am I supposed to make $5 million from it? And also, bro, what is up with the dream machines? I have not gotten a single top grade item despite hitting up that thing like 100 times. And also, who thought it would be a neat idea to make one of the achievements to win 10 rounds of cat fights? Like, it doesn't sound like much, but bro, you know my feelings on cat fights. So, it's quite a good thing that you don't have to do any of that to fight these boss fights though. So once you're done with Kiryu's stuff, it's time to fight Soamon. You hit up a taxi and end up at a bullfighting ring, where the big man is there with a stylish hairdo. This man is from a family of trained assassins. However, your reputation has grown because you did all the side quests, but he can't let you be better than him, so now it's time to throw down. It's fight time. This is the hardest boss fight in the game, so of course, he has a ridiculous health bar to boot. The final boss of the main story, Shibusawa, has 5 health bars. How many does this guy have? He has 14 health bars. Soamon is not your little sissy boy, and he has a moveset to match. Oh, and you can't forget his final boss fight theme. Ooh, threatening. Something that you will immediately notice is that Soamon does not play fair because of his big cannon. His first phase is just him shooting cannonballs at you. He shoots a few in the air and they're pretty hard to predict where they'll land, so you have to keep positioning in mind. Then there's his move where he just shoots straight ahead without telegraphing. The fun thing with these attacks is that there's a chance that if it hits you, you'll get stun locked and the boy will fire a one-hit laser. So yeah, I just beasted him because he was being a little bit unfair. But once you get him down to a certain point, he changes his fighting style to Shibusawa's beast style. However, the biggest change is that a helicopter comes by and throws down furniture. But watch yourself, because this is dangerous furniture. The furniture bounces, and if it hits you, you take damage. The thing is, you have no recovery frames when they hit you. So if a lot of furniture hits you at once, you can take big damage and you'll be dead quickly. Sans Undertale. Despite this is the easier phase of Soamon because the helicopter also drops down a power-up that makes you invincible, just like they do in the Colosseums. Keep in mind, Soamon can also get this. The fight comes down to scrambling across the field trying to find a drink and then just punching Soamon while a bunch of chairs bounce off of you. If Soamon gets a drink, you can't damage him, so you just have to get back to scrambling around the field for the drink while avoiding the deadly chairs and tables. So if you manage to beat him, then congratulations, you managed to beat the hardest boss fight in the game for Kiryu. However, there's still Joamon with Majima. So you do all the side quests with Majima, and same thing here. Some strings are a bit tedious, but overall it's fun. You hit up a taxi and you arrive at the same place where Kiryu had his fight. Keep in mind, you can do Majima's fight or Kiryu's fight first if you would like. Which one you go with is up to you. Joamon is waiting for him there, and he has the same background as Soamon, but he actually has a nice little hat. Joamon wants to fight the greatest warrior, and Majima thinks he's a super bad guy who's out to destroy the world, but it doesn't matter either way because it's fight time. Joe Amon is easily the harder fight of the two Amons. One reason for that is because Majima doesn't have access to Kiryu's beast mode, and Joe Amon's combat style is super aggressive. Yo, calm down. He just basically uses Kiryu and Majima's hidden fighting style. But Joe Amon uses these combat styles in a way someone who is actually good at the game would use them. He's constantly dodge canceling out a combo so you can't attack him. And you also can't attack him head on at all. Try it and Joe Amon will just block and jump back to throw daggers, copying a moveset from Laogui. That's the thing with these secret fights. They're not exactly these massive fights, they're more just copy and pasted a previous moveset, but they change it up in such a way to make them super hard and difficult. Like, So Amon is the more imaginative of the two fights, but Joe Amon is way harder. But in the end, both of their movesets are cheap and they both have a ton of health, which by the way, Joe Amon has 14 health bars just like So Amon. Joe Amon starts with Kiryu's legend combat, but once you get him down to half his health, he switches to Majima's Mad Dog combat style. And here you're kinda screwed. The boy does not stutter or get stunned, and the only way to effectively get him down is through Majima's Mad Dog counter. Well, use any counters to survive, but the Mad Dog counter is easily the best counter, and you really don't have any other reason to use any of the other counters. If you manage to beat Joe Amon, then congratulations, you beat the hardest boss in the entire game. Pat yourself on the back, cause you did it. I would recommend having a save slot saved beforehand just so you can revisit these fights, because having to do all these side quests again just to fight them again will be a pain. To be honest, I wish these dudes were in the climax battles. Anyways, that's my review. Thanks for watching. I've been on the edge of my seat for quite a while now. I think it's about time I get off. Hey, I'm on the edge of my seat here, back again with another brand new video, except this video is 7 years old. Depending on which part you're watching, because some parts are 7 years old, some are 6 years old, but this entire project back in the day took me around 2 years to make. 1 year to write the entire script and record it, and another year spent editing the whole thing to completion. And when I finished recording the audio, it was 5 hours and I realized I'm not going to be able to make a 5-hour long video, so I split it up into 8 parts. And originally I called it something different, like Yakuza 0, like review analysis, but I thought that title didn't really work for what I was doing, so I kind of changed it to be story summary. It's really interesting because this series of videos was probably like the first big thing I did for the channel. Like the videos I did before, you know, like they were a way to start out, you know, like I was like finding my footing, but this was like the first real big, like massive project I put a lot of time into, and it is pretty dated, the audio balancing isn't the best. But it was nice to kind of come back to this, and it was also during a period of time where I was really into Yakuza, which is a big contrast to just how disillusioned I am with the series now, with its past couple releases, with the Kiwami that just tends to disappoint. I've always been kind of disappointed by the Kiwamis, but with this third one, it's reaching new levels, and with the poor handling of how they've been delisting their older games. Games which had no reason to be delisted, because before, my biggest issue was I didn't have Yakuza 1 or 2, you know, on modern platforms. The only way to play it was on the PS2 or with the Japanese-only PS3 HD collection. But now, re-releases that already existed, like the original version of Yakuza 0 and the remaster of 3, have been taken off of digital storefronts, basically screwing over PS4 players. But I've also, in the 7 years that this video's existed, I've never thought to combine it into one big video. I thought maybe that'd be a bit too cheap. Or, hey, I already made a playlist, you know, like what's the point of it? But I think there are some people who would appreciate being able to watch this entire thing in one seamless go. And I did have to edit out the credit sequences, which involved a certain celebrity for quite a lot of time. That celebrity also copyright claimed my videos because America's Funniest Home Videos has the copyright claimed on the mini pig, which is not a mini pig. But I hope you've enjoyed this compilation. I hope it was a breath of fresh air from the past, per se. I don't know how to describe it, like nostalgic, or just kind of like, oh, that's nice, or oh wow, your videos used to be way worse, or maybe this was your favorite video. My current output hasn't been like the same, but I was interested in kind of going to create my own director's cut, given the fact that Yakuza RGG themselves have already made their own director's cut of the original game, basically being the exact same, but with a couple differences that make it worse. The only difference this video has is this little epilogue sequence I'm doing, so you can kind of judge whether this improves or disimproves things. I didn't want to mess around with too many things in the middle. I kind of wanted to keep it as is. It's a funny thing to mention delistings because halfway through editing this series of videos, Windows Movie Maker got delisted. It disappeared from my computer, And that was one of the main motivating factors to switch to Adobe Premiere. But the funny thing about Adobe Premiere is I didn't fully know how to use it, because when I was using Windows Movie Maker, whenever I would export my videos, I would use a preset that was just like high quality Windows watching experience, which basically just like exported the videos at 1080p, whether or not my footage was actually 1080p. But whenever you put a video file into Premiere, it automatically sets the timeline to, you know, whatever that video's quality is. And the first video I inserted into my editing timeline in Premiere was 720p, so I actually exported that video as 720p, and I don't think I really fixed it as I went along. Just very strange times when I was like still learning how to do all of this, and hey, there's still a lot more I can learn right now. I am kind of sad, I mean not sad, but it would have been cool if I did more of these story summary videos, but they're so detail orientated that I always get like discouraged from going all the way. Like I have to go over every single combat style, every single combo finisher, any details after that, all the mini games, and it's just, and every single story beat is kind of like, I don't know about all that. But yeah, if you've sat through this whole video the entire way through, thank you so much for watching. I'm going to keep making Yakuza videos. There's a couple no damages I still want to get to. It is crazy because back when I made this video, I had no concept of no damaging anything. The no damaging stuff came after the Kiwami rant. So, I mean, I don't even know if I was really watching Yakuza no damage videos at the time I was making this video. I was just kind of doing my own thing. It's a strange thing to play Yakuza and be bad at it. Because a lot of people criticize, like, say, Yakuza 3 and 5, and it's like, oh, the enemies, like, turn around too quickly. Oh, the enemies block too much. But when I first played those games, I had no concept of that. I just kind of went, oh, I'm bad at the game. Like, I guess the way I see it, people blame the game whenever they're bad at it. But when I was bad at the game, I was like, wow, I just suck. You know, I'm sure someone who's actually good at the game could probably like, beat this boss fight faster. And now actually having the knowledge of whether or not something kind of sucks or doesn't suck is really strange. I guess I do kind of miss that era of mystery. But yeah, I think that's the note I'm going to leave it off on. Thank you so much for watching and for sticking around for the channel and for being on the edge of my seat along with me. And I'll see you all then for my next video. Peace out. Yakuza 0 is still my favorite game from 2017.